Oh, my bad. Oh, commercial. We got to roll our commercial first. Let's roll that bean footage.
Danful offers unparalleled, curated, and bespoke tours across Africa for travelers seeking genuine cultural experiences, enriched with magnificent sights, sounds, and flavors found on the continent. Each trip is reliably curated to ensure visitors are gifted with an immersive and authentic adventure. Whether you find yourself strolling along the charming white sand beaches of Sierra Leone, feasting on the mouth-watering delicious foods in Senegal, observing or partaking in various aspects of the Isheshe traditional system Ifa native to Yoruba land, Nigeria, with Danful, you will rediscover a fulfilling sense of kinship to the true heart of the motherland, her communities. Our core values focus on integrity, quality, safety, and sustainability. We are uniquely committed to assisting with the advancement of African infrastructure and promoting African businesses, so both travelers and the communities they visit receive beneficial exchanges. At Danful, we understand the importance of connectivity, and we have created a model which provides bespoke experiences based on your passions or hobbies. With us, expect a long-lasting spiritual bond between you and your destinations. Live, love, Danful, Africa. To learn more, visit danful.africa.
Peace, family. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thanks so much for joining. Make sure you hit that like button, and please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I will greatly appreciate it. Yeah, y'all. Yeah. Happy Friday to everyone. Happy Friday. Glad to see everyone today. Well, I really don't see y'all. I kind of see y'all. You guys are out there in the you know, in the chat room. But hopefully all is well. Hopefully you guys had a great week. It is hot here in Atlanta. Hot Atlanta is very, very warm. But hey, it is what it is. So hit that like button, make sure you share, make sure you subscribe. I'd rather have the heat than the cold. I can tell you that right now. So yeah, but let's get started. A couple of announcements. Announcement number one: we are rolling to Nigeria. August 2nd to the 11th. August 2nd to 11th, we are rolling to Nigeria. If you're interested in joining us, please visit Danful. Yeah, Elvis, the Midwest has it the worst. Shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson, y'all. Shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson, everyone. You know what? Even though O'Shea um is from Del Paso Heights, I feel sorry for the brother to be from North Sacramento. Like I feel sorry for him. Again, I feel sorry for the brother. Him and shout out to our beautiful sister, Marie. Marie has so-called quit on several occasions. And Marie, let me say this: whenever you want to call in, Marie, you just let me know, and I will clear the way like Moses. Okay, I will clear the way like Moses. I will make sure no one talks reckless at all to you. All right. Again, I will clear the way like Moses for you, Marie. Marie is our, in fact, y'all, let's give Marie, and we're gonna give O'Shea Duke Jackson, even though O'Shea kind of slow, but that's our brother. Even though he's from the Heights, he can't help it. They got, all types of lead in the water in El Paso Heights. They still using copper pipes and everything, copper pipes all throughout the home, lead, copper in the paint, what lead in the, I'm sorry, lead in the paint, lead pipes, lead in the paint, you know, hella extra fluoride in the water out there in El Paso Heights. So y'all gotta just um excuse O'Shea Duke Jackson, our brother. Yeah, yeah. But O'Shea is just full of lead. But we're gonna give our brother Anne Marie a round of applause, y'all. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much, y'all. There we go. One more time. One more time. There we go. But we love our brother and we love our sister. Peace to the Hoteps. Yes, sir. Hotep, Hotep, Hotep. Yeah, but like I said, Marie has threatened to quit on us several times. But Marie, like I said, whenever you want to call in, you just let me know and I will clear it away. Okay. I will clear it away. I will make sure everybody is nice. Hey, same thing for O'Shea. I will make sure everybody is nice. Okay. I will put the link in the chat room. Uh, Come on, Shaniquel. If you ain't got the proof, stop. Don't start. Don't start with O'Shea. Don't start with our brother O'Shea. You know, let me say this. It takes. I love peace to the under IQ South Sac family. God damn, why I gotta be under IQ? I went to Christian Brothers, O'Shea. I went to Christian Brothers. God damn, why I gotta be under IQ from South Sac? I went to Christian Brothers, O'Shea. You know, that Catholic school in the hood in Oak Park and still can't read. Golly. Oh man, here we go. Okay, let's move on. O'Shea's just all right, O'Shea. All right, O'Shea. All right. But hit that like button. Make sure you share. Make sure you subscribe. Guys, make sure you go to Danful.Africa. Again, please visit Danful.Africa to check out where we are traveling to, where we're going this year. Click on documentary. I need everybody who's watching this. I need everybody who is watching this to click on documentary. All right, click on documentary and stream my documentary. If you're watching this, if you have not streamed my documentary, guys, I want your guys' support. You know, please. This needs to be the number one building bridges African diaspora documentary ever in the history of documentaries in regards to, reconnecting and building. So again, hit that like button, go to Downfall.Africa, hit documentary, join us on one of our trips. We'll love to host you. Also, also, go to Amazon.com. Okay, I need you to go to Amazon.com. I need you to type in Dynast Amir. Type in Dynast Amir, and I need you to buy one of my books. All right, those are the action items. Okay, those are the action items. That's what I need you to do. All right, buy one of my books, stream my documentary. I will greatly appreciate it. Need your guys' support. My children's books need to be number one. All right, and I'm rolling out some new books this year as well. Let's jump into today's topic. Somebody brought up something interesting yesterday during our conversation in regards to in fact, we grifted O'Shea's topic, uh why South Africans don't have a problem with Black Americans. We grifted the hell out of that topic. In fact, I'm gonna do a whole grift O'Shea Duke Jackson Kinganda channel sub channel page on here. We just gonna grift all of O'Shea Duke Jackson's topics. All right. But somebody brought up a great point. They said the reason why South Africans and Black Americans, well, why South Africans don't have an issue with Black Americans in South Africa is because both of their proximity to whiteness, both of their proximity in living in what should I say? Western countries. There we go. having been living in Western countries, Westernized countries for years, well, Western infrastructure, Western rules, you know, pretty much living in white countries, even though South Africa is a majority black country. We all know apartheid and who still dominates the country as far as that goes. But we both have lived in white society for so long. That's why we get along. And our struggles have been the same: apartheid, Jim Crow. I'm pretty sure they had their sharecropping and um, I don't know if you would call it slavery, but we were both marginalized in our countries due to our skin color. Also, what makes us different versus other black countries is we never fully separated from our slave masters. Again, we've never fully separated from our slave masters. In fact, here in America, we integrated, and I guess you could somewhat say the same in South Africa as well. They never were removed. So we have this, I guess, maybe sympathy for each other. Or empathy for each other. I don't know if what's the correct term. But he made a great point. And that, I don't know. Do you guys agree with that? Do you disagree? But I'm going to put the link in the chat room if you guys want to call in. I'll put the link in the chat room. If you disagree, you're more than welcome to call in and say, Dinus, you know what? I disagree. But make sure you hit that like button, share, all that good stuff. But that was his argument. And pretty much, we know how to act when going to, how can I put it? Okay, I guess the argument will be Black Americans. Oh man, I want to word this correctly. Since we've been living in a developing so-called first world country for so long, it's easier to integrate into a country like South Africa versus those coming from Nigeria and other, I'm not going to say third world, we're going to use the term developing countries. Case in point, little things like trash pickup, waste disposal. I don't think that is waste disposal an issue in South Africa, because it's not here. In fact, Trash Man came today. But everywhere else I go throughout Africa, except for of course Rwanda. I've never been to Rwanda though, and Namibia. But Namibia is South Africa light. But we'll deal with like Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Ghana. It's a problem. There's a certain standard that you have to have when it comes to facilities or facility maintenance that here in America we have, but in other countries we don't. And people in Black South Africans feel they're bringing this kind of mentality, the lack of Western standards. There we go. They're bringing this lack of Western standards mentality to South Africa versus when Black Americans come, we're not necessarily bringing that. And then also too, like I said yesterday, the vast majority of Black Americans who I know, when they come to South Africa, they're not competing for jobs. They're not really building. Don't take that the wrong way. If you are, I apologize. They're retired. They're spending their Social Security, their pension funds. That's what they're bringing. So, they're not coming and needing to get on any type of government assistance or what. So let me do this. Let me bring Elvis on. Go ahead, Elvis.
All right, thank you, Dinas. Man, this is a great show. Well, this is a great topic. Let me say that. And I've said this before when we had conversations about South Africa, about their proximity to white people. I saw a YouTube short from a South African national who was talking about how they built South Africa. He was trying to rebuff people saying that the infrastructure in the country was built by whites. He was saying no, they built it. They were the blacks. If you look at the building of those places, the infrastructure was black people who built it. So it's their country. They built it. So when I think about apartheid, right, apartness or separateness or whatever they would call it in English, the white people was literally telling them, go live in the ghetto, go live in the shanty towns like Soweto, stay out of the developed areas, stay out of the quote unquote white areas like Cape Town. And South Africans, I hate to say it, and I don't want to be derogatory, but I'm just saying it because of the fact they wanted the proximity to white people. They wanted to stop the apartness. They wanted to stop apartheid and be integrated with white people because they knew that they would benefit from that, proximity to white people. And like if you want to, draw parallels with African Americans, some African Americans today still resent the fact that integration, happened. They thought segregation was better for black people. But I think the more logical people will say, well, most of the money, most of the education, most of the positive things in this country was in the hands of white people. And they tried to gatekeep that away from black people by doing segregation. So all black people in America know that if you don't have access to the banks, you don't have access to the schooling system, you don't have access to certain things, you're gonna fall further and further behind because those people with the money, with the access to those things are gonna hoard it for themselves and their kids, and you're gonna have your own. But I hate to say it's never gonna be as good as theirs because they have just more resources and more international connections. But my point here, Dinus, is that anytime anyone tried to deny the fact that being close to white people and being in their orbit, you have access to their money, their currency, you have access to their infrastructure, you have access to their school. You know, if you want to start a business, how many black countries can you go to a bank and take out $1 million loan and start a business? If you want to get a student loan to go to school, most of us that went to school, we didn't get student loans from black, banks or black corporation. We got it most likely. For me, I got my student loans through Ed Financial. That's a white back, company. So most black people that get education, they get upward mobility, most of the things that happen on their way to get that success was facilitated in one way or another by white, corporation. So the proximity to it, you don't really think about it, but when you sit back and you really realize being close to white people allow you to achieve so much more. And it's the same thing for the South Africans. So I think if they try to deny it, that would just be completely wrong and being, disingenuous. But my point over, let me just say this before I close. My point overall is that they knew that without having access to what the white people had, they would be like any other African nation. So when they try to beat their chest and say that they're developed, they're this, they're that, if they did it on their own, that's why I respect Nigeria more, even though Nigeria has its problems. But for let's say 90% of it is done by Nigerians. Ghana, the same thing. Those nations are not where South Africa is in terms of infrastructure, but just purely what they have accomplished as black people, purely black people, is more impressive to me than the white infrastructure that the South Africans
Hey,
are trying
when
to
I say
larping off. But I'll pass
I,
the mic. I know you want to get in here. I'll
I
pass it.
I vehemently disagree with that. Are you Black American, my brother? No
No, no,
disrespect to you.
I'm African.
Hey, guy, let me. Hey, George, you're at the caster, so I'll pass the. Let me
All
pass the
right,
caster, and I'll pass to you.
all right.
Go ahead, caster.
Thanks for being considerate, Dynast. Uh, Elvis, you said a whole lot of stuff that I don't agree with, but I see what you're trying to say, bro. And we heading in the same direction with our thought process. Uh, do Black Americans and I believe you would be referring to black South Africans suffer from proximity to whiteness. I believe so, yes. I believe anytime you live amongst white people, what we know as the belly of the beast, you're going to suffer more than those who don't live amongst white people all the time. Like people who come from other parts of Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone. These people sometimes never see white folks unless they're in like tourist areas. Um, a lot of their infrastructure was built up by themselves. Not saying that South Africans, black South Africans, didn't build their infrastructure. They did. However, the ideas didn't come from them. Uh, the same with black Americans. We built a lot of our infrastructure and a lot of the white infrastructure. We built the White House. But the idea to build the White House, the blueprints, that stuff didn't come from us. And we do got people like Benjamin Banneker, who's, like constructed whole cities, Washington, D.C. But again, it's like, it's because of the influence of white people. It's because of their books, the knowledge that they have access to that allows us to, achieve these things opposed to other Africans in other African countries. Um, I think as a result of that, like we can get lazy, we can get complacent, and it's almost like we got like childlike mindsets. We sit back and let white folks do everything for us, or we wait for them to do everything. If they're not doing it for us, we don't want it. And that's what you see with black South Africans right now. They just doing the white man's work, the white man's job, no different than FBA. It's kind of similar. It's almost like they saw what FBA was doing online and they're like, hey, let's mimic that. Well, let's start our own movement and do the same thing. Um, I do believe we suffer. I do believe we suffer. Do I believe we'll be better off by ourselves? Probably not. I don't think we have enough knowledge to be alone amongst each other and be successful. Uh, I think people compete too much. There's too many egos involved. So I think for now, as we building and we're trying to liberate Africa, I think we gotta have our foot in with white folks and not just white folks, but Chinese, Asians, other people too. We gotta have our foot in with them while we're building to get sufficient. And then we can cut completely off and say, hey, we want to do our own thing, black style over here, Blackistan, what Colin would say. But yeah, that's all I had to say, man.
All right, go ahead, George.
I think I vehemently disagree with both these brothers that were speaking, and this is a problem of lack of education of our own story and who we are as a people. I've been online for a very long time, and I've had conversations with Africans that's said that we only achieve the things that we achieve because we've had close proximity to white people. And my response to that was, first of all, you don't know our story, our history, and part of it is jealousy. So a lot of them want to come here and get as close as they can to ingratiate themselves with white folks so they can achieve the things that they believe we achieve without understanding our story, our inventions, our cities we built. The ingenuity and all the things that we actually did in this country to build this country. So when I hear black people talk like this, it makes me want to throw up. It's disgusting, and it lets me know just how a lot of our people suffer from crackatosis, acute white affinity syndrome. They mess you up so much that you don't believe you can't do anything without them. They don't understand when you deal with the fast food department, the frozen foods. That's a black person that invented that, not a white person. Ask the average black person, who's Charles Henry Turner? Who are our people that invented damn near everything that moved the 21st century? Those were black American people, foundational black Americans, not white people. It's funny that white people know more about our story than we ourselves know about our story. And I think it's a disgrace that we come on here and we talk like this, and white folks just listening like these. I'm not even, I'm being passionate right now. I don't want to be disrespectful to nobody, but it's just sad that the way we view white people and we don't know our own story. We don't know how we built cities and we built the first septic system and toilets and everything. Right?
I
We were,
literally gave an
bro, I do
example
not
of that
want to be
with
cut
Benjamin
off.
Banneker.
I do not want to be cut off while I'm talking. I didn't cut nobody off. I want to be shown the same respect I gave everybody else when I'm talking about our people. When I shut up, I promise I won't cut nobody off. All I'm saying is they put this racist stuff in here. People like H.S. Chamberlain, and Madison Grant, the rising of the great race, and they started to change history. To make us believe the lie. So we believe that we need close proximity to white people, or we niggas and all this kind of stuff. We was building these cities, up. We built the railroads. We had
Hey,
the
George. I give you a run. We don't use the N word on here, but the
I'm sorry.
context is
Oh yeah, my
okay.
bad. My
But
bad.
we trying to do.
I apologize. Yeah, we built this stuff. The history speaks for itself. It speaks for itself, and we gotta do a better job of understanding, like not just Tulsa. Not just Tulsa and Rosewood and Oscarville, Georgia, and all these historical places that we build on our own, separate from them, and was flourishing. People like Mark Dean, who owned the 3 patents to IBM, right? Frederick McKinley Jones. We got to know who our people are, right? And what our contributions to this country was. Dr. Patricia Boff. It wasn't because of white people education. It was because of our knowledge that we were the first, not them. We were the first to add on or move this thing forward. It was us. Look up Charles Henry Turner, the black zoologist. It wasn't a white zoologist. It was him. It was us. We was the one moving the needle. So I'm not going to sit here and allow any immigrants to come here and make that statement that can't sit down and have a conversation with me about my people's history and knowing what our contributions was that white people benefited from.
I'm not an immigrant, George.
And stole our patents. So I'm being cut off again. So I'll land there because there's no I can see there's no discipline and people are getting uneasy. Like you can't control yourself until I'm done. It's just simple respect. So all I'm saying is we have to know what our patents was and what was stolen from us, and exactly what we did and why we influenced the world. It's not because of close proximity to whiteness. It's because of who we are.
Could I ask you a quick question real quick? Just 10 seconds.
And I'm not an immigrant, George.
So what we have history of black people running cities, right? How does that work out for? Where's Colin when we need him? How does that work out for black people? And again, I'm not being disrespectful.
Hey, bro, why you keep cutting in,
Flint,
man?
Michigan.
So, Reverend, I think is it Pastor or Reverend? I can't see your name. Pastor Bishop. Okay, Bishop. So, what do you think about black people running cities? And yeah, go ahead. You got it.
I just want to ask one thing. Where are you from?
I'm from Liberia originally.
So you're from Liberia. So this is what I'm saying to you. You're moving way into the future after we're integrated under this system. And what Carter G. Woodson said and A. Philip Randolph said about our people once we integrated in these societies. We were running our cities and they burned our cities down. We have over 5,200 lynchings in this country that nobody was ever brought to justice for when they was burning down our cities and creating laws to keep us from creating generational wealth in this country. So when you see black people running these cities now, that you can't use that as your frame of reference. You got to use it as there's a beginning and an ending. So as an immigrant, when you see black people running cities and you making those comments, I will behoove you, if you love black people, to study the history of those people in those cities and how it got like
that. I don't want to do it back and forth, but brother, respectfully, right? When you talk about inventions and other things that black people have contributed, for sure, right? But do you think that knowledge has been lost? That black people in this modern day and age can be self-sufficient? You know, obviously
I'm gonna respond to that.
Yeah, quickly. In this country, roads being built is usually done by local government or state government.
Hold on, because you asked
water and sewer infrastructure is usually done by, so the black people have that knowledge that if they were, hold on, let me just quickly finish. If they were transported to another place, right? They have these knowledge that they can build a new society that mirrors the United States, how it is right now with the infrastructure.
listen to what I'm saying to you. Listen to what I'm saying to you, because you're saying two different things now. When I came on, this is not what you were saying.
Bishop, this is Dynasty. Bishop, this is Dynasty. I'm sorry to interrupt. We did it in Liberia, Elvis. You guys didn't like it, and you guys ended up getting started in 1980 coup. But go ahead, Bishop.
Yeah, what I'm saying is you made a statement about you were talking about close proximity to whiteness without actually talking about the history of said black people. So when I come and I give you a response, now you're pushing the goalpost back to this. So I want to stay there first and then come here, because there's a history as to how we got here. You can't make the statement about that without dealing with the history. If you love black people, it's like me talking about my Liberia and Monrovia and the
It
history
really
of
don't
Liberia.
matter. What are the results, though?
No, listen to what I'm saying. No, it does matter.
What are the results?
It does matter.
Okay. The results matter.
No, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna land. What I'm saying is when you're making a reference, a blanket reference about black people not being intelligent enough and they got close proximity to whiteness, and you're just saying this, there's a history behind that. People are listening to you say that, and they'll start to just believe that without understanding the history. No, that's not true. And you got millions of black people that do have
can
knowledge.
be true at the same time, Bishop.
But you have millions of black people that do have knowledge. The problem is that in these integrated societies, we're not in control of the way money is allocated from state.
And when we do get in control, look at what we do, bro.
We're not in control. We've never been in control. That's what I'm
all
saying.
Right. So the individual, they puppets. I get it. They puppets. They not really in control, but like they got to be held accountable to some extent, man. Like we can't just completely let them off the hook by saying, "Oh, well, you know, we ain't got no control." They really in control, and he's like a sock puppet. Like, hey, if you feel like you got to give your life, then do that. But like, we won't get anywhere, bro. All they keep doing is giving us Trojan horses.
But what I'm saying is, you're black, right?
I am. I'm black.
So that's what I'm saying to you. What is your contribution to the Black American struggle? If you see something wrong, like me, I see some things wrong. I do a lot of work in my city with city government. I do a lot of different things here in the city of Philadelphia, because what I'm saying is, if you can make that statement, we also is incumbent upon us to explain to our people why is that way, because we're not born with one less chromosome. Like we can't function like everybody else. We were the first functional ones here. And what happened to us here happened to nobody else. It's not even close.
What do you mean by what happened to us here happened to no one else? I don't understand that.
I'm a responder, but this is what I'm saying. Respect to you. If you got to ask that question, is the problem I'm having, my brother. What happened to
my understanding to that is you think that
it happened to the Jamaicans, it happened to the Haitians,
it happened to
slavery. That happened to other people.
It happened to
no.
Guys, you gotta let Bishop. You gotta let Bishop respond. Go ahead, George.
I'm not. Listen, I can't speak for Haiti or Jamaica. That's none of my business. I'm talking about here in America. Here in America, under this government, when federal laws were supposed to be protecting us from state law, they failed to do so. So a lot of our cities and a lot of our money, our banks, everything was shut down and taken away from us.
That happened to South Africa, bro. What are you talking
about? Brother. Well, this is what I'm gonna say. I'm having a conversation about us in America. If you keep bringing up other stuff, I'm just gonna get out the conversation. What happened to South Africa has nothing to do with me or my people.
That's what the topic. That's what the topic is about. It's trying to draw a parallel with the South Africans and African Americans.
Whether you want to acknowledge that or not, that's solely on you. It has everything to do with you and your people. The same thing happened to South Africa that happened to us, bro.
No, it did not. See, that's what I'm saying. No.
Can you explain how it's different?
Can
you explain how it's different?
Kasha, you gotta let him explain, Kasha. God, let's have some self-control. All right, let the man explain. Go ahead, Bishop. You got a minute. We got to pass the mic.
We were under chattel slavery here, where we lost our culture and had to create a whole new culture, our language, our customs, our everything, right? And we were the only group of people in the history of slavery that was forced to go back under our slavers to prove that we were even human on a foreign land. Those were people that was enslaved on their land that still have their intact language and culture and things intact. We don't. There's a different dynamic that's going on here. And like I said, we've always been under the tyranny of these people. There's certain things that's similar, but there's things that's different. So there's nuance to that. So when we have a conversation about our people, we got to make sure we have the proper historical reference up until now. Now, do things need criticism? Absolutely. I'm not saying we're not above criticism, but we got to put it in this proper context. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but also you guys are free. If you're thinking that because your language was taken away from you, I mean, what's stopping you from regaining that? Because I mean,
Or
you talk
developing another language.
exactly. Because you're talking about us as South Africans, being slave in our own country with, but what you guys are talking about is just scraping the surface because you don't know what's within. There's a deeper thing that's going on between the whites and the blacks. And guess what? When 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 Nelson Mandela came out, he kind of ironed that gap out by just saying, you know what, let's reconcile. Instead of looking at the white man and saying, hey, you know what, white man, you did this to me, blah blah blah, it's not going to help. That what's going to help is how we build this country, living in this country together. You're an African, just like you guys, African American. You're an American, regardless whether you call yourself African American or what. So the government gave you the power to say, you know what, you're an American, regardless. Same thing. You white, you're an African. So let's work together and build this country. So other parties that are coming in from Nigeria and all that, they always try to put a divide amongst us and saying black South African, white South African. Well, we don't look at it that way. Now I know that a lot of conversation has been going around about why are we not, focusing on the whites. There's no reason why we have to focus on the whites because guess what? The majority of these black people that are coming in, they're flocking into the townships where the blacks are living, and they blend in with the black folks because we look the same. They can relate, and then they can work their way up by just blending with the blacks. But guess what? This is where the blacks saying, you have done this for 30 years, coming in and just doing this. Instead of you being respectful, you are just spitting on us, saying all these negative things about us. We're lazy, we're this, we're HIV, we hate white people, yada, 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 yada. Don't you think at some point a black person is going to say, enough is enough? First and foremost, we got to see that you're legal in this country before you even open your mouth. That's what the black people are saying. They're not saying, "Oh, we don't like black people." We're just saying we fed up with people insulting us. By the way, we have to look at your papers. And guess what? You taking a job just because you're going to be paid a fraction of what I'm supposed to be getting. It makes these white people that you always talk of have an upper hand. You know what I mean? So this device that you're trying to create amongst our community, you are succeeding. And we do not want that. We are called a rainbow nation for a reason because we want to work together. Miss South Africa last year was a white person. Did we care? No. We embraced that. You guys, hockey, not hockey, but some other sports, it's white people like baseball, which you don't care. It's about the flag. So let's stop all this, racial talk, because some of us don't care about that. I know that. Look, for example, Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson was loved by everybody, white or black, and he managed to actually conquer the support, regardless of the color. So why is it that when it comes to South Africans, there's always this notion that black
So black
people.
South Africans trying to be Michael Jackson.
Sir, I don't know where your
Dennis,
mind
can
is
we
at.
come in?
I don't know where your mind
It's
is at.
order. He's going in order. Please have respect and don't
Yeah,
interrupt
yeah,
people.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
No,
Let's get back
I
in
think
order. With that,
that's
use that you okay? Use you got 45 seconds. Got to pass the mic to Africa
yeah,
African.
that's condescending. But anyway, my point was Michael Jackson was loved was revered by everybody. Same thing that goes with South Africans. When we have a Miss South African who is white, we don't care. That's a representation of South Africa. So you guys need to stop this whole notion of saying we do not like the blacks. We're focusing on the blacks. But guess what? We're not focusing on the blacks. We're just pushing the influx of people doing drugs. I mean, if you read the stories each and every day of Nigerians, doing all this, I'm sorry to say, powder, committing other crimes and stuff like that, because these people, Nigerians, they They want to succeed. They force their way out, into the system to succeed, of which everybody does, but they do it in a fraudulent way. So we're saying enough with that. We have a lot of we have our problems out of it. We have our own crime. One crime from outside is one crime too many. So that's where we at. It's not about white. It's not about black. It's just about the influx. And I would land there.
All right, go to Africa.
Yeah, greetings, brother Dinus. The panel and the chats. Please like, share, and subscribe. Um, I basically, for me, African Americans' situation to South Africa is different when it comes to proximity. For me, African Americans, we maybe they were forced to be in that when it comes to the proximity, where they had no choice. It's probably later on where choice they probably had was limited. Because obviously they were taken away from their homeland, to a foreign land, and very, very uh, strong people. African American are very, very strong people. They are very resilient. You can put them. Look, if you go through history, go out throughout the history of the world. These people have actually proven to be one of the most resilient group of people, and they fight the odds. They stand up for what's right, and to the point they actually also stand up for other group of people who actually are vulnerable. The amount of people who have gained so much from the civil rights movement, globally, not just in America, even in the UK, the civil rights movement helps so many people. You actually have to be, haven't be African Americans are the kind of prophecy you will actually talk about, okay? Because without them, the world would not be where it is today. Rest in peace to the civil rights leaders like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Frederick Douglass, Marcus Garvey, and all these elders that passed away, and goes all the way back to West Africa to the warriors who fought hard, to make sure we gain our sovereignty. Now, go to Africa is a totally different thing. Okay, South Africa, these people they live in their ancestral home. Okay, um, South Africa is not the only country where Europeans landed trying to occupy their land. They did the same with Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe said no. Our sovereignty comes first. Okay, it don't come last. Because as a human being, okay, me as every human being would rather live in a small, moderate house that's entirely theirs and a massive land than living in a big mansion that's not theirs and they happen to be oppressed tenants. Okay, and so for me, South African people, you can't they should be even be compared to African American. That's actually an insult. Now, you mentioned the South African guy mentioned about you know white uh, Africans being uh, basically Africans. Who defined that? Was that did that came from the African Union? Because me as a black person, I can never be English in the UK, no matter how much, no matter how long I've been here. I might be British, or I might be British citizen, but I can never be English. I can never be white European because I'm not native to this land, and they will never accept that. And with Mandela, was Mandela the person who defined who is actually, African? Was Mandela God? So the reality is just nonsense. And I understand. Look, I understand the sentiment that you have towards foreigners coming to South Africa and committing crime and selling drugs. These same people, I've spoken against them, and I would stand up for them when I think it's right. I understand these people have been all over the world. They have had similar problems. Nigerians have, gone to different countries. They've done a lot of scamming, a lot of drug dealing, I think, to be honest, I think a lot of people are having what they call Nigeria fatigue. Okay, that's true. We agree with that. We understand, and that's wrong. These people should be dealt with legally. But to go out in the streets and in the hospitals and in schools, reaching out people out to the hospital, out of the schools because of their nationality, because of their background, generalizing the entire group of people, you know, that's where the humanity in that. If you're trying to point out Mandela as the cradle of humanity of South Africa or the founding father, you are contradicting yourself here because Mandela, that's not what Mandela preached. Okay,
Can I come?
and
Can,
that's
You
no,
don't cut him
you
off,
can wait.
please.
Okay, so you are basically contradicting yourself. You are standing up for the people who Mandela fought against, you know, basically against them, and the people who fought with Mandela to make you guys free and give you the freedom that you're tasting today. You are betraying these people in the face of the planet Earth. And we are seeing that in the UK. The white Europeans are seeing it. And these are the English people looking at it. They think it's disgusting. One of the people who helped you to free yourself from those Africans was Great Britain, the UK. They helped you so much. And they're so disappointed. But these people are actually white people, by the way. They're not black. They're not African. They're not Nigerian. They are so disappointed in you. Okay, so you are setting a very bad precedent of how immigration should be dealt with in any nation on the planet Earth. Okay, because now you are giving the white people or other nationalities in the world to be xenophobic towards other people, especially people of color. Because if, for example, Tommy Robinson in the UK, who is a far right, decided to go out there in the streets in the UK, and he galvanized enough people that will have enough hate towards African, like you do in Africa towards Nigerians, and going out, they're looking for us, school after school, hospitals, and and their markets, right? What the African leaders got to say to the UK? What can they say? What would the African Union say to them? What would they say? They will be like, hang on a minute, you people are doing that to your own people in Africa. So why can't we do that to you people here in Europe? Stop playing double standard.
can I comment
You
on that?
understand?
Because I need to comment on that
No,
seriously.
no,
Hold
you
on,
can't. You
No,
hold on,
can't.
it's
hold
a
on.
it's a
You need to
order,
pass.
man.
No.
You need to pass. You need to wait. I'll pass the mic to CD after this. So you have betrayed the entire African continent. You have betrayed civilization. You have betrayed Nelson Mandela. You have betrayed African Americans, for that matter. I'll pass the mic. Thank you. CD.
Let me
Hey,
read these
Donna.
super chats. Let me
Oh.
I gotta read
Let,
these super
let,
chats first.
let me,
I'm reading the super chats.
He
I'm
didn't
reading the super
betray
chats.
African American.
let
O'Shea
me,
Do Jackson, thank you. I'm reading the super chats. Thank you. Thank you for the 10,000 Ugandan shillings. Why would they mimic FBA? They actually have real reasons why they feel how they do. Why do people try to minimize FBA or South Africa's issues? JC Inc. Thank you for 499 Hollow. That's a good show topic. Bishop George, the Industrial Revolution began in Europe. There were trains in Europe in 1804. The Benz built in 1886. First gun invented in China. Uh, who Danny Unchained? Thank you for $2 holla. Doesn't George have Cuban ancestry? All right, guys, hit the like button again. Please hit that like button. I appreciate the super chats. Go ahead, City.
Hey, Donna. Hey, the Africa,
Oh yeah,
Iris,
and shout
and
out to
everybody.
I'm not gonna say who. Somebody paid George's N-word tariff. So go ahead,
Okay.
Sid.
All right.
Okay.
So,
Yes, big brother CD. You are.
yes, I mean. So, my thought is, first of all, we got to know how the Dutch people ended in South Africa, right? So before they could arrive, there was 51 million black people in South Africa. 2.5 million Dutch moved to South Africa. They won the bill and they were successful, right? So it was not like in places like in West Africa where they have a lot of the African leaders were working for the French government before independence, like someone like this guy, Cinco of Senegal, Ufui Banyo or Ivory Coast, and Secretary of Guinea, they were working for the French government. They were representative in the French government. But if France wanted them to be under their leadership to rule Africa. But they decided, no, we want independent. We want our own stuff, right? So, in fact, that's why Secretary said, well, we don't want anything to do with France. So France destroyed everything when they were leaving Guinea. But what South African, when people say apartheid, it's not like it was like white people were depriving black people who are building what they're supposed to build. They wanted to benefit from what white people were building, right? It's the same thing in America. If black people were to decide in America to build stuff for themselves, that could be far more better for them than depending on what white people were building, right? This is what happened in South Africa. So when you see Nigerians and other Africans going to South Africa, because they already used to a mentality of building stuff for themselves, right? They build businesses. When they say Nigerians are selling drugs, yeah, there are very few Nigerians, but there are more positive Nigerians that was building businesses in Nigeria compared to the one that was selling drugs, right? But what South African they're doing now, they're taking over, they getting rid of people, ransacking people businesses, looting people businesses, that they don't have that brain to run business for themselves because they have that uh, being closer to white people should build everything for them. So they have that brain. But what as for the other African, they used to building stuff for themselves, right? It's the same thing that I see in New York, in Harlem, right? Harlem was well known for being for African Americans, but then they have sold all their property. They even refuse to sell their property to African and sell it to white people. And now Harlem is being taken over by white people because black people were not programmed to build stuff for themselves. But all they do is complain that our businesses were destroyed by white people. Yeah, Italians in New York, they went through the same thing. When you go to Beverage, you interview ordinary Italian or Irish, they will say, we got pushed out. We got to fight ourselves through to be successful. They were not only targeting black people here, white people, they push away white people the same way too, the Italians. But what Italian did, they funded Italian mafia. Russian did the same thing. They funded their own group. They fight the system. But if you say, okay, if black people were to decide in America to say, well, we want to build our own stuff like what people did in Africa, exception of South Africa that wanted to depend on white people, I think they could go far than what they're going through right now. I won't say Ghana is perfect, Nigeria is perfect, but 90% of the thing that you see in Nigeria or Ghana is owned by Ghanaians, right? But in America, especially in New York where I live, nothing is owned by Black Americans. Even the music, the entertainment that we dominate is owned by the white people, by the Jewish people. We don't own anything. Same thing with South Africa, right? So they don't have no brain to build anything. And when they see Nigerian building stuff, they loot their property. If you getting so rid of someone that they taking our job, why will you go and burn down his store and ransack his businesses until police will obviously have to shoot you down, right? So I think the Dutch people that are in South Africa should take over South Africa and rebuild the place again. The 2.5 million that went there and built our country, right? If they don't take over, South Africa is in a stage of burning down right now. Because even some of the Western leaders, some of the Western countries are telling their citizens not to travel to South Africa, right? And the reason why African Americans are not target for them, because these are retirees, right? They're not competing to build businesses. They just go and buy and build their retirement home and live there, enjoy the environment. Whereas Nigerians, including other Africans, like the Zimbabwean, they are highly educated, they build businesses, right? And that's the jealousy. It's not about drugs, right? It's not about human trafficking. Yeah, we have bad Nigerian everywhere that you go, but they are more positive, more productive Nigerian in any part of the world that you go than bad Nigerian. But because of their
Well,
population, when one or two Nigerian cause trouble, everybody classified them to be a bad people. Yeah, they have few bad Nigerian, but compared to the good one, to the bad one, right?
Well
They are
said,
more
Chief.
successful Nigerian. So, like what Iris was saying, It makes sense. South African, they have no idea to build anything.
Can I come?
2.5 million white people went to South Africa. They built everything. 51 million, they couldn't build shit. Now they even targeting their own South African. If you're not Zulu, they target you. So South Africa is in the point right now, it's about to burn down. And someone advised me this couple of years ago that do not buy property in South Africa. It's in a stage right now, it's going to crash. Just go to Nairobi. And this person here and I speak every day in South Africa. He said, I told you this. This country going to burn down. So that's what I have to say right now, but I'll learn for now. Thanks.
Admin, can I come in? I just need to respond to a couple of things that were said.
Let's see here. Go ahead. You got a minute. I gotta pass it to Passport King.
No,
Are
I
you
appreciate
a female or male?
I appreciate that. So here's the
You
thing.
know, they have a lot of homosexuals in South
Oh,
Africa.
that's not what I'm talking about, CD. I just want
Yeah.
to know if we're talking to a man or a woman. That's all.
They got him here in America too.
You know,
So
South Africa
anyway,
is worse.
anyway,
I don't know, man. Well, let's get back on topic. Go ahead, user. You got a minute. I got to pass the mic to
yeah, I mean, I
Passport
think
King.
you have to kind of just manage this because it's getting out of hand, and there's a lot of innuendos thrown at me. But it's okay. We used to it because what is happening, it hasn't been done by some of the African countries standing up for your country. Now it's taboo when we do it because oh, these South Africans are doing this, but forgetting the fact that you are flocking, the weakest of the weakest immigrants. They don't even have papers to start off with. Now he's talking about educated and all that. If these people are so educated, of which, let me tell you this, we do have educated Nigerians who come in. Those come in through a specialized visa, you know. Those we don't care about them because they live in mansions and stuff. What we're talking about somebody who comes in and say, I have a business in South Africa and you're selling a banana. So all these people who are selling all these things and deading up our country, our street, selling bananas and say they have a business. I think the whole concept of business in Nigeria is different. As you could see the market, you see you see how dirty it is. But that's beside the point. My point is, somebody said even UK is pissed at South Africans and they telling their people not to visit South Africa. Let me tell you this: we're not a model of the world. We're just doing what's right for us. So what the world decide to do and how to perceive us, that's on them. We don't give a damn about being, because here's the thing: the whole thing about these people who we're chasing out from these countries, getting mad, is because we are black and doing it. But they don't say anything to the Italians. They don't say anything to the Irish people. They don't say anything to English people in the UK. UK has been doing it since. They even have a show where they show. I think it's, I don't know, borderline or whatever. They've been doing it
But
ever since.
what are
But
you responding to? We don't know
Hey,
what are you
please,
responding
please,
to.
please, please, can we have the quorum?
That was a long minute.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
so
I
what,
mean, even
No,
if you
I
finish
got. Let
speaking,
me
it's supposed
pass
to
the
go to
mic.
the next person.
Let me pass the mic to Passport King. Go ahead, Passport King.
Good evening, gentlemen. Can you hear me? And I believe there's a woman here.
Loud and
Hello.
clear. Go ahead.
First, Donis, let's start off with that because we're gonna have to shut down certain type of buffoonery, the actions that goes on. You like bets, right?
Yeah, go ahead. But people don't like to pay them. But yeah, I like bets.
No. Don't worry. You're gonna like this one. Here's the bet. $30. And this is what the conditions is. If anyone comes on and they can't actually debate or refute my arguments and they start with the same old tired of it trying to claim my lineage is what something else other than what I clearly stated many times over, $30. But guess what? Here's the catch. I don't want the $30 diners. I'll pay you $30 so they can manage to do it. We'll go through the whole period while I'm up here, or even after I leave. You get $30. If someone breaks it, you're not going to pay me that $30. What I want you to do, diners, I'm going to trust you. You're going to give that money to the Salvation Army. They do a lot of good work. They actually help people.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Go
Is
ahead.
that
That's
cool?
fair. Go ahead.
What's the bet,
That's fair.
Dinah?
I said, yeah, that's fair. Go ahead.
What? Someone said, what's the bet? Diners heard.
So
So,
basically, password. Can we repeat it one more time for people who didn't hear? Go ahead.
okay, here's the bet. Because this nonsense or the little theatrical games that people think is funny and trying to like lie on my lineage and claim what I'm not when it's already been stated. So if anyone comes up here and instead of trying to debate or refute what I'm actually talking about, and they use that as an attack to try to basically lie and discredit me, then Dynas, he's going to pay $30, not to me, but to the Salvation Army. I'm giving the money he would give to me.
I'm not
to
paying. I'm
charity.
not. No, so I gotta pay. No.
Dinah, that's a censor. He's trying to censor people. It's not a bet.
No, it's not censoring. See, that means
That's what it is.
look at that. That
No,
means
no,
that.
no.
That
I'm
mean,
not. Well, I'm not paying anybody. No, go ahead.
Right.
we mean not paying.
That's not a
He's
bet.
not
That's
gonna
just
protect you,
ridiculous.
bro.
We mean it's not a bet.
That's not a password. Can go ahead. No,
Anyway,
the
let me
answer is no.
start.
Go ahead.
First of all, the very nature of the title for the broadcast is very disingenuous in many ways. So let me speak from the Black American perspective. And this is not hearsay. Black Americans, let's say U.S. slavery descendant, freemen, foundational Black Americans, some go by descendant American slaves. So, excuse me?
He said FB gay. That's what he said.
Don't worry
I
about
said
it. Don't worry
FBA.
about it, bro. He don't have no discipline. He has no discipline. He's just trolling.
Yeah, I know that what you expect from Ted is for the third world. But anyway, you go by ADOS. It's a documented fact that Black Americans, the real Black Americans, not diaspora immigrants, have anywhere from say approximately 20% to sometimes as much as 25%
coming to get him.
European. What happened? Yeah, it's just sirens in the background. I live downtown. There's always sirens. So to backtrack slightly, it's a documented fact that Black Americans, the real ones, not diaspora immigrants, have anywhere from 20% to as much as 25% European DNA. And we know how it got there, through chattel slavery. We're not proud of it, but that's reality. So why am I bringing that up? This notion that we
You
want
know,
to
Password King. I want to push back on that. I think some of it was consensual.
What? Excuse me?
Some of the European DNA, I think, is consensual. I don't
Man,
think it's
let's
all
not do
just
that, man. Come on now.
Look, we have
perfect.
European
But go,
DNA.
Password King.
That's
Yeah,
that's
but
not
I think some of our folks in our ancestry were definitely swirling. But go ahead.
But brother, if you a chattel slave, you have no
we
say
don't
in any.
have
There's no such thing as
exactly.
I'm
consent.
not, but I'm not saying
Okay,
from chattel slave.
okay,
Like
Dinah.
I give you a
Look,
prime.
I'll
I
meet
give
you
you a prime
halfway,
example.
Dinah. Okay, hold on.
I give you a
I'll
prime
meet you.
example. I'm talking. I'm talking. My great grandmother. I guess that'd be my great grandmother or great grandmother was a white woman.
Yeah, I can't speak
So
on
I
that.
like I,
Dude.
What? Dinah, for real?
so like I said, I don't think it was all strict. The
Mine
European
was
DNA. Me
personally.
personally, we can't all just blame on chattel slavery. Some of it was consensual. But go ahead.
Yeah, but the backtrack on that very quickly. During slavery, people who are enslaved. Now, mind you, if someone was a freeman and they chose voluntarily to have, they didn't call it interracial then, but we call it interracial now and retroactively. If they chose to have an interracial relationship and have children, yes, that was a free choice. But as Angola was trying to say, any chattel slaves, male or female, they was property. They didn't have any say. They either did or got punished. But anyway, the point is, regardless, now post-slavery, that's a different story. But the fact is, when we come to modern times, most Black Americans have anywhere between 20 to 25% European DNA. I know I said that, but I'm making a point. So this notion of, oh, we're trying to seek proximity to whiteness is ridiculous. It's in our DNA. We can't. What are we gonna do? We're gonna cut that 20 to 25% of DNA out to be some fake, version of what people think blackness is. So that's just one very important point we need to put up front to shut down the nonsense. Now, the next point I want to touch on, I was listening to Mr. Elvis Morris, and wow, I mean, this is what we mean when we say delineation. To hear him talk about white people and what he thinks they've done in America, you would have thought he was talking about the second coming of Jesus. This is the issue we have with diaspora immigrants. They feel inferior and they worship white Europeans, white Americans, and they want to project that inferiority upon us and talk about we have it done in America. That clearly shows that whatever education he supposedly got in the United States, he is very ignorant of Black American history. And mind you, I don't expect him to know. But the fact is, he want to speak from ignorance and talk about what we haven't built. I'm not going to go through the dozens of successful Black towns that existed post-slavery that was destroyed in race riots in, the Red Summer 1919. Because you know what? The diaspora don't care. I'm not going to go through the 50,000 plus inventions for many things that make the modern world possible that people take for granted. Because again, the diaspora don't care. They worship white people and they project that on us. But I will say this much. You know what's going to fix a lot of these problems? And it's not going to happen right away. It ain't going to happen next year, but you mark my words. Eventually, the same way birthright citizenship is being dealt with, and people was happy thinking that the Trump administration lost and that it's going to be going on forever. Oh, no. That's just a temporary pit stop and setback. There's an appeal coming, and there's already bills coming through both the House and the Senate. That's going to be shut down. But let me get to the next point that I'm going to tie up. I know I can't go on forever. A lot of problems that's happening in Black America is going to be fixed with the repeal of the 1965 Immigration Reform Act and the 1990 Immigration Reform Act. When we get rid of those two laws, that's going to cut off the spigot and keep the diaspora immigrants in their third world mentality. They can stay in their countries and worship white people all they want, because when they come to America, all they bring is confusion, they're hostile, and they undermine us. And I'm not saying it's all their fault, because I get it. They are survivors or descendants of colonization. But when we're looking at the broader picture, we take a panoramic view, their hostility towards us Black Americans at this point, there's no more excuses. We're not playing this game of they don't know any better, they just need education. No, it's not. They worship white people and they see us as enemies. And guess what? I'm not saying we see them as enemies, but we see them clearly. And how they've been living and moving in America, let me tell you, the same way that Haitians have gotten their wake-up call with TPS ending and they're going to be bounced out of here one way or another, a lot of other diaspora immigrants is going to get their wake-up call, and Black Americans were like, hey, handle your own problems. Y'all said we got no culture, we do nothing, we lazy. Keep that same energy. And I'm going to land my plane there.
Hey, Dennis, can I ask you a question?
I'm
Go ahead.
FBAK. I just want to make it
Okay, so
known.
Dennis, as a Black man, you went to UGA, right?
Right.
That's a predominantly white college, we would say.
Correct.
And then you work for Syntax, if that's how you pronounce it. That's a predominantly white company, right?
Correct.
So you say your proximity to white people benefited you both in your education and perhaps in your first, corporate American job, right?
I mean, I worked for a white corporation. I went to a white university. I think my skill is what benefited me to get me hired. And then as
Right.
far as going to college, I was on a full football
Them
scholarship.
African
So
genetics.
I think my school, yeah. So I think my
Yeah.
skill definitely was what really, really did it.
Right. But I'm
Because because for all these, for example, for Centos, I had to go. I was rejected from several jobs before I got my Centos job. So I had to go I had to interview, go door to door, and then I finally landed a job. And it was actually a black recruiter who worked for Centos that got me on.
Right.
And then my frat brother who worked for Centos is who I did my ride along with. He was like, "Dinus, you good to go." So
Right. So I'm only saying that because you personally, we all on this platform have benefited from white proximity. A lot of people probably work for white companies, corporation. Their boss are probably white. A lot of people that went to college, they probably went to a white college. You know, they got their scholarship. If they got scholarship or if they got government, uh, they got the student loan. It's probably from a white corporation that they're paying back. So a lot of things that we get in this country, from black immigrants to black Americans, are facilitated by white, financial institutions or white, educational institutions. What are we denying? That's the point I'm making. I pass the mic.
Hey, let me speak to that. I mean, this is
It's a order, brother.
Shut
Whoever
up.
people haven't spoken yet.
well, hold on. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let Principe go. Then I'll let you speak to it, George, and then I'll pass it to
Okay,
Go. Go ahead, Principe.
yeah, because I want to respond to him.
Yeah, go ahead, Principe.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you clear.
Uh, the panel, salute to Diners, William, Mama, relax, and salute to the panel. Basically, what the brother that just spoke, Passport King, don't get is that they're trying to add on to the white people, and as you saw in the World Cup, if he was even watching, some of these Latinos are very much white, and some of these Latinos are very much racist, and they're not targeting them as much as they're targeting some of these black and other individuals. So you think that once we're gone, you're gonna be caking and making money and all that kind of stuff. Some of you guys are already doing that, but it's gonna be more racism, and it's gonna be more subtle because some of the racist individuals are gonna claim their black grandfather, their black great grandmother, because some of these Latinos, no matter how white they look, they have some of them have black grandmothers and black great grandmothers, right? But to the topic, um, there's some similarities to South Africa and Black America, and to the rest of Africa. Period. I think a lot of us we try to downplay the fact that all these nations had to fight for their liberty. All of us Black individuals had to fight for more rights. We all contribute to the world in different ways, and many of us will seek to like downplay it and minimize it, and basically give credence to white people as if white people were not uh, infighting when they came from Europe. They didn't have religious persecution. They was not in a famine. I think Elvis likes to look down on these aspects and doesn't downplay the fact that a lot of these African individuals came with knowledge and added on, whether it's from the different agricultural knowledge, cultural and regional uh, building techniques, or their social proverbs or political concepts that push America to be more just and equal, even though it used to profess these things and never really act on these things. We can't minimize that. And I think that's one of the problems of our people. We like to minimize each other's struggles and downplay the fact that South Africa post post apartheid, post 1990s self rule have enacted many policies and laws that are created to help the local black leaders, black individuals, black populations, which is why even Elon Musk is calling South African policies racist, the same way he's calling some of black Americans push for equality and justice and opportunities for rights to jobs or whatever as racist, because they know, like I know, like the rest of the panel know, that there's a lot of certain policies and laws that were fought and enacted to benefit the masses, but also the black masses that they feel that they need to attack. That's why I look at people like O'Shea Duke Jackson funny, because he's trying to make it seem like it's a tether issue and we undermine him. But there's several lawsuits presently on the table dealing with blackdoctors.com, reparations in Everson, that he doesn't even make videos about, that are literally made and pushed by white individuals, white immigrants that just came in this country, pushing these policies and lawsuits against quote unquote Black American and undermining Black America that he never touched on. But I pass the mic to Mr. Mike, and I hear he's from Philly. Salute to you, man. I mean, and that's it.
All right, go. All right, go ahead, George. You got a minute, then go. The floor is yours.
All right, real quick, Elvis. Before I respond to you, I just want to ask you a question so I can get clarity to what, because I could be wrong in what you're trying to say. When you say close proximity to whiteness, what does that mean, and what does that entail? What are you saying?
Okay, Diners made a show, right? He brought the topic up, and he's talking about if Black Americans and Black South Africans are suffering. I guess probably he wanted to maybe say benefiting, but in his thing, he said suffering from white proximity. White proximity, like somebody was trying to make the case about DNA, is about physical proximity. It means you're close, to a particular group of people. They could be your neighbor, they could be people that you live, next to, you do business with them. So that being said, colleges, things that Black people benefit from, whether it's Black
So,
Americans or immigrants, on a daily basis that make our lives better because we
would I
have
be wrong?
proximity to white people.
Yeah, so I'm hearing what you're saying. You made the term "make our lives better." That's what I'm saying. Where there's a disconnect between the Black immigrant and the Black American, and I want to have this. I want to say this where we can get an outstanding understanding. Because what you're saying, what our ears is hearing is that they're superior to us, and we can't develop or do anything without them. Would I be wrong? Am I incorrect in making that assessment based off of what you're saying?
In a way, yes, because the Black people do everything that white people are doing. Yes,
So
have
okay,
have Black people done it right now? Are we living in that reality in
no,
America?
stay there, stay there. This is what I'm
Mhm.
saying. So now I want all my FBA brothers and sisters, because this is a conversation where I don't want to be disrespectful. I just wanted to get out. So I asked. So he said, in a way, they are superior to us. So when we make the statement that the way y'all view white people is different than the way we view white people, so it makes y'all dangerous to us at times, even when you're not even trying to be. It's just a mindset. So what I'm saying is, when I started, and I preface it by understanding the history of who we are and what we've done, separate from the white man, right? The white is things that the white man benefited from us, and he couldn't get things done without our contributions as FBA Black Americans. What we did here on the soil, and why when I did a video when Black Power was a global phenomenon, other Black people from all over the world came here as a standing point to push. To push certain things, because our arms was always open to all other Black people. So Marcus Garvey don't become who we become if he don't come to America. Farrakhan, so many of these other groups. Nigeria's first president came here. They came here up under our people because they saw what we were doing. But when you guys start speaking and y'all don't reference that to us, we looking at y'all like y'all crazy, because we don't view white people the way that y'all view white people, because we invented the first sneaker. We invented so many
Hold
different.
on, hold on. You generalizing though. Why's Elvis the rubric of foreign blacks? I'm a foreign black. Just spoke, said something
Brother,
similar.
No,
just
hold
let
on.
him finish
Somehow,
first.
Yeah, hold on.
Elvis is the
Yeah,
Let,
standard of the foreign black. There's a bunch of African
I'm
Americans that
laying
speak
here.
no different than Elvis, bro.
Yeah,
let him finish. Let him
I'm
finish.
gonna
Go ahead,
land here.
Boris. And then I got
What I'm
Pastor
saying,
Ngolo.
what I'm saying to you, what I'm saying to all the foreign blacks, and I'm not speaking to. Well, let me rephrase that, because not all, because everybody don't think that way. Based off the conversation that me and Elvis is having, and why I preface it by asking him, we don't see them as superior to us, because in this country, I can't speak for other countries. When you guys want to come here and you see the greatness of America, we were in those labs producing. We just didn't have ownership of things because they had the better military and we were conquered by them. But we know what our contributions was, so we don't see them as superior to us. We know who we are, so we're going to see it different, Elvis. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we do. We see him as superior. I'm FBAK.
You sound very hungry, man.
All right, let me pass the mic to Ngolo. Go ahead, Ngolo.
First of all, good afternoon, brother. Thank you for holding the conversation. Um, yeah, I mean, this is just so far the sentiments are disgusting. It just shows, man, that their inundation and propaganda is effective, bro. I would say do quote unquote Black Americans long for proximity to whiteness? Yeah. Do quote unquote South Africans long for proximity to whiteness? Yeah. But that's not unique. That is common amongst everywhere you're going to find on planet Earth Black people. You're going to find that element within our group of people due to the propaganda and inundation that we're subject to through colonialism and any other term that you want to put on it. We are under conceptual lockdown. Majority of Black people do not have the wherewithal or confidence or desire to formulate original concepts that they created within themselves. people keep talking about these institutions that we quote unquote benefit from proximity to whiteness. The benefit that we quote unquote receive from it, the negative effects are exponentially worse. These institutions are funded through pillaging. They're funded through ill-gotten gains. The Vanderbilts, or the University of Vanderbilts, the University of Georgia, the Georgetowns, the Yales, the Princeton. All of this research is funded through all of the resource extraction that they're going around the world doing. If the places on the continent were able to keep their resources, weren't being detracted from leaders that are incentivized to be corrupt, you would have the same funds going to the research, and they could endeavor their own research and formulate the type of development and infrastructure and scientific advances that you would have. And that goes for Haiti, that goes for Cuba, that goes for South America. People act like we are existing in a vacuum, like there aren't parasites trying to detract from us at every step. We're not on this. It's not no independent form where we're not being detracted and taken away from. So to act as if we're just out here willy nilly and backwards and inherently backwards, man, it's really a shame. And this is what I be talking about, bro. Like, how are you looking yourself as a man, saying another man is inherently superior to you just because of based on what's happened in a certain time frame? And then not only are you not going to try to oppose that force, you're going to be willing to go against your own people within that time to argue about your place in a society that person has created. Anybody who espouses that type of opinion or echoes those type of sentiments, you are a coward. And you're not a man, and you have no backbone, and you are a disgrace to your ancestors, and will be a disgrace to the people that come after you. So I pray that y'all don't have any children. We don't need males walking around like this, bro. If you really feel like pessimistic like that, bro, stop getting on the internet and spreading your pathology to other people, bro. Sit in your crib, collect your check from that white boy, and shut up. We don't need all this fugazi negativity, pessimism, cowardice, just straight up sick behavior, bro. If you're gonna be sick, bro, be sick to yourself, bro. We don't need no more y'all coward sambos, bro. Stay in the crib.
God bless
I'll
you.
let somebody else talk.
God bless you,
All right, let me pass
Angolo.
the mic. Let me pass the mic to Invisible Man.
Yeah, I like the word pathology that Angola just used. I mean, this is really pathetic. All right, and what Bishop George said was right on target. Right, when this country was formed, there were only 2.4 million people in it, a fifth of which were Black people, which equals about 500,000 people. This country grew up with mainly Black people and white Europeans. Let's not get certain things twisted. The Irish, some people will debate this, but the Irish were actually slaves and indentured servants. So the inventions that Bishop George.
Sorry, Invisible Man. I stand 5 minutes away from where they were sold to the America. 5 minutes away. They was cheaper than black people. You're right. Sorry to interrupt you.
Invisible Man, you there? Invisible Man. I guess we lost him. Go ahead, Big Black. And then after Big Black, Principe, you I'll pass it to you. Go ahead, Big Black. Unmute yourself. Big Black. Pause. Okay.
Can I go after
Go ahead. Go
Blackie?
ahead, Principe.
Yeah. My question was going to be to the panel in general, and especially to Elvis, because some people have this like concept or thought that black cities just simply are poor or whatever due to the fact that they were because it's black run, which is a false notion. Some of these cities were already becoming poor, right? Certain regions, some of the areas, right, where the black people were already living in, and then when they became the majority in the city, some of these not even when their population grew, basically, some of these white individuals basically practiced white flight and left, right, and they went to these surrounding suburbs. Like George could speak to that because he from Philly. And Philly, when you come to Philly, like you go to Bucks County, some of these areas, Levittown, all these kind of little areas, these some of these individuals from those areas used to live in Philadelphia. They left due to white flight, and they took their economics outwards, similar to what happened in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is still pretty much well run, and it's run similar to what it was. It's just that they basically put an embargo on it, and similar things happened to African Americans here in America, where they try to squeeze the economy of African Americans in these majority black cities. My question, and it's similar to in South Africa. South Africa saw what happened in certain elements in Zimbabwe, and they tried to find a balance between it. So my question to people like Elvis and who feel like African Americans or South Africans didn't fully contribute to America, how do he feel that they what different what how can they differently operate in America to not contribute to? I don't even know how to ask the question. But
let me get 30 seconds real quick to answer.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Right. So I think everybody on the panel, right, who's honest. The thing about me is I don't play the Pan-African, game. I'm an African. I support African people, but I'm honest. If we are being honest with ourselves, we'll all say that black people in this country, we benefit from proximity to white people. That's a fact.
No. But my question to you, would you come here if there were no laws on the books that protect you and you get lynched?
Hold on.
The amount of information we have access to is a result of proximity to white folks.
people.
Y'all cannot
Diners,
argue with
right.
that.
Diners get on the airplane. Let me answer your question, bro. You'll get the mic. Diners get on the airplane every few months and go to Africa and go all around the world. I guess somebody would say it's a black man that invented the airplane. If we mention cell phones and computers, somebody will say, well, do you know a black person contributed to it? I'm sure he did. The things that we benefit from on a daily basis that makes our life better, we enjoy them because we have proximity to white people. When Diners goes to the continent, right, and if he's being honest, in certain countries, in most African countries, his standard of living is lower because he doesn't have some of the utilities that he has in the United States. He doesn't have the proximity to white people on the continent. So certain things are not at his fingertip. Certain infrastructure is not, he was talking about the infrastructure in South Africa, in Cape Town, which he says is one of probably the best city he's ever been to. We know that Cape Town was built and most likely is being maintained by white people on the continent of Africa. So when we're being honest with ourselves, it doesn't mean black people can't do it. The current conditions is such that many black people all around the world want to come to Western countries. Why? Because their infrastructures are better, their educations are better. The medical, health system is better than what we have on the continent. Can we build one like them? Perhaps we could, but we haven't done it. That's what people like myself and other Africans, millions more wants to come to the West or come to the United States. Because when you're around the white people, you have certain things that you lack in your own homeland. Whether we're incapable of building those things, or maybe we haven't gotten to that level yet, I don't know. But it's just the reality of it. It's not dissing us. I'm just telling you the current reality.
That's people thinking like you, it's not going to change though. That's what I'm saying. So what does it matter?
India. He gets
and thinking like you not going to change it either, dude.
Nah, it really will.
No,
it really will, and it is.
Who are you to say that his thinking won't change anything and your thinking hasn't
because it's
changed
conservative.
anything
It's a conservative element. His thinking is going to conserve the status quo because he's going to just benefit from it,
so
and he's comfortable with it. No, it's not.
Acknowledging the reality is not being, negative.
Bro, what are you talking about? And what did I say? No sentiment I have ever echoed has ever said anything about conserving anything. It's completely radically against that. So, bro, you could come on here with the coon stuff you said, talking about some we can't do it ourselves, brother.
Bro,
but
you can say coon all you want to just
bro.
because my opinion differs from yours.
Nah, bro, no, I'm gonna say it's a coon because again, you basically said that the white man is superior to you, man.
I'm not saying the white man's superior to anything.
Brother,
I said he's dominant right now. Dominant and superior are two different words.
Okay, so if somebody is perpetually quote unquote
reality and be honest with yourself, bro, that don't mean that you hate yourself.
Nah, but who is denying the reality right now? Right now we're not even in the game, brother. But I'm saying thinking like you and Elvis, it's not finna change. Y'all are detractors, bro.
Can you acknowledge that they're dominant or not?
Globally, we're not in the game, brother. We're not manufacturing any weapons.
If you not acknowledge that they're dominant, you can't even address your problem, bro.
Nah, bro. Nah, brother.
All right, I gotta pass the mic to Big Black. I gotta pass the mic to Big Black. Go ahead, Big Black.
Yeah, Elvis, I gotta
Oh,
stop you.
we skipped over Two Niger. Okay, Big Black, go ahead. I'm passing the Two Niger next. Go ahead, Big Black.
Tonight, you want to go first? Or? Okay, I'll go. Let me ask you, Elvis. Do you really think America would be at this point if they not did not get slaves and bring them over to America? Do you really think America would be at this point?
No, Big Black. I don't think so.
So let me so you know that off bat. So you actually when you to be honest with you, if we're gonna use your rule your measurements, you when uh let's say when immigrants come over here, they profit off being around blacks and whites, right? If you want to use that measurement, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what people were trying to explain to you that is that there was a lot of ingenious that was going on within our ethnic group while we were slaves and even after we were slaves. There's a thing called the brain drain in America. That's why you have a lot of people that have money, immigrants. They come over, and the thing is, it's not a coincidence that some of the best from different countries, including Africa, come over here, and they contribute to the growth of America. So America, what we're trying to tell you is that America has this thing of using the geniuses of different ethnic groups, right? And they come up. It's good planning, right? And that's what you see is good planning, right? And making systems. But in these systems, they've used the genius of everyone that came. The best of every group that came to America. So on the outside, it looks like, oh, the white man created all this stuff. The white man created heaven. But if you have a system, right, where you're enslaving people, you're telling them that they're 3/5 of a person, and you got black people still persevering, did in there, we're understanding as we're going through the system, hey, you're just a man just like me. Frederick Douglass taught himself to read and write by asking the slave master wife to read to him. And he would get articles that he would know the words. He look at the words and ask the slave master wife to read to him. He taught himself how to read and write. Right. That's an ingenious. If you study, if you study the life of Frederick Douglass, you will understand that how we got through this and where we are right now is from sheer ingenious, and a lot of things that they've again, like my brother George said, a lot of
Big Black. Can I give you 5 seconds? Do you know that George Washington Carver was raised and adopted by a German family?
He was raised and adopted by a George, but like I said, you just glossed over Frederick Douglass that was born a slave, escaped slavery, went to Canada, went to Europe, and then came back and when he could have chilled in Europe and said, you know what, I'm coming back and help my people. And from a former slave that was able to walk into the White House and give advice to the president for his people, that taught himself how to. You know how much a genius you got to be to do that. If he was white, he would be like the #1 historical figure in the United States than what he did. That's what I'm talking about. There's a lot of things that you really have to. We see that as African Americans, and we understand as we go to school with them. Again, when we're talking about
black people have a lot of individual geniuses, but collectively as a group, have we put it together? Can we go to Africa and see us working
no race
effectively?
have a collective group of geniuses, man. What is this guy talking about? Elvis, there's no race.
Man, stop trying to appeal to these people, bro. They broken, bro.
If you go to Africa, even in Haiti, Principe, right? Did us as black people figure it out how to govern, how to prosper amongst ourselves?
Let me ask you this:
when was there a 50-year period without outside interference?
So we haven't figured out how to defend ourselves either. Okay.
Look, I work in the engineering, bro. I work in the precision engineering sector in the UK, and this is the backbone of the white man's world. This is where they make a lot of the bits for engineering, weaponry, nuclear, planes for the basically all to do flights, anything to do flying, like drones, all the bits that you need in this world, the machines that make it. I work in the sector. Without the brains of other people in the globe, the Europeans are nothing.
Right.
They're
And you
nothing.
understand that. You know, I don't
They
understand why.
bring these people are good at bringing things together and market them. That's all they're good at. But if you people that actually have this sort of mindset thinking this, they're more superior, these are the people that are actually aiding them to be more superior.
And
That's just the reality.
and if we teach the kids, to be honest with you, if we teach the kids your point of view, how you look at them,
Africa.
This,
Do you
this
go
is
to the UK
you're
as
gonna
an
give the
adult or
kids.
do you go there as a child?
Listen, man, you're gonna give the kids a bad. They're gonna be, they're gonna have a mentality of just, self hatred. They it's not gonna think positively of themselves.
most of the
They're not gonna
education
think
I have,
positively
I
of
had
what
it
they
from different people. The UK did not provide all my education, so
I'm not
just
talking
to
about
make
your
that clear,
education.
I
I'm
come
just
from
saying
educated.
when you left Sierra Leone and went to the UK, did you do it as a kid or as an adult?
I went to school here. Most of my education I had here, but look, I came from an educated family, and also, in fact, most of my family who send their kids to Africa to Sierra Leone and study partially studied in Sierra Leone and come back. They're the one that tend to do well, you know, than those that actually lived here all their life.
But why
That might tell you
why did
something.
you go to get your education in the UK and not in Africa? Do you think the education there was better? Or did your father think the education over there was better than what you had
Look,
back home?
I don't, have you forgot? Do you have bad memory? Have you forgot what happened in Sierra Leone?
No, I'm asking you.
Why are you in the US? We all know we had a civil war. We all had to run away, and I came here and I stayed because my family, everyone dispersed. This
Elvis, you keep
Liberian civil war
asking these
dispersed my
surface
entire
level
family.
questions. You
Let's just
asking
move
these
on.
surface, you got to get deeper than
I'm
that.
just telling you, as
Doesn't
an
make no sense.
African, big black, right? Donis will tell
Doesn't
you
make no sense.
if you go to Africa and you interact with a lot of Africans, a lot of them want to come here. They want to go to Europe. They want to go to the UK. They want to come to the United States.
That is true. I agree with that.
It's not
But
because they love the white man. It's because they want to partake in what the white man has built, the economic system, the
Hold on, but
educational
Elvis,
that's
system.
because
Elvis.
Those
that's because
are
we don't build
facts.
the systems we had the system that they have here. We don't have it there. That's the only thing. It's not because
Exactly.
they're better than us. That's it.
That's the point that I'm making. Is I never said white people are better than black. I'm just saying we benefit from whatever they put together.
You
Believe
You
me,
don't
know,
gotta
we
outright say
benefit
it.
from.
believe me.
You're saying it by your sentiments. Every time somebody brings up an accomplishment, you try to tie it to some European, bro. So you don't have to say it, bro.
I don't understand it. Why we got to deny
So
the
can
truth?
I
It's
ask
the
Elvis
truth,
a
No,
man.
but
question?
it's not deny. If somebody can bring an objective fact that has nothing to do with a European, you will find a way to tie it to a European.
No,
You will
the
say
topic is
Mm,
about adjacency to white power or white people, right? That's what the topic is about. I'm only
yes, and
saying
Wait a
you are
minute.
trying to
First of
say that they
all,
benefit from it more than they detracted from it as in their being, which is just
so
not the case objectively.
okay,
here's the
They
problem.
taken more than they're given.
okay.
Elvis is operating from a very dishonest position. Black Americans aren't immigrants in the USA. Our ancestors built this country. We fought for the rights in this country. Y'all diaspora immigrants, whether from the Caribbean or Africa, and this is not an insult, this is a fact. You could not come into the United States legally if it wasn't for the civil rights struggle. Hey, see, y'all try to dismiss it. Oh, y'all got no power. Y'all very ungrateful. You look down because you worship white
Yeah, that's
people.
not
That's not
me.
true.
Oh no
That's
no
not
no no!
true.
Hold on! No no!
Diners
Yes,
knows
that is
me. I'd never
true. No,
disrespect
it is.
African Americans
Hold
on
on.
this platform. I've
Here's a
always
bigger
stood up for
point.
them.
Y'all
Right.
don't
You don't know my
understand. Y'all
history.
really hold on. Y'all really don't understand American history. Y'all really think that Black
A
Americans were
lot of
just
them, but
handed everything.
let me say this: Elvis is respectful to African Americans, but that still doesn't, speak for you. It's some self hatred going there, Elvis. Let's be real.
But then
I'm
there
black.
are there are more successful
It's
African
just the
in Europe
reality. Big black. If you're being
Europe
honest,
compared
you
to
most likely
America,
work
right?
for a white corporation. If you're being honest with us, right? You know,
But then what I'm saying, there are more successful African in Europe compared to America. But the African that went to Europe were not helped by any black group over there. So it doesn't matter whether if we were to meet black people here or not.
But
It's the
let's not do
perception
the
and
versus
the
thing, man.
mentality of the person.
yeah. I'll never
mm,
disparage the civil rights movement because
Nobody
I do think it
destroying
opened
them,
up the
but
way for
Elvis,
Africans to come in for sure,
the
100%.
setbacks that we suffered in this country, I would most likely, most African Americans would probably be working for black people if it wasn't for all the setbacks that we had in this country since we got out of slavery. That's what we're trying to tell you.
So
Right.
But can I
I agree.
concede the fact that I agree with Elvis on one point? The white man has created a system that works and it extracts knowledge from wherever it comes from, whether it's from
Yeah.
Africa, whether it's from India, whether it's
Yeah.
from Europe, and it works, right?
Yeah.
But
That's what I said.
why,
That's what I said
Elvis, do you
earlier.
believe that Africa cannot do the same concept with
we
what
can,
the
but we
black
haven't.
hole and
That's the
extract the
point. We
same
haven't yet. So
blacks
until we
from
do, we
Haiti,
have to say
Jamaica,
that
from
this one is
South
better.
Africa? Uh,
I mean, if you
okay,
look
all
at
right.
the
No,
most
we don't
if you
gotta
look at
say
the most
that.
if you look at the everything they got in Europe, it came from the Africa and the Middle East. Most of the things that they have in Europe today came from Africa and the Middle East. They don't hide it. They will tell you if you do in-depth studies of a lot of the things that we do in including engineering and so on, it will come from the Africa and Middle East.
Yeah,
It's
but
there. There's no.
Africa. What I'm saying is that the
Hmm.
black people, if you went there, you got helped by any black revolution, you got helped by any black struggle to be successful or to be in where you are. So saying that Africans are making it in America because of civil rights movement, it doesn't make sense. It will
No, but
make no
hold on,
No,
CD,
difference
I mean,
at all.
CD.
It will
One
make no
second,
difference. I
CD.
mean,
Look, the most
it depends
successful
on the
African.
person mentality when you come into the
In
country.
a
What are
CD in
you
our
here for?
look in our countries and our ethnicity with most successful of people group of people of ours. These are the people that are still in the continent. If you look at most of the rich people from my ethnic group and your ethnic group and the most successful one, they stayed in the continent. They didn't leave.
Exactly.
So that
Right.
yeah.
City, your people would have came. You think your people could have came over here in the 40s? Do you
Listen,
really think that?
So
I wouldn't even come here. It only Americans that used to go to my country. I
hold
the
left
on,
because
war
of civil war. Let me
and
tell you
Africa,
that. That's
Black
what you don't
Americans,
know.
CD,
also see the Black
Brother Black,
Americans
that's a
do like
lost
the
cause.
can I
US.
Don't
can I
you
ask
just
can
gotta
I
let
ask
him
can
get it
I
off,
ask
brother,
Yeah,
because they done told him before, and he still come with the same sentiments.
yeah,
Go on,
and
man.
Black
can I ask
Americans
CD and
actually
my
viewed
brother
Liberia.
Africa a question?
Yeah, go on, sir.
How were blacks treated in Europe pre
In England,
1940s and 50s, especially after the Windward?
i
Because I
i
heard that they were mistreated. Can you tell CD how they were treated in
yeah,
Europe?
yeah, absolutely. We learned this in the school in the UK. The city I live, they had what they call the bus boycott. These were all movements that stem from the US. Okay, the African Americans, activism is what helped Black Brits, gain their rights in this country. They used to actually physically come and galvanize, and spread awareness and help Black people in the UK and other ethnic minority. So it wasn't just limited to America. Like all this Martin Luther King era, Malcolm X era spread to the UK. So there's no doubt African Americans have paved the way for entire human race to gain some form of freedom, and actually, have some opportunity to have equal rights, some kind of equal footing. Even though we're still struggling, it's not 100%, but based on their legacies, we are still. In fact, look, even BLM for that matter, you might laugh about this, right? And say, oh, this blah blah blah. But even BLM, the death of George Floyd in America, have actually made a lot of changes in the UK when it comes to policing, for that matter, and that's because of African Americans, civil rights movement and their mentality and their mindset that spread into Europe. So anyone that minimize that, they need the head to be checked. They got issues big
Not
time.
only them, the Africans too. There was Africans. Even when Paul Robeson went over there, he was saying that some of the people that helped him get more conscious was the African individuals over there, right? So the fight is a
Yes,
global thing. When you're trying to make it seem, go ahead,
No,
brother.
the Caribbeans. Like the boss. This look, the boss boycott. It was the Caribbean. The Caribbeans and the African Americans always work together. There's not a lot of Africans in the UK. If I'm honest with you, back in the days, they're very limited Africans. Majority, I would say 90% of the black people that used to live in the UK were from the Caribbean. Okay.
No, I'm not talking about enslaved. I'm talking about like 1920s, 1930s.
Well,
Because
guys, let me read these super
Mama
chats.
realized.
AJ Niger, thank you for the $5 holla. White people are not superior than us. They are just more brutal than us. That's how they maintain power. J- JC Inc. Thank you for $1.99 holla. European built Europe themselves, no slaves.
That's a white boy on that count. Two Nines is
But
yet to
Yeah.
speak though.
oh, go
Yeah,
ahead to
go
Nigel.
ahead to Nigel. Unmute yourself to Nigel.
Yeah, thanks, Diners. Thank you for having me, and greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and to the viewers. About the topic, the title, it says whether African Americans and South Africans suffer from proximity to whiteness. I think you have both. They've suffered in this, especially African Americans have suffered in the sense that not like South African, African Americans lost their ties to their tribes, their leadership structure that they normally had in Africa that completely dissolved, their languages, and the brutality that was visited on them directly with all that, all the historical stuff that we all know about. So that is a big negative. The South Africans experienced it in a different way, in that they were in their own land and they were being oppressed there. So their oppression is, if for want of a better word, is less severe compared to the African American one. The disconnect the African Americans feel is a lot more absolute compared to that of the South Africans. And the African Americans, from what I can see, there is also the flip side. The proximity to the whiteness also gives them proximity to power. Hence, why within the black community they tend to be the foremost group that the black community has, and may also be part of the changing of the direction of the community if we leverage it well enough. After all, America is the superpower of the world. And from the point of view of Africa, Africa experiences it in a different way. We suffer from not proximity to whiteness. We suffer from distance from whiteness because we don't see the face of our oppressors like the African Americans do. We see the face of the oppressors in our own people. So sometimes being close helps you see clearly and understand the challenges you face more clearly. While in Africa, the distance makes it very hard to convince or deal with the problem, actually, because I believe if African Americans had the kind of population that Africa has and has the resources and see the oppression directly, they will act and it will end. But Africans don't see it because they see it in the face of their own people, and instead of them to fight it, they aspire to be like it. So, from the point of view, in the case of South Africa, I just think that South Africans, their own issue is that they became free quite recently, and sometimes we forget that they've also been kind of colonized or oppressed for longer than most African countries. Like in the case of Nigeria, the British were there to colonize for about 59 years. That was it. South Africa was hundreds of years. They were there. So the way they look at the world will be slightly different. And I actually think they look at Africans as if they are somewhat superior because they are closer to white people, which is crazy. In the end, I don't think it's only suffering. It also offers opportunities to elevate oneself. And I think it's a bit of a shame because that's one of my biggest frustration. Anybody that knows me know that that's one of my biggest frustration, that Africans and African Americans and the diaspora have not leveraged this proximity to power to better our lot. Because I can't conceive any world where America will turn against 13% of its population just because they demand something. That will be the end of America as a nation, because that civil war will never end. And I just feel like Black Americans have not necessarily realized their power, just like Africans themselves have not really realized their power. Sooner or later, we have to figure something out. So I don't think there is too much to be said about it. You can't compare African Americans and South Africans. I don't think it's similar at all. It's very, very different. African Americans, what they've experienced is far more absolute than what the South Africans have experienced. Thank you.
Well, South African, I don't think the way people think of apartheid was like that. The white people came, they said, we don't want you guys to marry white women. We don't want you guys to use our system. You build your own stuff. But because black people are too or sensitive, they say, oh, they are oppressing or they don't want to use their soil. They say, we don't want you guys to go to our school. You build your own school. So if the South African black 51 million were to build stuff for themselves, I don't think they will be fighting the other black people that have built things for them, right? So they
My big
refuse to build stuff for themselves.
my
I
big
think,
brother. Let me push back on you, bro. Right? In defense of the South Africans, right? The
right?
one thing that the white people had an advantage of, they had connection to other Europeans, whether it was from the Netherlands, Germany, the UK. They were doing business with those people, so they had an advantage. When most of Africa was colonized, so the Africans there were at a great disadvantage. But again, to my point, you're making my point. As black people, are we capable of really building a first class society devoid of any outside help, so to speak? White people in particular. Have we
But
done it before?
even
I was
if
even Liberia, right? Let's talk about our
We
country. Let's
done
talk
it
about our
before.
homeland.
We can do it again. That's
One,
just
one, one,
simple.
one
But
second,
we
please.
need to be organized.
Yeah,
That's
you're
it.
right. 1 second. I was talking about Liberia today, right? And guys like to bring up Liberia, right? Our executive mansion, we credited like 60% of our GDP, which was like 15 million United States dollars at the time. That was our like 15 to 60% of our GDP at the time, and it put us in a hard economic hardship just to build our executive mansion with a high interest, loan. When Tubman took that loan to build the executive mansion,
it was Togo
along
that built it, though.
no, Tubman. Tubman built it in
Okay.
1960. So I'm just saying, most of our infrastructure, we didn't have the capital to build them on our own because we had so much money. We had to borrow money, high interest rates to build our infrastructure. We either got it from the United States government after World War II, like our airport and our seaport, or we borrow money at high interest rate to build our biggest, landmarks in our country. So when people talk, they act as if black people on the continent was doing in isolation from Europeans. Most of the monies that we had brought in was from European countries. We borrowed them, we pay high interest, we gave them concession, sweetheart concession deals, just so that we can have access to some of the things they had access to because we didn't have the funds to do it on our own. Just our reality. But I pass the mic.
I mean,
They
What I'm saying
manufactured
is
the
that
modern
Iris, what I'm
markets,
saying
man. Like, what are we
is
talking
yeah.
about?
One
Iris.
second. I mean, I live in the UK, right? I live in the UK. During the Second World War, the Americans came to help the UK to fight Hitler. They did not help the UK for nothing. It was a loan. Each and single gun and a bullet, the UK have to pay it back with interest, and they still had to pay for that. So this this loan and saying we owe debt. This is only African people are actually dying over this stuff, and also loan on what? Based on how much mineral resources they looted from the countries. It's like take from there and give back there. It is like the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth say, "Oh, we're all part of the Commonwealth." It's like one of my English friends who said to me, "The Commonwealth, what is yours is mine. What is mine is not yours." That's what the Commonwealth is. Okay, and this is a system that they have used over the years, and they're still using it in the francophone country. That's why you see the AES is fighting back on things like that because it's a system that they created. Again, it's going back to the systems, but because these people are unified group, they unified on one thing, they unified on race, okay, and they've unified on believing that they're more superior to you, and they mentally have already got you to believe that. So if someone already mentally can get into you, boom. I mean, look at Liberia and Sierra Leone. When we had the civil war, did these people came in to help us? No. I'm going to play a little Google here. Thank God to the Sokoto, the creation. And so thank God to the creation of the Sokoto Caliphate in northern Nigeria, the Nigerian state, who are the one that came and rescued Sierra Leone and Liberia. The Americans didn't. The British, they only came to the end of the war. Okay, they came right at the end of the war to rescue their guy who was being captured by the West Side boys outside Freetown. And guess what they did? They brought the SAS with the Apache, and they realized, oh, the Nigerian ECOMOG and the Guinea troops
Can I say
already
something?
gained the ground. 1 second, 1 second. They already gained ground. So what we could do? Let's play.
I
Let's
gotta
play
get
the
I gotta
Mr.
get in next.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
because
okay.
y'all
Let's
talking, y'all
play.
not letting nobody else in.
Let's play the Mr. Savior and bring
Masake hasn't
the
spoken yet, though,
SAS in.
brother.
Okay, so we can do it if we got the mindset and we unite. We forget about this tribalism, these religious differences, and believe that these people are better than us. We have a system that make all of us work and say, "Oh, American Liberians are foreigners," or this guy is a Christian, this guy is a Muslim, or this person is from the north, or this from the south. These are the things that they have used, to divide us and mess us about. During the days of Liberian War, we were very united. The reason why we have and Sierra Leone war. The reason why we had those wars, we know it was outside influence. It's not internal. And if that, God forbid, if we have any of that today, it would be so dangerous because we are highly divisive. And this is what they do. So
Yeah,
we need to, yeah,
The
we need to
Liberian War
bring.
was eternal, bro. It was a tribal, flare up.
It
All
was,
of this
but
thing.
it was stirred up by Charles Taylor, who came. You came from outside.
No, no,
Okay,
No,
Charles
I
it
Taylor
was
don't
came
started
from
by
think
Samuel
I don't
Doe.
think Charles
It
Taylor
was
make
started by
use of
Samuel
the
Doe, who targeted certain ethnic groups, and
right,
they
right.
retaliated. So
Oh
Yeah,
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 yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
But
Charles
still,
Taylor just found opportunity to get into the ethnic group
but
and
without
achieve
Charles
what he
Taylor,
wanted to
trust me, that
achieve.
war
So,
if it wasn't for Charles Taylor, that war would have been contained. I guarantee you. But he
yeah,
made it. Well,
but Sierra Leone, they don't have tribalism in Sierra Leone, except now.
no, no,
But
no,
Sierra
no, no.
Leone war
We
was
never
not based
we
tribalism.
hate that. Even now we're very united when it comes to tribe and religion. We don't
Girl, I
have it.
went to school
We
there.
don't like it.
How to school
in
there?
We don't
politics
even
though,
condone it.
with the asset with the political party, the Mende and the Timney, they're kind of on one side, on different side of the political spectrum.
No,
What?
look. It's
Well, I mean,
that's the
the average. Their own. It's
mm,
not like if you look at how
mm.
Saj Musa, right? The Saj Musa, the guy that they killed,
That we got to pass the
Valanchus.
mic to the other people. We're kind
Yeah,
of having a
Monsake has
conversation.
yet to
Let
speak,
them let
brother.
them speak, please.
I can
Just
speak, right?
yeah. So we don't
Yeah,
hello. We
you can
don't have
speak, brother.
tribalism in Sierra Leone,
Nah,
Elvis
not
and
at all.
Sini.
We don't
Brother,
have that.
No.
Monsake has yet to
All
speak.
right,
You
let me
need to let him
go
speak.
ahead,
Okay,
man.
okay, calm down. Masake, greetings.
Hey, what's up,
Listen,
man?
Koro,
Peace and
Koro.
hey, peace
Okay.
and love to the chat. I hope everyone's doing well. So to add to the topic, I definitely want to respond to Elvis, man. When you said about FBAs, they weren't building and they needed white people to build, man. Yeah, you was totally incorrect on that, man. Because there were plenty prosperous communities like Black Wall Street and Rosewood. If they haven't got destroyed, no, I mean those communities today would have been prosperous and it would have been very like elegant and very wealthy if those communities didn't get destroyed. It was kind of wrong on that, right?
I didn't say that.
And you said that they needed white people in order to build, and I'm like,
Nope,
that's
that
not
wasn't me. That was somebody else.
No,
okay.
that's exactly what you
Uh,
said, Elvis. Don't
Nope, that's
I
not what
mean,
I said.
that's what I heard. Unless I mean,
Nope.
that's what I heard on when I was listening to you.
Nope. My point I made about it was about the institutions that we work for or we go to school. They're predominantly white institutions. That was the point I was making. Somebody else said something about black people didn't build anything and all of that.
Yeah,
I think
I said that
right.
they did not.
So it wasn't me.
If they were to keep separate from white people and not to depend on what white people build, they could be more successful than what black people are going through right
But
now. It's
that,
the same thing in
but
South Africa.
okay,
So I said that.
but city, that is wrong because they had banks, they had jobs, they had communities, they had all that stuff. But unfortunately, those communities and that got destroyed because
But
of
that's what I'm saying. The other race went through it. The Italians went through it. The Irish went through it. But they
no,
fight and they
they
build
didn't.
stuff for
No, no,
themselves.
no, no, no. They didn't go through the
The-
same thing, man.
I'm talking
Nah,
based on
how,
history. What
listen.
the
Italians
Italians.
came here. Listen. Italians came in the country. Same thing with the Jays. They came here, and what happened was during that time, they was discriminated, whatever. So there was committing crime until they got classified as white, and that's when all that changed. But other than that, they didn't get it as bad as FBA's.
But
But that's
but what I'm telling you right now, all the businesses that Italian built in New York, especially when it started in Brooklyn, they destroy all their businesses. Same with the Irish, but they fight the system and they stood on their ground.
so. Are you
So
saying that? Wait, hold
if
on. So
black
are you
people were
saying
if
so?
black
So
people were to
city.
decide.
City? Are you saying that FBA's did not fight neither? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is that if they were to go their separate way and say, well, we accept segregation and build stuff on our own, all the scientists that the black people had, they could build things and depend on themselves than what white people build. This is what South Africa is going through. They don't believe that they can build anything without white people, even though they have resistance from white people.
I'm gonna just slightly disagree, but let me continue. We'll circle around on that conversation, right? And to Passport King, right? Some stuff he says is very disingenuous when he talked about the 1965 Civil Rights Bill. Now, if you want to sit there and say yes, FBA's fought for that bill, indeed, yes, they did. But guess what? Also, other groups also fought with FBA to get that bill passed, right? And
Bro,
yes,
FBA is a
hold on,
cult, brother. FBA is a cult. They didn't.
Okay,
It wasn't. It wasn't in existence then.
Hold on. So that bill get passed, and immigrants did come here. But prior to 1965, and just to sit there and say, like, no black immigrants came in the country is just BS. You had Cabo Verde people was coming here, black Caribbeans, and some Africans. Not all, because they put a limit on what Africans can come in the country. And then the last thing is, and I'm gonna call you out on this, Passport King. The last conversation we had on this panel, we talked about TPS. You called out the Haitians. Okay, granted, right? When I asked you about the Ukrainians, about the 500,000 Ukrainians that's on TPS, do they have a valid claim? You sat here in front of everybody. You said that yes. I think that the Ukrainians have a valid claim. Even though your argument, even though your argument is saying that how immigrants should get out, I'm thinking that all immigrants should get the same treatment. You didn't say that about the Ukrainians.
But guess
and
what?
Then you
I
sat
said,
here and
hold
then,
on.
and then
I
and then
said
hold
the
on.
Ukrainians have a valid claim. I ain't saying
Before y'all change the topic, can I jump in?
Hold on. I'm not. I got you. Hold on. And then to sit there in the back chat talk about how that black immigrants worship white people, bro. I don't. Like I said, I can't speak for no other people or the FBAs, but you, my man, you worship white people, man. And that's all I gotta say.
Hey, let me jump in real quick. Let me jump in because I've been on the sideline for a minute. Again, this go back to what the problem that we have is we have a lot of people that's not Black American that speaks on Black American history that's very incorrect. So when people talk about the Italians and the Polacks and they went through things in the context of comparing it to what Black Americans went through, the conversation is over. It's not even worth, like, you can't be an immigrant and make that kind of statement when you don't know what you're talking about. So, like, because I can ask you, well, what happened after Hayes pulled the troops out with the 1877 compromise, and from 1877 all the way up until 1970, what happened to Black Americans? It's not even close the same as what the Italians and Polacks went through. Like we should. It's actually. I'm being honest and respectful to the panel. But if you're an immigrant and you come up here and make that statement, that's highly disrespectful.
Very disrespectful.
To the group of people, because you're not educated. Because you're making a. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Bro, why are you still talking if I'm talking? The fuck. What I'm saying is, if we got a history and the history's there. From 1877, from cities that was burned down, right? Blowing up churches, killing little girls, we had to get executive orders put on the books just to protect us, right? Amendments set in place for us, not other groups, us. So it's not the same. Did other groups go through certain things? Yeah, but it's not the same. So you cannot use those in the same context. And another thing, and I'll land here and I'll just be quiet. When Elvis, when you use the term them being superior, when that African brother spoke about 20 minutes ago, and he said this, a lot of Africans see their own people as the enemy. We see white people different because of our proximity to them and the way that we operate towards white people. You guys rather come here and put your nose up in some white cooch or get a white man as a husband and join the system where we're fighting against it because you see your own people. I didn't say that. The African brothers said that. And the way that they operate on the continent. These are the real fundamental conversations that we should have if we want to really get somewhere. But don't come up here as an immigrant and try to compare our story to the other immigrant story. It's not the same.
Yeah, that's very disrespectful.
Dinah
That's extremely disrespectful, bro.
Dynasty is
I
comparing the
totally
South
agree with
Africans
the
to
last
African
speaker.
Americans. That's the topic of the show, brother. It's not
Nah,
me.
but what he
Se-
juxtaposed us what we went through over here to the Italians and Irish, bro. That's extremely disrespectful, bro. Like,
Also, someone
but
said
listen,
earlier that the
nobody is
Irish were
saying that
slaves.
nobody is
That
saying
is
that they
one
didn't
hundred percent
destroy anything
incorrect.
from African
There's a
American. But the thing
famous
is,
Irish
you
historian.
cannot say something was destroyed from it, then you don't want to resist.
But City,
Okay,
you were
I mean
nah,
they
wrong,
but
may not
bro.
again,
have the
brother,
City,
same
you were wrong. You
they
were
may not
wrong.
have
the
the
resistance
same
didn't stop. It just
magnitude
dissipated in the
of
Hey,
pocket.
CD,
City,
CD,
you
who
were
I
was
don't know
A.
what you
wrong.
Philip
mean by
Randolph,
I
CD?
don't even know what you mean by
Hey,
disrespect.
CD, let me ask you a
Nah,
question,
it's
CD.
Hold on,
disrespectful because
hold on.
you comparing two
Let me
dynamics
ask
that are
CD a question.
completely different.
Let Bishop
Let me ask CD a
answer the
question.
question. Go ahead.
All
Let
right.
me ask CD a question. Since you
Yep.
said that we don't want to resist, I'm holding you to what you're saying out your mouth. So you made that comment, right? I'm gonna see how educated you are on our history. Who was A. Philip Randolph?
When I say resist, let me go to a
I'm no,
point
no,
right
no, no, no,
now.
no. Stop. I heard
Because
you. Who was A. Philip
I don't want to
Randolph?
go. I
Answer the
don't want to
question.
go. For me, I'd like to move forward. I don't want to depend
No,
on
listen to
history
the, no,
because
but listen to what I'm saying. Based off of
Ask
history
me
what
a
you're
tends to
question,
hold
saying,
us
City.
back.
no,
History
but
tends to
CD,
hold us
listen,
back.
CD,
So
over
I want to
talking
go
me
in
not gonna
I
make it
want
no
to go
better. What I'm saying to you is
forward.
you're making a comment on a Black American history and using it in reference to other groups. And when I'm responding back to you because I comprehend well, my brother. So we having a conversation. So based
But
off of
what I'm
what you
saying,
said,
it may not have the same
brother,
magnitude
listen
of.
to what I'm saying. Listen,
But you
this is
cutting me
what a lot of you
off.
Africans do. Y'all too arrogant. Listen to me. Let me
You
talk.
cutting me
Stop
off. You
cutting me
don't have to
off.
yell. We have a
But
normal conversation.
bro, I'm trying to
Why you
talk, but you
yell?
keep listen. I'm trying to talk to you, but you keep over talking me.
But then
Let
when
me
you give me a
talk.
question that I want to answer, then you cut me off.
No, no, no. I didn't. I never
Okay.
got it off. You keep talking,
Okay.
Okay. Just be civil, guys. Just one at a time. Yeah, see the
brother.
way.
You still
Let him
talking. You ain't
yeah.
shut up yet. All I'm saying
You
is
don't have to
I was.
yell, man.
Oh my God, brother.
Just
What? See, that's what I'm saying. This is the problem. I was quiet when you was making your statements. I wasn't saying nothing. I was listening to you. So when I
but then
came
you're trying
in,
to be emotional, you're not
brother,
understanding, you're not
oh my
listening to
God,
me.
brother, what's wrong?
You're
What is
not
wrong
listening
with
to
you?
me.
No, let me say what I'm saying.
You
Okay.
just asked me a question, City.
All right.
You made the statement about us, and I heard you about our story and with other groups been through certain things and our resistance. So I came in and I heard that. I comprehend well, and I said, "Cool. You don't understand the 1877 compromise and what we've been through, and you cannot compare other groups that came here through Ellis Island through what we've been through when we've been here since longer than the 1600s fighting." So now, what I'm asking you is, when you use the word resistance in reference to us, I'm asking you, who was A. Philip Randolph?
Listen, when I say resisting, you talk about violent, and this is not what I'm talking about because all your mentality is violent.
City,
Resisting
City,
This
here,
is
City,
crazy,
City.
bro.
listen,
This is
Hold on,
crazy,
hold
resisting
on,
bro.
when
wait, wait,
someone
wait. Hold on,
resists.
City,
This is what they be telling
If
about,
I
bro.
put up a
Leave it
This is
alone.
why
house, right?
Leave it
y'all put
alone.
fire to these
hold on.
FBA
City,
people, bro.
City,
This is
City,
crazy.
City,
Okay.
If
City,
I
City,
put in
wait,
a
City,
house, right,
City, City,
someone
listen,
come and
listen.
Hey, let
destroy
him
it, I will
finish, y'all.
move
Let
to
him finish.
so let us say, for example, that's why we don't have to depend on history. What happened to us? What happened to that? We have a lot of opportunity right now. You have a lot of options. If
Okay,
you
but
think you
City,
cannot build anything,
City.
then you're cutting me off. What do
No,
you have that?
hold
You
on. But
guys want
City,
to talk?
City, let me ask you a
I'm not
So
cutting
question.
you
You,
off.
Masih
I'm trying
Masih
City,
let him talk.
hold
to
Let him
on, hold
talk.
on,
sleep.
hold
I
on.
Masih.
say
City,
you're not
hold
giving
on,
me
wait,
the
hold on.
opportunity to talk.
City. Are you saying that FBA's never fought? Is that what you're saying?
No. That's not what I'm saying. So my thing is, let us say Black Wall Street was burned down, right? How many Black Wall Street was burned down? Maybe one or two, right?
No, not
No,
one or
no,
two. There
Okay,
were
no,
let us say
no.
many.
10,
What?
10
What
Wall
are
Street
This is
was
what
There were
they
burned
be
down.
many.
saying,
10,
bro.
okay,
This
let
is
us
what
say
this is.
10
Sidi.
was burned
But
down.
This is
guys,
what
you
they be
know
saying.
what
Them
you're talking
FBA
about.
You
people,
know,
bro.
let Sidi
10
You
speak,
don't
was
send it
burned
to me
down,
so on the
right?
plate,
How do
man.
Let
you
me
know?
finish. 10 was
yeah,
burned down,
let
right?
let him speak
If
No,
once
if
again.
if 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 someone burned down your house, right, and continue to burn down your house, you cannot sit on the side and say, well, yeah, they're burning all my stuff down and hold on to that history for the rest of your life, right? When
that
I say
corresponds?
resisting,
Mm,
What the
try to
hell
build
you?
something
no,
at the same
No,
time, as long as
you
the
don't
person start
understand
getting
U.S.
build
history.
something because
You
nobody
talking
nobody
Sidi.
is
about
not going to sympathize with you if you're not building.
Sidi,
Hey,
do you know
hey, hey,
why?
hold
do you
on,
know
y'all.
why?
Hey, hold on, y'all. Cause
That's
listen,
it.
now
No,
hold on
no,
real
Can I
quick,
no.
can
real
I say
quick.
one
Listen, I'm
thing?
glad that he said that.
So,
Sorry.
But No, hold on,
Yeah,
real quick.
can I say one thing?
Hey, look,
So
I'm gonna
Okay.
get that.
that's what I'm comparing with the other immigrant. I mean, it
No,
may
but
not
this where
have
you
the
wrong,
same, it may
CD.
not have the
Nah,
same
City,
magnitude. It may not have the same
My advice.
magnitude that what happened to black
That's a
minorities.
major
No, see,
factor.
But at the
Like, what are
same
we talking
time,
about? If
Yeah,
it's
you
not the
City,
same
cannot be
magnitude, why are you
teaching
comparing
this
it?
to your generation
City,
to
you're
your
wrong.
generation to say,
no,
oh,
CD,
we
CD.
were
This
You're
where
victim,
you
we were
wrong.
wrong,
You're
victim,
CD.
and
wrong,
hold on to
City.
that.
No, hold on, real
You're
quick, y'all,
wrong.
real
You're
quick,
wrong.
CD. This where you wrong. Let me address that.
You
You
cannot hold
said
on to negativity all through the
but
rest
hold
of
on,
your
listen,
life. You
CD.
got to
Let
build
me
on
address
something.
that. Slow down, calm down. Let's have a dialogue. Calm down. Don't filibuster. You said you made a statement. You said that when somebody burned our house down, we don't just sit there and hold on to that history. And the reason why I asked you who A. Philip Randolph was because it wasn't associated with violence. It was associated with building the black middle class in America that other immigrant groups came here and benefited from because they created the Pullman Porters. He sat next to presidents. We were the ones getting executive orders before the civil rights bills put on the books. Because of him is why black Americans were able to get their GI bills in the military. We were the one, our grandparents were the ones on the front line doing these things when you had other immigrants that was able to come into our movements because of they was adding on to what we were already doing, and our arms were always open. When you make the statement that we're just holding on to that history, that's incorrect. So I got to correct you when you say that because you guys are able to come here and benefit because other black people fought to create the economic streams that wasn't there. That's why I asked you who A.
Yeah.
Philip Randolph was, and if you don't know, you're not qualified
But
to
but
speak
but
on our history.
but that's what I'm
No,
telling you
I
right
agree
now.
with that. I agree. CD, he's right. He's
Yeah,
right.
City,
Look,
you can't speak
CD,
on
he's
that.
what
right.
You
I'm
don't
saying
know,
is
He's
bro.
right.
that
You got
if
CD,
if
brother,
we
big brother.
continue to
Listen,
City,
teach
you
the
were wrong,
generation
man.
you're a
what happened to
businessman,
You were
us,
wrong,
brother.
man.
Brother, you're a
You were
businessman. I know
wrong,
if
man.
CD.
if you
My brother,
guys
listen,
continue
CD.
to
One second.
to
Let me just
depend on
address this,
what,
right?
let me finish my
He
statement.
might.
Let me answer to what he said.
Okay, okay, okay.
So if you continue to bring those negativity into the thousand of generation that coming behind, it's not going to take black people anywhere, right? It's almost like the
negativity.
Palestinians crying every day. It's no
Wow.
solution to it,
Wow, this is
right?
crazy,
So
man.
all we
Yo,
need
man,
to
that
do,
sounds
all we need to do
crazy,
is to
man.
move
You are
forward and
You
try to
wrong,
build.
bro.
ignorant of
But if
U.S.
you
history.
continue to say, "Oh, we were targeted. This will happen to us," and people get those type of
So, all right,
negativity at the back
CD,
of their
CD,
mind,
City, you
what's
they're
your
not going to
definition of
wrong.
build.
moving forward?
You just got to
What's your
move forward.
definition of moving forward,
There's a
CD?
lot of
What's
Hold
your
on,
opportunity now.
definition?
City. Let me ask you a
City, you
question.
wrong,
Let me
man.
hold
You
on. No,
wrong,
well,
man.
let's cut to the chase.
No, no, no,
By
City.
no,
that
no, no.
statement, you should
Okay.
be back
Let
in
me ask you a quick
Liberia. You
question,
should move
City.
on and be back in Liberia,
Can I,
building
can I,
Liberia.
can I just,
City.
If
can
you
I,
can
can
make
I
that
just
You
have a
don't
statement,
have
City.
to
Let me
tell
you
ask
me
you a
should
that.
you should
question,
what?
forgive
brother.
the government in
Hold on.
Liberia and be back
Hold on, guys.
home,
This is how we
building
strike this
Liberia.
down.
Forgive them people.
Look,
Move
Hold
on.
on.
look.
This is
This,
how we strike
But
this down.
look.
City. Let me ask
if
you a
you don't
question. Well,
travel
let's
to
go to
Africa, there are a
Africa.
lot of African Americans that are going to Africa and build. Downers go to Africa. People
No,
got
but
a lot of options.
CD, if you
The
make
So
that
if it's
Democrats,
statement
not
about
working
us,
for
I
you
can
here, you
apply the
can go
same to
anywhere.
you.
yeah,
CD, I
You
can
can go
apply the same
anywhere.
City,
statement to
you
you,
were
my
wrong,
brother.
man. You
City.
were
What is
wrong, man.
Big bro,
redlining?
look. Okay, one second. Okay, look. I disagree with most of the stuff that you said, big bro. Respectfully, okay, and I understand. I think. Listen, look. This is why I don't blame brother CD because he don't understand a lot of the stuff that going on with the civil rights movement and the African American history and some of the Caribbean history. I understand this because I did study on it. And if you don't do study on it, it's very difficult. And this is why, in terms of the voting bloc, I always, think yes, it's about time African people learn a lot from African Americans when it comes to, internal politics in America and also in the Caribbean, in the UK. African migrants should learn from the locals who already been here when it comes to internal politics. They can decide who they want to vote for, where they want to go, but it's best to have that baseline understanding of the situation they find themselves in. Because look the straight TV. I agree to most of the stuff that you said, but CD understanding is more like a kind of practical and a business mindset, but it doesn't work like that in this day and age. And looking at the covert racism, because covert racism is what we're struggling with. Then we know the covert racism is what linger around. Then obviously we see the thing that boils up in the surface. And
I,
what people like
Le-
CDC and
I,
most of the Africans is the one that boiled in the surface. They don't see the covert racism.
I
And
agree
until
with
they
you, brother.
understand that, yeah,
I
yeah,
agree with you,
but
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 this,
but
but let
Africa,
me ask you.
Africa. I went to
Let me
school here. I
yeah.
know African
no, hold on,
American
CD.
history. I
Hold
live
on,
in
CD.
one of the
God damn,
African
bro.
American history. No, I'm
Hold on
talking,
for a
man. Why are
second,
you
CD. Let
yelling?
somebody else. Let somebody else
But
speak.
but
Let
City,
me
you
let
were
me
wrong,
respond to the
man.
brother real quick. The difference between me and I'm gonna tell you the difference, my brother. I get it, but I can't give CD that excuse, and I'm gonna tell you why. I don't understand all African politics, but I'm as a 51-year-old grown man, I respect other black men and black people and Africans enough that if I don't understand the full entails about their story, I'm gonna shut my mouth. I'm not gonna speak on certain things if I can't speak to the whole
I think I
story.
know more about African American history than you. I will tell you that.
Oh no, don't
I
say
will tell
that,
you that a
man.
Yeah,
lot.
this is what I'm
No,
Bro,
saying.
you, bro,
See,
CD, you
I will tell you
extremely,
that
you are
a
this is what
extremely
I'm
lot.
arrogant,
saying.
bro. You are an extremely arrogant
I'm gonna
individual,
read
bro.
you a
Real
But
talk,
verse.
bro.
listen,
You
no,
are
no,
very
listen,
That's
listen
what
to what
I'm
arrogant,
I'm
bro.
saying.
saying.
City,
Tell him,
let me
CD.
You
give you
couldn't
the
even name who A. Philip Randolph
wait,
was, and you
City,
trying to tell this man you know
Listen,
more
City,
about his
being
history than
being
him.
City,
being
don't do
You
that,
are
African
an
City.
arrogant
American doesn't
person, bro. Real
necessarily
talk.
mean
Don't
you
do
know the
that. Don't do
history
that.
Big bro,
of
big bro.
Nah,
African
bro,
American
you
people,
are
right?
extremely arrogant,
Do
bro.
you?
hold on,
That
no,
Yo,
no,
you
hold
are
on.
yeah,
extremely
No,
yo,
arrogant and
let
yeah,
me,
you
disrespectful,
being
bro.
we
Real
need
arrogant,
to
talk.
man.
all
You
get,
being
let's
arrogant,
test
man.
them. City, let me
Being
Come
ask
on,
you a
African
bro.
simple
American
Big bro,
question.
doesn't
please.
necessarily mean that you
City.
know the African American history.
Okay,
No,
City,
Yeah,
listen,
you
but
you're
if
Tom,
you're not
wrong.
Tom,
educated on it, then
You're
Wait,
wrong,
hold on. There's
dude.
no need to argue. Let's test them. City, explain redlining in the USA. Since you know Black American history, please tell what is redlining.
are you testing me? Why would I
Yes.
answer to
No,
someone
no.
like you? If
What?
you are a
No, no, no.
Caribbean,
You said
a
you
He
know
feeling
Black
Caribbean person
American
giving me a
way
history.
too
question
much.
on
Hold
African
on.
American
CD,
How,
history,
CD, you
how,
gotta
I
how
pay.
will
you
not
gonna
He,
say
answer
that
Nah,
that.
bro,
CD,
he didn't even know who A. Philip
he
Randolph
Y'all
was,
trying to
bro.
talking
It's
muzzle you,
over
CD.
with.
You gotta
First
pay
of all,
dollars to $30
first
to
of all,
spread his
you're not
Caribbean
African
heritage.
American.
You you can't even name who A.
You
Philip Randolph was, and
Caribbean.
you gonna tell this brother you know more about his
So you
history
you
than him,
Caribbean.
bro. You
Okay,
just
hold
It
on.
doesn't
arrogant,
Let
bro.
me
matter.
ask City another
You very
question.
arrogant,
City,
No,
bro.
no.
It
City,
That's
doesn't
out
matter.
of
Explain
There are
bounds, bro.
people
right.
who are
City,
African
City,
American
Explain
doesn't know their
City,
own
redlining.
City,
history.
City. So
Go
if you
easy,
know
go
every
easy.
City,
Just
City, hold on, hold on,
Let's
hold
be
on.
let's ask you
reasonable.
a
Okay.
question.
Let me
Just
ask you these
explain what
questions.
is
Hold on.
redlining. It's not a trick
It doesn't
question.
matter if someone
We
being
mean it
African
doesn't
American
matter.
doesn't
Hold
necessarily
on,
mean that he know
hold
his
on.
history.
Pastor
You
Wait a
are a
minute. So
Caribbean. You
City,
are a fake
you said
City,
you
African
City,
know our
American. So I
City,
know
history.
that
So
for
City,
a
just
City,
fact.
explain
City,
redlining.
City. Let me ask
You
you a
That should be a
question.
simple
City,
question.
City. Let me ask.
That's
No,
why
Passport
listen. I
City,
King,
don't
let
even
him speak. Let him
answer to
speak.
that.
City.
If I answer that, that's a disrespect to myself. I will not answer to that because why?
Wait a minute.
It makes
Wait a
no
minute. Why is that
sense. It makes no
disrespectful?
you
sense. Why would I want to answer to something like
But
that? This is a
City,
common
you a very
sense.
City,
arrogant person,
City,
man. For
This is
You
a
real.
said
common
you know our
sense. If
history.
You
someone
need
Why
to
should
have
we
some
believe
humility, bro.
you?
This is
City,
I
really
want
bad of you.
I want all
City.
foundational black Americans to learn something from this conversation. I want y'all to see how arrogantly they speak on us and how respectful
what
we
do you
are
mean by
towards
Nah,
them
arrogant? What
but
is
and their
brother,
story.
Extremely,
don't
Now,
don't
extremely,
don't don't generalize as all of them,
idiot.
brother. Come on, let's not do
I'm
that,
not
though.
saying everybody. Listen, if the stone you did it hit. I'm not. We know
Nah,
we're
but
not
I'm
talking
saying
about
on
everybody.
average
Free
though,
media, free
on
media.
average
But
they not
Hold
finna
on,
do
that's
that.
what
hold
I'm
on.
saying.
He
We know
just
we're
Free
not
arrogant.
media,
talking. We know we're
free
not
me.
talking about everybody. But what I'm saying is, in these spaces, right? It's so many Africans that come here that feel comfortable talking about us and telling us how we should and what this should be. But the whole thing is, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on in Cameroon like that to be. If I go to Cameroon, I'm gonna shut my mouth and I'm gonna ask questions. I don't
No,
know
no,
the full
nobody's telling you
story
what you
like
need to
that.
do, but I'm
No,
just
but the
telling you the
African
fact.
bishop, the Africans, they
Hold,
live
hold,
here, right? They live amongst you. Some of the things that affects you affects them, so they can speak on certain things. We may not
no,
know
but this
all
is
of your
no. I'm
history,
glad
but
you said
certainly,
that. Right, you're right. But listen to what I'm saying. In the context of a conversation, when you're talking about our story, right, and you're incorrect, and I
Whose
say, well,
story? Why make your
listen to
own
what I'm
story?
saying.
Why make your story?
But
I will
what
never
I'm
CD,
saying,
we
say
do
see,
have
our
to
own
respect. We
story.
do have to
brother,
respect
listen
their
to me.
history, CD. This is their
I
country. This is their
respect the
history.
Big
history.
So
bro,
let's
No, you
not be
don't.
give
too,
brother
Give
some
full
respect
respect
disrespectful
to
on
the
to
him.
them, CD.
history.
CD,
Leave
you're
it
not even
respect.
respecting this
Leave
thing while
it.
we talking. You're not even showing
Big
me
bro, leave
respect
it, man.
now.
But Average. What am I saying that I did not say
City,
the African
I
Americans did
told
not
you.
go
Listen
through
to what
City,
I'm gonna tell you. I'm
struggle?
gonna
Big
tell you. You asked a
bro.
question. I'm gonna tell
you
you.
sat
When you
Leave
made
it.
the
City,
Leave it.
comment,
City.
when you made the
You
comment
sat
Hey,
you
about the
sat
other,
here.
when you made the
let
comment
George
about the
speak.
other immigrants, right? And you compared us to the other immigrants, and I challenged you on that. And I explained to you after the 1877 compromise with the black codes and Jim Crow and what they was able to do, right, to our cities and all the things that we fought to get executive orders, not the civil rights bit, not the civil rights bill. The executive orders that was on the books that we was fighting for in the 40s and the 50s, right, just to get housing, the military bills, right, when they was building suburbs and they wasn't giving us, we wasn't able to create equity to build any wealth in this country because they kept us out. Other groups was able to pass for white. So when I asked you who was A. Philip Randolph and the Pullman Porters, when you can't answer that question, all I'm saying respectfully to you,
So let me answer. Let
wait
me
a
let me answer
minute.
to you. Let me. But
Wait a minute.
you
When
can't
you can't,
continue
you're
to
not
be
gonna get what I'm saying
talking.
if you keep cutting me off.
All
What I'm
right.
saying to
City,
you,
let him finish, City.
what
Okay.
I'm saying to you in this conversation, my brother, when you make that statement, but I'm telling you how we created wealth because we couldn't through the Pullman Porters created the middle class through A. Philip Randolph. When you don't know who that is and you're comparing us to other groups, you're not qualified.
Okay, do you want me to respond to you now?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm
Let's
saying
be
is that
civil, please.
guys, you're listening, man. Please, this is not time to interrupt. I'm giving my opinion, so please.
Okay, we're listening.
Okay, so what the other immigrant group went through, it may not have the same magnitude as what African American going through, right? Everything that you said right now is 100% correct, right? But can we? Why we can't move forward and stop preaching this all the time? Because this negativity affecting everybody, right?
City.
Let me finish. I'm not. Did I say that the African American did not go through struggle? No. I don't know why you guys trying to be so emotional. But can we hold
Well,
on to that negativity for
Let,
the rest of our life?
City,
No,
city.
it's
What
going to
let,
affect
hold
us.
on,
negativity?
hold
Just
on,
just
hold on, hold on,
calling the
hold on,
history
hold
what
on.
it
So,
was is
so
I think you
negativity.
guys are misunderstanding CD. CD is
So
saying yes, terrible things happened to you in the
is a
past,
guy that
but
always
it's
support
not. Is
FBA.
it
He support
hindering you
African
now from
American,
developing and being
and
your
he
best
support
self? That's what he's
he,
Yes,
saying.
it
he support
is,
American
bro. That's what I'm.
idealism.
Yeah, bro.
He
Y'all,
stood, he stood
to make
corrected
that
that.
statement, you being
what
willfully
He
Daniel
stood
untrue.
said,
corrected.
what
Spoke
Daniel
of
said,
Right.
right?
foolish
Daniel said
and
he
disingenuous
benefited. He went to
argumentation.
white school, right? Daniel went to white school, right? He got a scholarship, right? If you were to hold on to, yeah, I'm not going to no white school. I'm going to fight white men because they burned down Wall Street. I'm not going to do anything. But he threw behind all this negativity and pursue his career, right?
So
City,
The
give
so
him
other
one
brothers
second.
that
hold on,
refuse
hold
So,
on,
to
wait, wait,
do
wait,
You
wait.
that.
don't. You
City,
don't
wait, wait, wait,
understand. You
wait,
don't.
wait, hold on.
That's correct,
Listen,
but
I
you don't
don't think he
understand the
CD
understands
is
dynamics of what
saying, in
happened,
Hold on,
spite
bro.
hold
of
on.
the
It's just
setbacks
that.
from
Hold on,
Black
pause.
Americans, other has
City,
risen above
hold
the
on.
history of your people and
City,
become
Yeah,
let me
but
ask you a
successful.
question.
Yeah,
Let me ask you.
that's
Hold on, hold on.
true, and
that's
we can do
disingenuous, and
better.
I can
But
prove it.
what he's doing, is
Let me ask you a
discounting
question.
what the system
City,
does, bro,
City. Let
It's
me
and
ask you a
very
question.
which is
I'm asking.
disingenuous
normal.
argumentation.
So the
City.
thing is, people, you make a lot
Hold
of
on.
brothers being so hungry with the
Let me ask
system
you. City,
and then get into trouble with the law,
City.
right?
Let me ask you.
If
City,
you
let me
hang
ask
to
you.
all the
That's
time, this is
City,
ridiculous.
what
City,
City.
City, you
That
gotta
what
has
Let me
calm
ask
nothing
you
to
down
one
do
for a
with it,
minute.
question.
bro.
That
I'm
was
gonna
a
ask you one
very
question. City.
disingenuous
I'm
Crazy.
response.
gonna
So,
ask you one
let
question.
me let
City.
me hand this
Hold
real
on.
quick, Messiah, please.
Patrick, hold on. I got you. Give me 1 second. City. Do you say that about the Jewish community when they talk about what happened in the Holocaust? Do you say that to them to forget their history?
what are
They
you
talk about their
complaining?
history,
I'm
but they're
talking
still
about
doing
my
very well.
community. That make no
Their
Hold
sense.
on,
history
What kind of
didn't.
question are you asking?
Hold on. CD, answer the question, CD. I like to hear your response.
Yes, I will tell the Jewish people to move on. I would tell and they have moved on. That's why they're getting a lot of success. That's why they're not holding to everything that happened to them. Nobody is denying what black people went through. But why you think a lot of brothers end up in prison? Because they are so hungry. They see white men, they want to fight them.
Well,
And they saw them, they end up being in prison.
Jews,
this is
Move on.
crazy, bro. I'm tired of
Move
this.
Jews
Is
on.
use the
horrible, bro.
Holocaust as a
That is a
crutch
very
to
incorrect
build
and
up themselves
disingenuous
and to
To
defend
build
argument.
them
themselves. They
themselves.
use it to benefit themselves.
The business themselves. They're holding
Yeah.
on to say, oh, they went down with Black Wall Street. I want to be
Nah, but
selling
yeah,
drugs.
they
They
did.
built on
They
Wall
didn't
Street. I
have a
want to be destroying the
critical mass of
subway.
they people going to the Germans and trying to say the Germans were superior because they had
Okay,
conquered
City,
it
Yo,
for
okay,
them.
move on.
let's move on, let's move on, let's
let me
Like
Yo,
move
let
on,
me
y'all
let's
move
move
do.
on.
on and build.
City, you
Yeah,
know
let's
why
move
what
on.
you
Crazy,
said
bro.
is very
Let's move on.
disingenuous.
I mean,
Hold on, let me
let's
put this
move
real
on. Let's
quick.
move on. Let's move on.
Hey,
You know,
cause
why
I
what
can
you
prove how
just said is very
disingenuous this is.
disingenuous. Well,
Hey,
hold on,
and you
hold on,
know,
hold
Bro-
on.
and,
Let me
and
brother,
finish.
Go ahead,
You
George.
know
brother,
what?
y'all
brother.
want to hear something
Let
that's
George
funny?
speak. Go ahead, George.
Y'all,
George,
listen,
George,
and let
come
me
on,
say
man.
this real quick. Let me say this, and I'm gonna get ready to jump off. And nobody can dispute what I'm saying now because it's already been documented and said. So many Africans and brothers and sisters from the Caribbean, grow up saying they watched us as Black Americans. They seen us. They watched our culture, our influence, and everything, and they emulated us, and they wanted to be like us, and they wanted to come over here. So when CD's making this statement, he's being disingenuous because first of all, 90% of y'all come here because you saw other successful people that look like you already been successful here. So despite us
Right.
complaining about the white men and what they've done, there's millions of successful Black people all across America, right? And they're not on TV, right? We're not all just doing bad, living in
Right.
ghettos. We're doing well. And right, and you guys saw that. That's why you came here, because you saw people, oh man, there's people that look like me. Y'all was already copying our stuff. So when
I
you make
agree.
that statement about us just saying moving on, we moved on.
Yeah,
We moved
but
on in many different ways.
because of this,
Wait a
listen,
minute, CD. Wait,
No, I
CD.
this
agree.
time you're not getting my point.
CD
You're
is
not getting
right.
my
He's
Self-discipline.
right.
point.
Wait a
You
minute. Let me
still
CD is
land
going
my
right.
back
plane.
to
Let
success.
me
You
land my
still
plane.
you're not listening to my
But
point. You're
CD,
not getting me.
No,
CD, big bro,
let
please
me finish my
let me
point.
there,
What
right?
I'm saying is,
So the thing is,
what I'm saying is, our grandparents fought for certain things, and we have black people all over the place doing great things. When we have these conversations, it's disingenuous because it sounds as if all of us just live in the ghettos and we not accomplishing nothing. We don't own nothing. We ain't do all
nobody
we
is
doing is
saying that.
complaining.
Nobody is
No,
saying
wait a
that.
minute. Let
CD,
me land the plane. What the fuck?
No, nobody is saying that. I don't know why
Bro,
you
let
getting
me
that. Why you
land the
getting so
plane.
emotional? That
Donnie,
nobody
that's
is
a 10
saying
out
that.
of 5, Donnie.
Bro, hold on. Listen, I'm
Who
going
said
by,
N
I'm
word?
speaking.
Who said N word? Who
Nah,
said
he
N word?
just said the
I
F
didn't say
word.
the
He
N
didn't.
word.
He didn't say the N word.
I didn't say the N word. I didn't say that. What I'm
CD,
saying
this man
is,
is
I don't
right.
even know what this guy.
CD,
wait
the
a
man is right.
minute. See, you can cut me
Which language
off.
you want me to explain this thing to
No,
you? You
I
getting
didn't
so
Hold up,
finish
man.
so
though. Let me
angry
Can I
finish,
say
and then you
something
can
real quick after
explain.
George, man? Can I say
Big
something after
brother,
you, brother?
Yeah,
big brother,
let me
leave this
finish. I'm
conversation.
gonna be 20 seconds. Let me finish. I'm gonna be 20 seconds, and then you can explain. All I'm saying
Okay.
is, in the context of this conversation, when we're talking about our story, that does not negate the fact that we are successful still. We own properties.
Yeah.
We doing all kinds of things here in
nobody is
America.
saying
You
that.
got
Your own
oh my
property.
God, what
No,
the hey yo, man,
nobody
what's
is
up with
saying
this
that. You
dude,
don't have
CD,
to
man?
be
CD, let him
repeating
finish.
yourself.
Big
You're
bro.
repeating
No,
yourself,
big bro, let the
right?
man finish.
But
Let the
you
man
Hey,
keep
yo,
finish.
CD,
interrupting
Damn, what's
him.
up with
relax,
this
That's
man. Let
guy?
him
why.
finish. Let him
All
finish.
right, hold on,
Let
hold
him
on, hold on.
finish.
Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm
Damn.
gonna do. George, calm down. George has a minute. If you interrupt again, he getting fined. There we go. You interrupt, you get a $10 fine. George, you got a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, all I'm saying is in the context of this conversation that we having right now, when you were saying that we complain in the white man and we're talking about our story, it's time for us to move on. What I'm saying is Dynas is a reflection of that. He went to college. He's become the best version of himself. We have over succeeded at a lot of things that our grandparents fought for. We're not just in the ghetto, poor, complaining about the white man. Yes, we're telling our story. Absolutely. But we're successful as well. And the reason why y'all here is because we're successful. You guys have told us that. Scores many times. So let's stop
Right.
being disingenuous in these conversations. We have every right to tell our story and talk about the things that happen to us, but that doesn't mean that we're not doing great things still in this country. Just because the 10% is the loudest in the room. There's many successful black people. So I land there.
Right.
Okay, can I
No,
talk
I
now?
no,
Maybe I
Can
should
I say
also
something real
big
respond to
quick,
bro,
that.
brother?
big bro. No,
Daniel,
one
can
second,
I
one second,
talk?
big bro.
No,
Big bro,
no, 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 no.
left hand.
Actually, let Prince P go. Go ahead, Prince P.
Okay.
Yeah, salute to hold on, mama. Salute to Dynas, beautiful panel, beautiful ideas being balanced and talked about. I have a statement, then two questions. My statement is that we all gotta learn to respect each other's struggle because if Haiti didn't stand, Haiti wouldn't be free. If African Americans didn't stand, African Americans wouldn't be free. If Africans didn't stand in the continent, Jamaicans, if they didn't stand, they wouldn't be free. So we got to understand and respect each other's struggles. That's first and foremost. And one of my statements is again to the FBA cats. You see on the panel, the majority of Africans and Caribbeans and even African Americans are in agreement that CD is wrong. So when they try to paint this idea that we all believe and are like CD, this is one of those false narratives they like to push. And
CD is not
third,
wrong.
third, third, my
I
last
don't even know
statement is
what he
this.
mean by I'm wrong. It makes no sense, right?
My last
They're
statement is this.
misunderstanding his
Hold
points.
on,
That's all.
let me ask a question
Let
because
him finish. Let him finish.
especially the FBA types and some of the extremist South Africans are they missing out on organizing and creating a stronger system. Good job, good job. A stronger system because like what Elvis is talking about. Because when people like George is saying that a lot of different individuals from the black world used to come to America to study with African Americans, and the same thing is happening in South Africa. Are they both missing out on the opportunity to organize the black race and create a new system to challenge all the other races? And that's my last question. Salute to Diners. God bless you. Beautiful panel, and I'm out.
Okay,
Sakpase.
I have a question for the panel, right?
Oh, hold on, CD. Give me
Yeah,
10
yeah.
Wait a
seconds,
minute, you
right?
gotta let
Give
him.
me 10
Okay.
You
seconds.
gotta answer his
People
question
like
first.
people like Larry Elders, right? People like Justice Clarence Thomas. These educated black men, right? They have a different perspective on how black people can rise up, so to speak. And they tell you that stop dwelling on the history of slavery and Jim Crow, you have an opportunity now that you've never had in the history of your people in this country to be better, to be your best self, to become millionaires, to be educated, to do everything and anything you can in this country. Yes, there's still systemic racism, there's still prejudice in the system, but certainly you have a better outlook to succeed in this country now than your ancestor ever had. So those people, they preach that form of black empowerment, and then there are others who blame the system. Both are, both ways. They're good things you can see in both perspectives. But I think people like Diners and other people who have found success, in spite of the systematic challenges that they had in this country, it should inspire black people in this country, African immigrants, Black Americans, that you can succeed in this country. So I don't think what CD is saying is wrong. He's saying, yes, all the terrible things happen to you, but in spite of that, you should be finding ways to succeed. And I don't think
But that's the MO of the average quote unquote African American, bro. Where y'all getting this from? That they blaming the system and it's some hindrance to them in their day-to-day life. No, they know what's happened. They're at a disadvantage, but they still rise above. So what y'all are doing, bro, just mischaracterizing people.
So you agree with CD then, right?
But no, that's not what he was saying. You putting what he's saying out of context, bro. He said a lot of nonsense before that contextually, bro. So let's be honest.
I don't even know what you mean by nonsense. But Abis, let me speak to you directly. Abis, right? I will always hear Stephen Smith
So
saying
actually, we got a new caller on. Go ahead, GBS. Go ahead, GBS.
I'll come after him, please. Thank you.
GBS.
Yeah. So I mean, look, CD is someone that I know. I don't think CD is against FB or African American.
No, we're not accusing of that. We're saying that his perspective is very off.
He's got his own perspective. I disagree with his perspective,
and it's a
100%.
dangerous perspective because
I disagree with that. But he's not against African American in any form, anyway, or he's trying to demonize them or look down on them. He's not this sort of person. I can vouch for him on that.
Based upon his sentiments today, he's objectively arrogant, brother. There's no way you could even parse that out. The man couldn't name A. Philip Randolph and had the nerve to tell a brother that he knows more about his own history than him.
I forgot.
That's crazy.
If someone like Stephen Smith,
hold on, CD. The new brother is speaking. Let him speak.
Let me pass it. Go ahead, GBS. Go ahead, GBS.
Hey, what's going on? How y'all brothers feeling today?
We're good, bro.
Okay. And I was in the chat and I was just listening to y'all for a little bit, in and out, listening to y'all talk about, the different perspectives and stuff like that. And I just came up here to introduce myself and let y'all know that I'm very aware of what's going on.
Okay. Anything you want to add?
Are you the feds, bro? You scaring us, man. What do you mean by that?
What you mean by what?
You said you want us to know that you know what's going on. What, are we doing something wrong?
Nah, y'all ain't doing nothing wrong. Y'all doing some good things over here. Y'all expressing yourselves. Y'all giving each other different perspectives and stuff like that. So, I see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, hey, we appreciate you, bro. Thank you for the support.
Can you add anything to the? Yeah.
Diners,
you want to add anything to the conversation or not? No, hang on. You want to add anything to the conversation?
Do I want to add anything? No, I'm gonna continue to listen a bit, and I'll jump in when I hear something that strikes. But
okay,
I was
we appreciate
it.
Well, thank you, brother, for the support. We appreciate you, my brother. All right.
I know Daddy's was going to do that. I was just about to warn him that Daddy's going to put you back.
I mean, if you ain't going to add anything to the conversation, there's no need to.
That's crazy.
Go, Passport King. Go ahead, Passport King.
Yeah, and City, don't take this as a personal tab. I gotta point something out. And
go ahead. I'm open to opinion.
When people say things that we need to just move past, you gotta understand. Slavery wasn't Ghana a few months ago at the UN talking about slavery is a crime against humanity, which it is wherever it happens in the world. So slavery is a crime against humanity. You understand that in every nation on earth, including the United States, there's no statute of limitations on crimes against humanity. So telling us to move past slavery and the restitution owed to U.S. slavery descendants is not just disingenuous, it's also tone deaf, and it's just a flagrant disrespect of our history. And I'll say this real quick, and then I'm gonna like land my plane. You know, Native American or tribal nations, the so-called Red Indians, they still regularly bring lawsuits against the U.S. federal government, and they often win them. And sometimes they win for things that happened over a century ago. I think the most recent one, or one of the most recent one, was about, I think it's about 4 or 5 years ago now. I hope I don't get the state wrong. I think it was Oklahoma, where the Supreme Court ruled that based on a treaty that was broken, that basically, I forgot which particular tribe it was, but the tribe basically should own half of Oklahoma. Now they ain't just giving half the state, but it's saying in terms of compensation they owe that money, and that's for a treaty that was broken over a century ago. When that treaty was made, our ancestors in the USA were still enslaved, the ones who wasn't freedmen. So if the United States is responsible for broken treaties where they happened 100 years ago or even earlier, how is the United States off the hook for slavery and
Okay. Let
making
me answer that
restitution?
question. Let me answer you.
I would like to answer them too, CD.
Well,
But go
look,
ahead.
someone like Morgan Freeman, right? He's lived through slavery. Anytime you ask him, I don't want to answer no slave, no racism. I don't even want to talk to you about that, right?
You said
I
he
hear
lived through
Stephen
slavery. I'm
Smith.
not
Morgan
sure if that's
Freeman did
right.
not live through
I hear
slavery,
Stephen
brother.
Smith talking about it all the time. Justice Clarence, all the time he talk about it. Because you see me as an immigrant, I'm hearing from your prominent African Americans pushing back on slavery all the time. There's someone like Morgan Freeman. Go and listen to his interview. Go and listen to Stephen Smith, what he say all the time. So because
But
you
Stephen
hear
A. is an
from me,
immigrant. He's
When
a
did Morgan
Jamaican
is
Freeman
immigrant.
that
become
why?
the
That's why I'm
leader
getting
of
you
U.S.
so
slavery descendants?
But
agitated.
CD, let me answer. Let
They
me
say it
answer
all
you
the
real quick.
time.
Morgan
Let me answer
Freeman
them in
don't
10
speak for
seconds,
all
right?
FBAs.
And you name it entertainers, man. Like, what
What
are you talking
what's a
about?
better option to everybody on the platform, even Diners, right? Is they trying to get reparations from the injustice that was done to black people in this country, or maybe getting an education, starting your own business, finding success in your own way? What's a better path to success for
It's
black
not
people?
an either or game.
Nah,
Both can happen.
we
Nah,
are our
It's
that's
a
reparations.
false
That
dichotomy.
reparation
they
stuff is nonsense, bro. Like, come on.
Right. So that's the point CD is making. Like
Yeah.
you can dwell the
Nah, no,
path,
that's
or
not the
you can
point he's making.
you can
come
chart a
on.
path
The
for
going
yourself and
so the
become
Native
successful in this country.
Americans
Elvis,
suing the
Elvis, come on.
government
Can we
is
not
nonsense.
can we not
That's
dwell on
not
this
the point he's
Going
conversation?
to
Let's
making.
move
war
on.
against
Let's
the
move on.
small hats
You
and the
can't
Move this
Holocaust.
yeah, you
conversation on,
can't
We're
tell
not
please.
playing.
people
We're not
nah.
playing that game.
I disagree with you, Elvis, on that.
Okay, I mean, hey, I
Yeah,
got a
let's move the
perspective. I'm a
conversation on.
liberal. I have a
Thank you.
certain way of thinking, but I'm saying there are people like the Larry Elders, like the
But
other prominent black people.
Larry
Like
Elder is a coon.
Larry Elder
people
is
will
not
say
the
that
president
Clarence
of
Thomas,
Elvis,
pick yourself
Clarence
up by the
Thomas is a
bootstraps. Those
coon.
people have a different perspective. They've
Larry
been very
Elder
Thomas
successful
Sowell is
using
a
that
coon.
is
perspective.
not a
Manzi,
person, nor is Morgan
respectfully,
Freeman, nor
Larry
is
Holder
Obama.
doesn't speak
Obama
for
was against
all FBAs.
reparations. That don't mean that we're gonna
I
listen
can't
to
hear you, man. So
Obama.
I think the brother's talking here.
Oh,
You
my
said
bad. Go ahead.
Larry Elders. He's a successful businessman, a politician. He's from California, like Donis.
No,
Yeah.
hold on.
They share a similar political ideology. So I think Donis likes
No,
him.
but I'm saying he doesn't speak for all
So
FBAs. It's like a minority,
because
but they
He
Larry
don't.
don't
But
speak.
Elder
He don't speak for
disagrees,
none of them, to be honest.
come on, it doesn't speak.
to
It doesn't
me, it
speak for
sounds
all
like
of them.
it sounds like a
y'all want to
conservative.
come
Yeah,
out
it
from
I
sounds
don't know him,
underneath
Yeah,
but
this
to
he's a
me, it
coon
Yeah,
sounds
he's
like
a
a
socialist.
conservative.
conservative
against
who
humanity.
who
There's no
who is a
statue of liberty.
businessman, and that's how they
There's a
speak.
lot of
They're very
prominent black people
But hold on,
individualistic
hold
saying
on.
in their
Let
mindset.
wait. Pastor King.
One second, I say. To me, I don't know the guy, but he sounds like a conservative. I'm not in America, and who got that individual mindsets, half quote unquote Nigerian mindset, but
Oh
apparently
my
FBA,
gosh.
and also a businessman.
Oh man.
no,
Probably a
no, but
businessman.
Africa, a lot of
And a
prominent
businessman.
African
I don't know
Americans
him.
think that way. A lot
Diners
of
on this
them.
show thinks like that. I don't know
A
why
lot of them.
you guys are dodging it. That's how Diners see it.
Yeah, because
No,
they hear it
but
from
this
me
I'm a
this
before I
liberal.
tell
Guess
you.
what? Guess
I'm on the
what?
other
That
side of the
doesn't
spectrum when
speak
it
for
comes to these people politically, but that's how they
Black
see it.
Americans.
They see it the
no,
same way that
I
I
hear
see
that.
it.
I hear that.
Hold
But
on. Let Pastor King
that's
say
the reason
something.
why. That's
Go
the
ahead.
reason. Yeah, one second. That's the reason. No. Ignore it. But that's the reason why I understand. The only bit I disagree with my big brother is when he trying to. Anyway, let's move with the conversation. Let's move this on. Let's move it
No,
on,
no,
please.
I
If
did.
we
Every black people went through
Hold
every
on.
struggle in this country. They went through every pain. But do you want to hold on to that
yeah.
forever? There are a lot
It's
of
not
prominent
about
CD,
people
holding
without
on
English
to it.
CD,
background
you're
that
not in the
If you
place.
right?
You're not
acknowledge
in the
what
place.
happened,
You're
you
not in
can
the
to
place to
destruct
tell
to
them that.
deconstruct it,
And,
and
and,
you
and,
CD, the
understand
point is,
and I've listened to most of the
how it
interview.
marginalizes a
When you
group.
ask them about
Yeah, you can't.
racism,
CD, CD, the
I've seen
point
Morgan
is,
Freeman
big
No,
go
brother,
to
City,
the
you're
point is,
wrong,
you're
man.
not in
African
the place to tell
You're
them
journalism.
that.
wrong. You're
So you
You're
wrong.
guys
not,
are saying
You're
it's
wrong.
wrong when
you're
black
not in
people
the
have
place
the
to tell them
perspective of
that.
do
That's
for
it.
self, right? You guys think that shouldn't
Nah,
be
no,
an
nobody
That's
argument?
see
not.
this.
Nobody's not
That's
No,
saying
that's
that.
crazy, bro. Like, what are you
No one's
talking
You
saying
about?
that.
can't. You
no,
No,
can't
but
tell
listen,
people forget what they went through, man. They just like
CD,
that's
CD,
wrong,
But
bro.
should it
nah,
be
but
CD,
it's the
hindering
effects
their
of it, bro.
progress?
Y'all
That's
are
the
just
question.
y'all are acting like this stuff
Say
doesn't have
move on
ripple
and
effects into the
forget
future, into the
So are
present.
you
differences.
saying black people are traumatized by the history? That's why they're
It's
not
not about.
succeeding?
It's not. No,
No.
it's not
Wait a minute. What do you mean
traumatized,
black people
quote
aren't
unquote.
succeeding?
You can try to use
Black
that language. No,
Americans are the
it's a
most
pathology that
successful out of
forms due to
diaspora
the.
in the world. What are you talking about?
So it cripples you
No. I
mentally,
was
and
saying that.
you can't reach your higher self.
It's
Is
not.
that what you're saying?
Passport King.
That's
Yes,
a
I was saying that you
it's not
can't.
just
that is
You
a
it's
can't
not
high
say
just
stuff
quote
from
unquote
it.
African
our
Americans though.
people's fault.
It's all
guys,
black
one
people,
mic,
bro. It's
one
the
mic, one
pathology.
mic, one
Hold
mic,
on.
All
Passport
right.
King was
one
saying
mic,
something.
one
Passport
mic,
King was saying nothing.
one mic, no, one mic,
Africa,
one mic, one
Africa.
sec.
Passport King was saying something though. Oh, I got you. But let Passport. He was saying something though.
Yeah, but
Go ahead,
I
Pastor
don't,
King.
no, no. Listen, what? Yeah, but just let's other people. You let 1 second to pass. Okay, look, CD, I understand what you're trying to say, but you're not in the place to say that because you're not, you're not descendant of, a free slave. You understand?
But then
It's like
if that
someone.
be the case, if that be the case, then in the forum we don't have to give our opinion then because
No,
this is a free forum where
no, bro,
everybody
big
has the
bro,
Nah,
right
big
but if
bro,
you
to
give
big
your
bro, big
to
opinion,
bro.
be
give
Let me
our
let
knowledgeable,
me
opinion.
bro, about the context.
Right? Why I can't
Yes,
give my opinion on
that's
the
it.
black
Be
struggle? What is
knowledgeable
the
about the
difference?
context.
That's the
Don't be
only place.
arrogant, bro. Like
That's
that.
the
I'm
So
never
so
gonna
if
come on
that's the
here
only.
and
Yeah,
diminish
because City,
nothing that
Other
City, you
happened
than
in
sat
that,
no
here.
context of nobody
City,
that's
Af-
black, bro. That's
Africa,
crazy.
City,
Africa,
other
you
than
sat
that,
Africa,
here.
other than
Africa,
that,
City,
yes, yes,
City,
big brother, yes.
you sat here. You told City, you sat
Africa,
here. You
Africa. Let
told
me
Jacob
ask you
that.
this, right? If you say
Yes,
that
big bro.
black African, black American help black people, even African here with the black struggle, right? Connecting it with
Yes, yes,
someone like Kwame Nkrumah. Me as an African, you don't
yes.
want me to give an opinion on black struggle because I'm an immigrant, black immigrant.
No,
That
No,
then
nobody's
I
saying
don't.
that.
no, that's
I
not
That's
don't
what.
have
that's
That's
time.
not
And
what.
another
this is
straw
what you
man
said.
fallacy.
That's not
Big,
what happened. No, that's
This
not
is
what you
what you
big
said.
brother,
said.
that's not,
City,
No,
that's
that's
not,
not what he
City, that's
said,
not
man.
what you said. That's not what you.
that's,
You sat here.
What
You
do you
literally
mean?
said
What
to
what
that's
you
not
said?
City,
true.
I'm giving
City.
my
You
CD,
sat
they
City,
want you to
City,
be more
City,
sentimental
City.
and have
No,
some
No,
Alvin.
it ain't,
compassion for
bro.
the
It's
history.
put
Sentimental
the
about
proper
it.
No,
context.
City.
If you don't put if
In
you
the
don't put
context,
history in its
Yeah,
context, bro, you're doing it a
in the
disservice. That's
context,
what
in
and
the
I'm
then
saying. You're
context,
not gonna
CD,
City. You
in the
sat
Bro,
here.
context,
you're
that's
not
not.
gonna
I
be
came here
accurate
as a
when you.
kid,
City,
right? I went to high school,
City,
went to college.
But
As a
that is,
10-year-old kid
I
in this country,
look,
I understand the
City.
Elvis,
deep
one
Sat
history
second,
of.
here.
Hold
Elvis,
on
just
one
wait,
second,
City.
brother.
just a minute.
Let me just answer this, brother, real
No,
quick. I
yeah, one
understand the deep
second,
history of the history of
very
black
quick.
people in this country, and I respect it. Those
No,
who
you
have
don't.
frequented this
Mm.
platform, you don't know. For years, Diners, Brandon, Kala, I went against them when they was talking crazy about African Americans. I don't hate African Americans, right? I'm
Nobody.
saying what CD is saying
And I
is a
don't think CD
perspective
hates African
that
American. CD
African
doesn't hate
Americans
them
in this
either.
country share. They're saying, well, slavery happened, yes. You even have some bozos who said black people were better off doing Jim Crow times, which is crazy. But
Yeah.
the point is
No,
that
but
black people in this country, some of them share that ideology that, well, yes, slavery happened, but it didn't stop me from being successful. It didn't stop me from building generational wealth. It didn't stop me from, contributing to the upliftment of black people. So I think it goes
CD,
both ways.
CD,
Not, no,
CD.
nobody's
Remember when he
discounting
said
that.
Can I say something?
CD,
It's the
Because
context that he
CD,
put
CD.
it in,
Remember when
bro,
he
and
said,
you
"I'm
keep
gonna
being
sing the
respectfully
hang on,
obtuse
hang on,
and not
hold
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
putting that
Yeah.
in.
Well,
Yeah,
remember when
Go
CD
ahead,
said,
after you.
CD, remember 1 second, yeah, 1 second. Yeah. Remember when he said after the last African American president died or got killed, remember you said your dad cried? Remember in Liberia?
Well,
Remember
when
you
you
said
put it,
that here?
that's a Liberia situation. You comparing that with the situation in Liberia. Yeah,
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I'm
I
just saying,
give all pride to African American because why? They
yes, yes,
developed my country, right? They have history with
yes,
where I
yes,
came from. I have seen success
right,
story of African American. My parents
right,
live it, right? I can remember
yes, yes,
when I was a kid, my dad told me that Togo took property from the Lebanese, from the Middle Eastern, and give it
wow,
to African gas station
wow,
or gas
mm,
businesses, damo mining.
yes,
That was Liberia was the
yes,
only country that we have that. They never let Lebanese to own property because that came from the African
yes,
American mentality, right? I understand
Wow,
all of that
okay, yeah,
because of their black struggle, they went to that man. And Samuel Doe continued the same thing. Up to this time, Lebanese is not allowed to be citizen like
But see,
like
you know
the
they're
country.
pushing for it.
yeah.
Our former president said they
No,
should become
one
citizen,
second. No, but
which is crazy.
wait. So you
Right,
see, CD is not against FBA or Black American. When he's saying it is in that way, he's just trying. I think it's just misunderstanding. Let's just move this conversation on.
yeah, my
Otherwise, we'll
Hey,
parents
just
are
get dragged
Bishop,
around.
slaves.
what's on your mind, man? You look trouble over there, Bishop.
Yeah.
Hey, I just want to say this because when I was in the car, somebody made a comment. They brought up Larry Elder and Clarence Thomas,
I
and
made that point.
Oh yeah. Somebody did.
in
Yeah.
regards to
And
us.
Stephen Smith.
Hold on. In
Yeah.
regards to us advancing, and this is what I'm saying when an immigrant makes those comments like that, and the reason why I'm saying is this, right? A lot of those, like in y'all countries, y'all have y'all sellouts too that y'all call out, right? We call them Sambos and raccoons. Y'all have y'all sellouts, right?
Yeah.
These are the people
Yes.
that they rode the backs of Benjamin Hooks, Barbara Johns, Daisy Bates, right? Dr. Amos Wilson, all of these people that was actually saying the same thing we were saying against the system that was advancing, they was able to get in those positions because of those people. Those people open up the doors.
Right.
A lot of these people come here and they able to label white women. They able to do all these different things. It's because of these people. We fought so hard that y'all can come here and even get some white cooch.
Oh, come on, man. We ain't think about the white cooch.
Hold on, wait a minute.
No, but Elvis, shut up. Let him finish, please. Yeah, go on.
Let me finish so y'all get an understanding for what I'm saying. So we can get clarity to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, even our Sambos that got in position, Thurgood Marshall was there before a Clarence Thomas. They two different people. These people were on the front line bleeding and fighting, right? They wasn't just fighting for us to have rights. They was fighting for y'all to even have access to be sellouts and have those white women, right? So those people that we big up, they did the dirt, they did all the dirty work so you can have a Larry Elder, because Larry Elder wasn't accepted by those people. So we got to put things in context when we're talking about our story, because what I'm saying is we're not in Liberia having this conversation. We're not in Jamaica having this conversation. We in America, and you guys are having a conversation with us about our story. If I'm in Liberia and y'all talking, I'm listening. It's not my place. If I don't have the full knowledge. So when you invoke a Larry Elder or you invoke a Clarence Thomas, then you got to talk about Thurgood Marshall before him. How did he get there?
Right.
Bro, I agree with you. I'm a liberal Democrat, right? On this platform, Dynas is a conservative. Brandon is a conservative. Kala is a conservative. Their perspective is one that is similar in sentiments to Larry Elders and Clarence Thomas. They feel like black people are asking for reparation. That's BS. They shouldn't ask for that. Black people want something from the white man. They're never going to get it. They should do it for themselves. So I don't know why Dynas is quiet. Dynas, stop hiding and come on the platform.
I've never said that.
Dynas want to get opinion.
Myself, I'm talking. I'm not a conservative. I'm a moderate. There we go. I'm a moderate. I just do what makes sense.
All right, but want to get opinion.
Pass the mic.
Man's sake, I'm talking. I don't believe that men could be women and women could be men. You know, I don't believe that men should share intimate spaces with women. You know, the stuff that you liberals believe. I don't.
What's your thought of reparations, Dynas? What's your thought of reparations?
I would say this. I think it's owned in some capacity, but I'm not losing any sleep over it.
No.
Yeah, first.
That makes sense. That's good.
That's any reasonable black person.
But Elvis, unlike you, I believe that men are men and women are women.
Yeah, Dynas. I told you I don't think that's very important, Dynas. I don't live in Atlanta. I don't live in the epicenter of that stuff.
Elvis, is a trans woman a woman? Elvis, is a trans woman?
No, I told you before, only a female can become a woman, right? But I told you being a woman is subjective because certain cultures you gotta be 30. Listen to what I said. Listen to what I said. Only a female can become a woman, but the age of womanhood is different from certain cultures.
Oh my God!
As a 45-year-old man, will you think that a 13-year-old girl who just hit puberty and is now deemed a woman
in like a Mexican culture is a woman? Of course not.
Wait, hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Woman is a denotion of maturity when it comes to females. That's what I'm saying. It's subjective for different cultures.
Man,
That's the
look,
point I'm
bro. If
making.
you with that gender fluidity, you need tires and petrol, bro.
Hold on. Give me the Passport King. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, Passport King, you there, right?
Yes, I'm here.
All
I just want to make
go ahead. You were saying.
I just want to make a
that's that what they
quick
call it,
point.
man.
You want to
Democrat
come,
garbage.
Masaka?
That's exactly what it is, man.
Passport King, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to make a quick point. This
let me say
false
something,
dichotomy
real
of
quick, man, so
either
you guys can
or is
continue,
only
right? Because
placed on
I think
Black
Super Africa
Americans.
haven't spoken. Let Super Africa
Let
speak.
Passport King.
Let me say something real quick, right? Then you guys can
Hold on, but he was
and go
speaking
back
though.
to your conversation.
Super Africa ain't spoke yet, though, brother.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
All right.
Yeah. Let Passport King come after my say. Go on, Super Africa.
Yeah. Let me say something real quick, right? This, I looked at America as an empire, right? Because America wants to be the dominant dog around the world, right? So they travel around the world and dictate to other countries, so other countries could submit to what they want. So they do the same thing to their populations, especially the black folks in America, right? Because the white folks in America, they they came together with the Irish and then all them other white people that came from Europe and then took over this land as well, right? And then they subjugated the Indians as well, and they did to the blacks as well, right? So as a return, they later on, have their own agenda to take over the world, to conquer the world, right? So if they stop the Black Wall Street from developing and then have a big say in the country, right? And then other aspect of where the black folks in America could be powerful, right? If they stop it, right, and then the same people go to another main countries, especially in particular in Africa, right, and then conquer these Africans in a way that these Africans cannot prosper, right? And then you have about, let's just say about 2% of Africans or 3% of Africans, right? And they come to America, right? So how is it really you helping the continent when 95% of the continent is being conquered by the same people? I'm talking about America-wise. So I'm that's what I
What
don't
is your
understand,
point?
because if the same people that control America destroy Wall Street and destroy anything that can help the black people to have a massive say independently, right? And then the same people could go to a continent of Africa and do the same thing, and then you get to the U.S. military and do the same thing in Africa. So how can you still come here and say, oh, if it wasn't for us, we help you, we help with this and that, with this? To me, right? Even if I'm successful in America, right? For my people to be successful, it has to be the 95% of the Africans that live there, not me, because me, I'm just 1 or 2% of my people. So how is it helping the continent?
Thank you. I agree with you, brother.
But at the same time, the same people make sure that the black folks do not prosper. So I don't, you understand? So I don't know
Yeah.
where
Sell
what
out in the culture. That's the
this and
problem.
that,
We always have sellouts.
this and that. Because I'm gonna say this, right? There's some Africans that come over here, they have already brainwashed. The white man is the king. The white man is the king. The white man will forever be their king. They have already brainwashed, and then that's how they go. That's their mentality. Because
You
for
make a
them, they look at
juristic, man.
something from an
No
individual
That's a
instigation.
success.
If you
juristic.
instigate, you're gonna have to pay a
He
fine.
said
Individual
some. He didn't
success.
say all. He
As
said
long as they
some.
come
He
here,
said some.
they attach themselves to where they make money, they this and that. They do not give a F what's going on in that continent. They will come in and say all these other things and act like they do, but they do not. Just like how you might have a black man or black woman that lives in America. As soon as they're very successful, they move to a elite white neighborhood, and they start talking all that whiteness.
Yeah,
That's
but not
just what's
everybody
going
will
on
be
in
the
the whole
same,
continent
Tom.
at all.
He didn't say
We have
everyone. He
it's the
said
same
some. He
people.
said some.
It
He
is the
said
same
some.
Man,
people. The only difference is one is Africa and one is in America.
Yeah, so what's
It's the
wrong with
same
that?
people,
What's
man.
wrong with that?
So
Everybody cannot be the
and
same.
I'm
this
a
guy, he wanted to be super
I'm gonna
African, CD. We should come here and profess that we love Africa so much when in reality we haven't lived up to what we should be as a people. And when we criticize ourselves, they think
Right.
it's hatred.
You know,
Nah, it's a difference between criticism and what y'all was doing, bro.
His argument don't make no sense, and everybody do that. The Chinese do it, the Japanese do it. Everybody.
Hold on. Super
to
Africa.
benefit you. Two different things. What I was just trying to say. Two different things.
Right.
So, my ideology, because 95% of my people lives in Africa. So I want to see.
I think your argument is all to do with the mindset. I agree with that. It's a mindset idea.
It's the math. It's the common sense math.
It's the mindset. The mindset. It all depends on the mindset. I understand the argument.
He's only regurgitating your talking point, Bishop. That's why you want him to hear.
No. He's African, and I want to hear from an African. I'm the same way I listen to everybody else. Just because you don't like what he's saying, just because you don't like, calm down. Let him speak.
He's wrong, man. He's wrong.
Bishop. Always remember, right? In the country of Africa, there's about what 1.2 or 1.3 or 4 billion people. We are not the same. Different beliefs, different. You understand me, right? So some people in Africa, up to this day, even if they have never left the country of Africa, they believe that the white man is superior. Just like how some of us that lives in America, we believe that the white man is superior as well. So these are people that
you saying that it's not true. They believe that the life that the white people have created for themselves is better than the life they're living in their villages.
Elvis.
I'm saying, bro, we all came to America or the West. Why did we come here? Did we come here because it was worse than where we're living? We went there because it was better.
Elvis, if someone got more money than you, does that mean they're more superior than you?
I mean, you're talking about personal wealth. We're talking about a society, right? If the education system is better, you want to go there and get educated. If the financial system is better, you want to go there and partake in it. Hold on, bro. Let me flesh out my thought, please.
Superior than you.
It's not you're using the word superior. We're saying people are doing comparative analysis back home. They look at their life and they look at the upward mobility in these Western countries and they want to come. It's not just Africans. It's Asians that goes to Europe and come to the United States. It's other Europeans, that comes to the United States. People look at their current situation, their socioeconomic situation, and say, well, I probably have a better chance.
With that. Nobody's arguing
and that's the point. So what are we saying?
Nobody's arguing.
So just saying that things are better here, how is that saying the white man is superior?
Elvis, you're trying to shift the goalpost.
No, that's my point I've been making. That we benefit from their system that they built.
Don't reflect that. Don't reflect that fully, brother. So you're being disingenuous right now.
Okay. When I tell you what my thoughts are, I'm being disingenuous.
You can say what the essence of it was, but that's not everything that you were saying. You had you had undertones of it being, and I'm not going to say undertones. You damn near blatantly said that they're superior in terms of.
No, I never said. It never came out of my mouth. You said. You inferred it, but it never came out of my mouth. I'm saying the systems are better than what we have back home in our country, and it is.
No, you said it's currently stated. You said that basically superior is currently stated.
Oh my God, you're trying to infer. Don't do that, man.
Nah, that's what you basically said, bro.
Bishop, being disingenuous, because I asked you when you was talking. I asked you. I said specifically. How do you see? I asked you specifically. You answered it direct.
What did you say again? What was the question?
When I asked you about proximity to whiteness, you said, I said, do you believe? Wait a minute. I asked you because I didn't want to put words in your mouth or speak for you. I said, do you think that there's more superior? You said in ways they are. That's what you said. Out of your
no. Your question was
question was black people verbatim.
No, your question was about black people. Yeah, it wasn't that. I'll never say white people are superior. I'm saying as Africans, we haven't figured out a way to keep our people on the continent by giving them a better life, by maybe even emulating some of the things that the white man, society has built in the Western Western world. That's why many Africans leave our homelands and we come here. It's a reality. Why are we trying to front?
Can we pass the mic to Passport King real quick? Hold on, just give him like 30 seconds. Hold on, no, Super Africa, hold on. Super Africa, hold on.
Super Africa, let Passport King have it.
Hold on, Super Africa, Super Africa, just give him a minute. Just give Passport King because he's supposed to speak for a minute. Passport King, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
My bad. Some people,
Super
right?
Africa, Super Africa, you just cut him off. Hold on, Super Africa, hold on. Super Africa, hold on. Give
somebody else live.
But wait, wait. You want to ask the man question?
Super Africa, hold on. Pastor King wants to speak.
They have a
But give him a
different way
minute.
of talking.
Give him a minute.
They don't
Give him
like there's
Super Africa.
there's no
Give
consistency.
I don't think he can hear
That's what
you.
they believe.
But man, I don't think he can hear you.
Africa here.
Right, go ahead, Pastor King.
Thank you, Masaka. Thank you, everyone. I just wanted to double back real quick to the whole reparations thing. And I think there's a very disingenuous argument that's a false dichotomy that black U.S. slavery descendants, freedmen, FBA, ADOS, DOS, that we can't get reparations, so we should just focus on just building ourselves up. No one's saying that we should not build ourselves up. We've been doing that since post-slavery for over a century in this country and been very successful at it. In the United States, the two richest black people, and it's not Puffy, it's not, well, he go by P. Diddy now. It's not P. Diddy, it's not Jay-Z. The two richest black people in the United States are both FBA. Robert F. Smith is one, and then there's another gentleman, oh my God, his name is on the tip of my tongue, who's even richer than Robert F. Smith, and they're both FBA men.
That's Stewart. That's David Stewart.
No, it's not Byron. Byron was
It's David Stewart.
David Stewart.
There you go. Thank you. And they're both FBA
he from Kansas
men.
City.
But guess what? Even when you look at the FBAs who are billionaires, that still does not erase the crimes of slavery being a crime against humanity. So we can't say, okay, well, because they're billionaires, Oprah's a billionaire, Jay-Z's a billionaire, and yes, there are enough black Americans who are millionaires mainly through owning homes that black people don't need reparation. That's not how it works. A crime against humanity needs to be addressed. And even if it doesn't happen in our lifetime, it may not happen in our children, it may not happen in our grandchildren. That's okay, as long as it happens. That's what matters. And that's why I want to make the point about that, this false dichotomy. And mind you, it's not that we can't get reparations. That's not the issue. It's the government, and we know, I'm going to state the obvious, they don't want to pay it. It's not that we can't get it. And the part of the reason why they don't want to pay is because the real cost, just in cash alone, is way more than what most people talk about. I hear people talk about 20 million. No, that's a serious undervalue. The full amount of reparations collectively is about 400 trillion.
Oh my God,
brother, you can't even put no price on it, bro. Like that's why it's really nonsensical.
Hold on, I'm just talking the cash reparations alone for.
How do you quantify it?
You can't quantify that, brother.
Why did you get us into this? Why did you get us into this?
In the 1990s.
You said to let the conversation move on.
Man should like to listen to him and laugh in the background. That's why.
Nah, I wasn't. You were trying to speak for a minute. Give me a minute.
So when you break it down, that's about between $4 to $5 million each for every U.S. slavery descendant. If you want to take on an individual basis. So again, it's not that the country can't pay it.
Go and build Liberia. Go back and work with the locals, natives, build Liberia, and
get some. Salon Baba, take him to Freetown, Salon Baba, and give him some land there.
I'll land my plane there.
Yeah.
Brother,
I'll give you a heart attack.
You need to wake up from that pipe dream, brother. You don't. If you think these Europeans will give
Bishop, your mic is real low, man. We can't hear you too good. You talking about you low.
But what I'm saying is, see how y'all think it's funny. This is what I'm saying, right? Because this is the thing, right? If you go back to the 60s when Pan-Africanism was strong, right? You guys have your story. Elvis said he looked here, and they made a decision. Man, I got to get up out of here, man. I'm going to America, man. I can make the best of myself. But understand, where you come from, you have a story. But when you get here, there's other people that look like you that's already here, right? Mm-hmm. It's sometimes, man, like some of the opinions that y'all have on our story, but we don't have an opinion on your story. It gets disrespectful because y'all don't understand the story from a lived experience. And I just think that what happens is I believe that we all can coexist together, but we got to get rid of the tribalism aspect that Black Americans don't carry. And the reason why I'm saying that, I would never. I live in Philadelphia. I got a lot of African friends, And I found out
Right.
I got a homie from Mauritania. I got a homie that's from Zimbabwe, right? And another homie from
Right.
Ivory Coast. I found out that the way they view white people is totally different. My homie from Mauritania and Zimbabwe hate white people. My homie from Ivory
Yeah.
Coast love them. My homie from Ivory
Yeah.
Coast love them. Right, so
Yeah.
out of respect to them, I'm learning about the tribalism and the way that they view certain things, and I don't speak on certain things because it's not my lived experience. I think that we came into
Right.
each other's spaces and we stop
Yeah.
talking about us because you living here amongst us and you may be successful, but you don't know our story. We never got to leave the government that oppressed us and go somewhere and start over. Y'all did. So if you take our 10% and send them to your country, we'll outdo y'all. It's just like that.
I
So
agree. You know, I agree with you,
let's
brother.
That's a fair
respect.
point.
I'm done here. So let's
Big
respect.
time.
Let's respect each other's stories and spaces. If you notice, I'm
Right.
not speaking on where y'all come from in the context as if I know. To me, that's disrespectful.
It
I
is.
respect y'all, so why would I do that?
Yeah.
That's all I'm
No,
saying.
but I've never said anything disrespectful about African Americans
point of
even
view.
today.
I like his point of view.
Right?
Yeah,
The only thing I
his
was
point
saying
of
was CD was making a point that is not unique to him. It's a sentiment that's shared by native quote unquote FBA people. And that's a different that me as a liberal, it rubs me the wrong way. When Brandon's, still that perspective, that comes on the show sometimes Pan Africanism strikes back. Kala, when he says things like that he don't give a damn about black people, not, being gerrymandered out of, having voting power. People say things like that, right? That black people should pull themselves up out of bushcraft. They don't need to worry about slavery to be successful. They have role models that have made it in this country without worrying about slavery and asking for reparation. They make those statements, right?
Now,
So
look, Elvis, I'm glad you said that. That's important. Now we're getting somewhere. What you're saying is important. I respect what you're saying. Now watch this. I'm gonna educate you on something where you can take this with you. The same way, right? How these guys exist here in this country, and we call ourselves out. Back in your country, you have black people that oppress other black people, right? You have black people that work with the government that makes it impossible for other black people to advance where y'all have to leave. They side with white supremacy, right? Right or wrong?
I mean, in all fairness, I left my country. Hold on, let me just say, I left my country when I was 10 years old, so I wasn't as aware.
No, listen to what I'm saying. We're not going to be disingenuous. You got family and you at the table when your family's talking. Y'all have sellouts and people that oppress the people there, right?
Right.
Yes, thank you, my brother.
Yeah, I let the other people answer. I'm just saying, I wasn't, conscious
but the
of
brother
that.
said, the brother said it.
We have sellouts
this is what I'm
everywhere,
saying.
man.
This is the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making, what I'm trying to tell you is, here in our country, these sellouts and coons, because I'm a black conservative, but I practice real conservatism, not this internet bullshit that they cater to whatever white people say. That's not conservatism. My grandfather was, because nobody was more conservative than black people.
Is Trump conservative
in this country? Huh?
Is Trump conservative?
Bishop, have you been to Africa? No, Bishop, have you been to Africa before, Bishop?
So I'm saying all that to say this. What I'm saying is this: the people in this country that actually fought and got murdered, churches was blown up. They fought for these people to be coons and sellouts because they never had close proximity to white people like that. They couldn't marry a white woman. They couldn't be sitting up there with white folks because we fought to get executive orders passed by my grandparents getting their backs kicked in. Open the door for them to be sellouts. So they stand on the platform of a Fannie Lou Hamer. They stand on the platform of a Mary Bethune-McLeod. They stand on them platforms, but what they doing is they cosplaying and they just grifting to make money. It's fake. So when you see a Thomas Sowell, you gotta understand who Dr. Nellie Fuller was. You gotta understand who these people were. But if you don't know these people, you don't understand you being duped. These people stand on the very people that you say that was seedy, or you guys would say, well, you complaining. If it wasn't for them, you wouldn't even know who those people were. They opened up the door for them to even be coons. That's what I'm trying to tell you. White folks ain't want them around. So we got to put things in its proper context. The same thing in your country where you have people that look like you sell your people out, right? And they take bribes and money, right, from the government, right? And y'all run from there saying it's the government that's oppressing us. Well, it was our government that was oppressing us. They just treat you different because you come in as a foreigner.
Can I ask you a question, brother, quickly, as a conservative? Would you lobby the Republicans, right, the conservative Republicans, for reparation for your people?
No, I'm gonna tell you why. Not under this administration. As a conservative, I believe in less government and black people doing for themselves, as Dr. Amos Wilson
There
taught
you
us.
go.
We
Nice,
were, but listen to what I'm saying. But this conservatism that a lot of these people practice is not conservatism. They are directly under the foot of these white people. And if they say anything that white people disagree with, they get cast out. So what I'm saying,
That makes
that's not
sense.
conservatism. Our people
Yeah,
was
that makes sense. I agree.
Big Mama was conservative. She was able to do a whole lot with no education. We was able to feed families and build communities with less. We was the real conservative. They switched it around and got you believing. So what I'm saying to you is, when you see these people out here talking that conservative stuff, what I'm saying is they're standing on the back of the very people that you guys may criticize and say you complain too much. What I'm saying is there is no Clarence Thomas. There is no Clarence Thomas without Thurgood Marshall first.
I think most black people, on average, are very quite
Hey guys, let
conservative
me
in
do
their
this. We
mindset.
got a new caller, then we got to close out. No holy cow. Go ahead and mute yourself.
Yeah, but Africa. The type
I
of
said
conservative
no holy cow.
the type of conservative that people are throwing around.
You gotta mute him.
You
gotta mute him, Darkness.
Like the traditional conservative. It's not the same at all.
Am I
Just like how
Bang, it's not you.
God, be quiet. It's not your turn. No holy cow turn.
I don't think he
call
guys.
liberals and stuff like that.
You gotta mute Bang,
Mute him.
I thought no
I
holy
think he
cows
can
was
hear
called
us.
on.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead, no holy cow. Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, let's get a few things straight. I'm just gonna comment on the topic here. It says to Black Americans and South Africans something whiteness. First and foremost, Black Americans are not the ones going to Europe where white people are not the ones that are migrating to Australia where white people are. South Africans, Black South Africans are not migrating to Europe where white people are. South Africans are not migrating to Australia where white people are. So this question about closeness to whiteness should be directed at the people that are going to where the white people are. Secondly,
the white people came to you, bro.
Well, hold on. No holy cow. So what you're saying is, holy cow. This is the host talking. Hold on. So basically, what your comment is, you have a number of, we'll just say, Black immigrants who are leaving their Black countries to go migrate to white countries.
Exactly. Before we can say that Black Americans and South Africans are trying to be close to whiteness, we are not the ones moving to where white people are. The other thing, my second point is Black Americans.
It's not making any sense, is it?
My second point is, I'm sorry, I thought I was dealing with adults here. The way adults talk is that you let somebody speak their point and then you can argue. Otherwise, if this platform is for children and immature people,
if you come in like you're some comedian.
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt him. Don't interrupt him. Go ahead, holy cow.
You see that when you interrupted, I kept my mouth shut so you can finish your point. Allow me to finish my point as well, then you can rebut. Secondly, Black Americans are not the ones migrating to African countries. Black South Africans are not the ones migrating to other African countries. Let me list a couple of countries for you guys to understand something. Lesotho is enclosed by South Africa. South Africans don't have a problem with Lesotho. Swaziland is at the border of South Africa. South Africans do not have a problem with Swazi people. Botswana is, in fact, Botswana is 20 kilometers from where I'm staying right now. We don't have a problem with people from Botswana. Namibia, right next to us in Northern Cape, we don't have a problem with people from Namibia. Why is that? Because when those guys come here, they respect the laws of this country and then they go back home. Just like when we go to Namibia, to Botswana, we are there for what we are there for, and then we come back home. Now, in South Africa has done so much for the African continent. No African country contributes to the socio-economic welfare of this continent than South Africa. On top of doing that, people come to this country. Okay, fine, you can migrate legally. We don't have a problem with that. We have a problem with the illegal. We have a problem with the illegal immigrants that come here and burden our systems
on top of the challenges that we already have. We have a problem of maladministration. We have a problem of corrupt politicians. We have a problem of corrupt businesses. On top of that, now people must come in our country and fight for us for the same resources that half of our people are fighting for. It can't be. There's no way in the world where you're going to allow everybody, because they stay in the same street as you, to come into your house and take the food off of your children. And then when you say these people, guys, some of you are not coming here the right way, go back home and fix your problems at home. We will offer you the support we want you need from us. And then you call South Africans xenophobe.
Did Africans say that when South Africans was fleeing from their countries to other African countries for refuge? The other African people say that go back home?
Let me correct that. Let me correct that narrative. Let me correct that narrative. Only a few South Africans went to Zimbabwe, went to Mozambique, went to Botswana to train their military. Not millions of us were all out there. We've done more than enough for the rest of Africa. You helped a few of our struggle icons, not all of us. South Africans liberated themselves. Africa did not come to liberate South Africa.
That's a lie, bro.
African armies did not come to South Africa to fight the white system. Were there any African armies that came? Because by the time that we were busy fighting,
the Cubans was helping with Africans.
No,
listen, the best thing to do with this guy. The best thing to do with this guy, let him speak and don't even respond. Let him go.
Go ahead. I got a question for Holy Cow. Go ahead.
No. Don't ask him any questions. Just let him speak and let him go. After he speaks, you can log off. Bye.
No, I want to ask him a question.
No.
Guys, let him finish. Go ahead, Holy Cow.
The Cubans, the Russians, and a few of the African countries hosted our MK veterans, the military wing of the ANC. They hosted a few of them. Most of them were in Mozambique and Zimbabwe. This thing that the whole of Africa supported us, show me proof of that where it is documented in history. Go ahead.
Show him the text.
Okay, Elvis, be quiet.
Go ahead.
Holy Cow.
Go ahead.
Holy Cow, this is the host talking. Holy Cow, this is the host talking. The Mandela tax from out of Nigeria.
What did Mandela do in Nigeria? Mandela went in Nigeria only.
No. I said the man. Are you from, man's sake? I'm not. It's not. You guys, be quiet. Holy Cow, are you familiar with the Mandela tax? Okay, so Nigeria, they had a tax where they taxed like their civil workers and children in school. They raised a lot of money and sent to the ANC.
Where is proof of that?
Because and then also too, I want to say a number.
That was discussed during the TRC, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa in 1994. There was no proof of that. There was no proof of that. That was discussed in TRC after 1994. Where's the proof? Where is it documented?
So real quick, Holy Cow. So you're saying Holy Cow, man, I just want Holy Cow. Holy Cow, it's the host talk. It's the host talk. It's the host talking. So Holy Cow. So what you're saying, I'm asking the question. It's the host talking. So
he's insulting me and he's doing the same thing.
Guys, stop talking. Stop talking. Be quiet between me and Holy Cow. So what you're saying is that the Mandela tax didn't happen.
Exactly.
Okay, go ahead.
They have receipts.
All right, go ahead.
Does anybody have receipts of this? All right. So we are here where we are right now. Right. South Africa was liberated in 1994. All of this time we have been taking in illegal immigrants that have been a burden on our socio-economic systems. Now, let's suppose, let me take your argument. Let's say, okay, the rest of Africa helped us. Okay, how long are we supposed to help the rest of Africa before we help ourselves? How long? 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 100 years, including the economic help that we are giving out to Africa already. How long? How long?
So how are you helping those people who got shops in South Africa? Are you helping them to start their shops and their businesses?
Okay, okay, this is, we are going to talk about what recently happened. Where did that happen in South Africa?
No, you say you're helping the Africans. So when an African go there and start a shop, a
I am
provision
asking you.
store, are you helping them start that store?
I am asking you. You're saying that we looted their store. I'm
I
asking
didn't
you.
say that, bro. What are you talking about? You said you can't help Africans, right? I'm saying when an African goes to South Africa and start a provision store where you can
Okay.
buy rice and toilet paper and other things, how are you helping that
Okay.
person?
Who is supporting that person's business? When
Oh,
that
so
person
this
opens a
it's
business, who's
commerce,
buying from
right?
them?
So you're saying that they're not providing a service to you when you need to wipe your ass and you go into their store and buy toilet paper? That's not a service to
Which
you?
which 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 Africans are opening spaza shops in Africa? Because spaza shops in South Africa are being owned by the Pakistanis and the Bangladeshis. Which Africans are doing that in
So
South
Somalis
Africa?
don't own them?
So what about the Somalis and
Which-
Ethiopians?
which- So Somalis and Ethiopians are Africans now, because last I checked, even in
Oh my,
America,
this
they were
guy, what
saying
are
that
you
they're not
kidding me? Are
part
they
of
We
it.
not
just asked you
Africans?
a question. You just
Nah, he
He's
do
saying
got
they're
a
not
point though.
Africans. That's his
He do
rebuttal. They're
got a
not
point
Africans,
though.
so they don't
They
count.
do be trying to
Did,
other
did,
themselves
did
though.
I
Okay,
say did I
he
say
said
did I say
something
they're not
about South
Africans?
Africa not going
Did
after
I say they're not
Namibians.
Africans?
Hold on, you said something about South Africa not going after Namibians because Namibians are
Yeah,
okay. But let me
yeah.
read this. Former Namibian bus driver Semfried Shinlongo, who lost his eyesight after violent attack in South Africa, says the Namibian government acted too late to repatriate citizens
Where are you reading this from?
living there without proper documentation amid rising safety concerns. This is a Windhoek Observer, appears to be a
No, no.
Namibian paper. He lost his eyesight
Okay.
from attack from South Africans. So
What
you were
happened?
saying
That cheated my girl who was the Miss South Africa. Her mother I think is
Listen,
Yeah,
from Mozambique. Her father is an Igbo from
listen,
Nigeria. They went against
yeah.
her.
li- listen. We
Okay.
all know this guy that just.
I
We all
can't
know
I
this guy
can't
is a
answer all
liar
your
because
questions.
everything that
I
he
can't
just said,
answer
everything that he
I
just
can't
said is
answer all your
contrary to
questions.
what we see and read online and
I
on the
can't I
media
can't
and the newspaper.
I can't
You
answer
just
all
come
your
here to
questions.
gaslight us like the rest of the South Africans. You're very
Why are
Africa,
you into
dishonest.
your feelings, my
You're
Africa,
man?
very
Africa.
dishonest,
Why are you
low
into your feelings?
self-esteem,
Africa,
low
Africa,
Why
level
are
black
you in your
people. You're
feelings?
weak. Just be
Africa.
honest.
Hold on,
And you're
Africa.
weak. Then why are you coming in
Hold
my
on,
country
hold
then
on.
if I'm so weak?
Africa,
Why are
Africa,
you
If
giving
South
Africa.
in my
Africa was my
country if
Hold on,
I'm
toilet,
so
I
weak?
would never.
Africa,
If
If
Africa,
South
your
Africa
people are
was my
so
toilet, I
strong,
would
why
never
are you
use it.
Africa,
destroying
Africa.
my
Mastic, leave it.
country?
My people don't
Why
go
are
to
you
South
I want to
Africa.
answer
I'm
destroying
not
one.
my
I want
Nigeria.
to
country?
answer one
My
question.
people
I want to
never
answer.
go there. If
Holy
South Africa
cow.
All of
was my
you
toilet,
are
I would
here.
never go
Holy
there.
cow.
All of you are here. All of you
No,
are here.
No,
Their
we
You
don't.
are
beef
Wait,
no,
wait,
is
holy
all
with
of
cow.
us.
West
all of you
Africans,
are
bro. They
here.
hate the West
Yeah.
African men,
All
and
of
we
you
know
No,
Yeah,
are
holy
why.
cow. I
here.
got a question
All of
for
you are
you.
yeah.
here.
No, holy
Elvis,
cow.
I
I got
want
a
to answer
question.
Because
you. You said something about
I
I want to answer Elvis first. You talked about Chidima. I want to answer Elvis about Chidima. Chidima's mother came into the country illegally. Chidima's father came into the country illegally. They stole a person's identity. For 20 years, there was a South African out there who could not get their identity because their identity was stolen. So get their facts straight, my man. They were here illegally. Illegally. Okay? You don't
stop
So
go to
speaking
a
to people
country
like that. Because
illegally.
so it's fine. So what does that make cheating about then?
when he speaks to us, listen, we're
Guys,
not
guys,
Nigerians.
let him finish. I didn't know that
All
part of the
right.
story, but go ahead, Holy Cow. Go ahead, continue.
Chidima is either Nigerian or Mozambican. In the
She's an
African
Igbo
culture,
girl.
in the African culture, I think world over, the child normally takes after the father's surname, isn't it? If the father is Nigerian, therefore Chidima is Nigerian. Furthermore, Nigeria rolled out the red carpet for Chidima. They made her Miss Nigeria. What did Chidima do to thank Nigerians? She came into South Africa again illegally. And then when Home Affairs contacted her and said, listen, you are in the country illegally, you need to fix your status, she blue ticked them until she got arrested again,
yeah,
illegally.
that is a lie.
Africans
You're
come
just
to South
lying now.
Africa the legal way. Am I
hold
You're
on.
just
lying?
lying.
Okay.
Hold on. So
All
let
right,
me
let
can
me
I
Let
ask,
me
get
let me
to it.
research that real
hold
quick
on,
to be
Elvis.
sure.
Let me ask
I'm
Holy
gonna
Cow a
get
question.
to
Let me ask you a question, right?
yeah,
So Holy Cow, I got a question for you, right?
yeah, man.
So according to South Africa, right, especially the government, you guys own zero mines in South Africa. The only thing that you guys have, because everything else is privatized, and you had the law that says that whenever they have a business, they have to give black ownership to at least 25 to 30% to the black South Africans, right?
So
right. So
pretty
what you
much
are
you
talking
have
about is BEE.
hold on,
What you are talking about is
hold
BEE.
hold
No, I'm correcting what it is.
hold
It's
on.
called
Let me hear.
BEE.
Listen,
You see,
hear
he
me out.
speak
Hear me
over
out. Hear
you.
me
He
out.
accused me
Hold
of
on.
speaking over
I
him.
didn't.
He's doing the
Okay,
same
hold
thing.
on. Yeah.
He's
So
a
let me ask you
weird
a question.
guy.
Hold on, Africa. Hold on. So you have an
Yep.
elite class that have about 25-30% ownership of these private mines, right? So that being
Yep.
said, if these people, a minority owns the mine, but the majority of those white South Afrikaners own the majority of the mines, right? And it's clear as day. Why are you not going after them?
Okay. Now let me answer you. First and foremost, there's a misconception about the
He's
mine
gonna give.
owners.
Guys, let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead. Go
Dennis,
ahead,
I'm
Holy
not
Cow.
stopping him. I don't know why you keep telling him. I didn't do nothing. I'm just listening.
But you interrupt. You interrupt and you laugh. Mute yourself and laugh. Go ahead, Holy Cow.
All right. So let me correct the misconception. Correct that some of the mines are not owned by, are not in the hands of South Africans, but some of the ownership in those very mines you are talking about is owned by a few black people, just like the majority of some of those mines is largely a few white people. Not all white people own them. Secondly, there are mines that are community based. So a person will come with their investment, 50% of the mine is owned by them, 50% of the other mine is owned by the community. I am talking about your Pilanis Platinum Mine. I am talking about Tarisa. I'm talking about Sibanye Stillwater. I am talking about Samenko. In fact, one of our success stories, if you can Google them, a company called My Soul. It's a black-owned company. It is taking over in Storm. And then the other thing is Black South Africans actually have businesses that are going on with the mine. It is part of the broad-based Black economic empowerment. So let's say you, Elvis, you come to, you've got the money for the infrastructure and everything else. You own 50% of that, but the procurement, the other services of the mine, at least 60 to 70% of those businesses need to go to Black South Africans. That is the thing that some people do not know about what's going on in South Africa. I work for one of those mines. I work for a company that is subcontracted to work in the mines. We take care of the employment of some of the people. So when I'm talking about this one now, I'm talking about my bread and butter.
So
There's a
Black
lot
South
of
Africans are doing well, right?
Black South
Man, y'all,
Africans are doing, yeah, Black South Africans are doing well, but like any other country,
Mm.
we have our own challenges. We are
y'all
not
need
quite there
100%, bro.
where we
That's
want.
y'all's
We are not
land, bro.
quite there yet where we want to be. Hey, my man, we are not the ones in other people's countries, ne? We're in our own
Nah, I'm
country.
not saying
Let's
you
get
are.
back.
I'm saying
Actually, hold on,
y'all
hold
goal
on.
needs to
Oh
be
wait,
Actually,
hold on,
100%,
no, no,
bro.
no. Let
Holy
me correct
cow!
that. Let
Hold
me
on, wait,
correct
hold
that.
on, hold on,
Do
Nigel,
you
hold on,
know
Hold on, let
South
Tunaja
Africans
speak
hold on,
real
have
quick.
more
Let
than
him speak.
Nigel, I got
hold
you.
on, let me
Two
just add,
seconds.
I will be very
Nigel,
brief. I'll be very
two
brief.
seconds. Hold on, two seconds, 2 seconds. Holy cow, you're wrong.
Okay,
It's about 83 to 133,000 Black South Africans in the U.S. You're wrong. Well, go ahead, Nigel.
And
out
South
of how many
Africans,
millions?
A lot of South
Let
Africans
me
are in the UK too, also.
let me just
Loads
say
of
this.
them.
South
expatriates. Do you guys
Loads of
understand
hold
what
them.
on,
an
one point.
expatriate is?
Hold
You
on, hold
understand
on.
what an
Loads of them in
1.6.
here
expatriate is?
illegally.
Can you be quiet, please?
I used to
1.6%
work
of
in the
South
office with
Africans
them
Let
illegally.
Tunaja speak,
Africa,
please.
hold on now. Africa, hold on. 1.6% of South Africans live overseas. Why 1% of
Expatriates.
Nigerians live overseas? You want to call
Expatriates.
them what you said they don't go overseas. I'm telling you they
I'm
do.
talking.
And
I'm talking about
secondly,
illegal
Chidi Man's father,
immigrants.
hold
I'm talking
on. You
about
lied
illegal.
you lied to people
I just
here.
sent you.
Chidi
You
I
Man's
gotta
sent
let
you
father
a
him
link.
came
speak.
Yesterday.
hold
No
on, let
holy
me finish now.
cows.
Let me finish. You lied to people here that Chidi Man's father came into South Africa illegally. There is no evidence that he did that. Nobody accused him that he came into South
Yeah,
Africa
that's
illegally.
true. I just searched it up. He was not illegal. Her
Stop
mother was
lying.
illegal, but not the father.
Just come here and you just start spewing lies.
So you got caught in a lie there. No
Okay.
holy cow.
All
I
right.
told you.
Okay.
I told you guys, but you guys not listening.
Then how come was the father deported if he was not here illegally? I just sent you a link, by the way, on
He was
Chidima because
not
somebody said I
deported.
was lying
He
about
was not
Chidima.
deported.
He was what? He was what?
Who told you his
He was
father was
what?
deported? You
He
just make
was
stuff
what?
up to make yourself feel good.
He wasn't deported. He
Nothing.
went back
Send
to
the link I
Nigeria.
sent you.
Nothing
The only illegal immigrants is them Afrikaners, man. Get them about y'all land, bro. Real talk. I'm not all of this
You just say
infighting
stuff
is
that is not
retarded,
true at
bro.
all. Do you know South Africans have even more death rate? Nigeria is facing terrorism. Like, hold on, be quiet. Nigeria is facing terrorism, but yet your country has more death rate that from criminal activities than Nigeria does.
Oh yeah.
Even when Nigeria is facing terrorism and kidnapping, your country has far more violence resulting in from criminal activities, resulting in loss of life
They
than
got
Nigeria does.
7.5 million people living with HIV in South Africa right now as we speak.
Come on, let's not do this though, man. Well, we don't gotta do no slander campaign on East Side.
No. He's talking stuff about other African people. We're telling you, South Africa is not perfect. They have their own issues and it's dire.
Look, they're not even the listen. They're not even the wealthiest. Listen, they're not even the wealthiest. They're not even the wealthiest Africans anyway. Black Africa, they are not. They're far from it. That's the problem. They come here in our country. You know, you come here. I understand. Look, me. Let me just speak because you all guys spoke, right? I understand that every country have to deal with the immigration issue. You cannot let criminals come in your country and ravage and do killings and sell drugs and basically do all illegality and get away with it. I totally understand that. But it's the way you go about doing it is a problem. You cannot go into hospitals, root out the ill, go into schools, go into a man that set up a little business, making money, looting it, and you're claiming to be the one that's better than them. You're looting the Africans' businesses to go and buy drugs. It's right. You can come here and gaslight.
Which
I
African
was saying with everybody. Guys, did you see, guys? I mean, can you just be quiet? You asked me to. Oh,
exchanging these insults ain't constructive, brother.
It's double standard. You see double standard. He's interrupting me now. You see double standard.
I'm just returning the favor. You see, it's not like interrupted. Can you see that?
Because you say this is how you know I'm speaking the truth. Because what you're doing is trying to stop me from speaking the truth.
Can you
and this is what they do.
Can you see it's not nice when I speak over you?
Listen, I've seen. Oh, look at that! Oh boy! Oh my little boy! You're very clever, ain't you? But anyway, the TV doesn't lie. The screen doesn't lie. It's there. It's there. People follow you guys. I've never been to South Africa. I've never been to Southern Africa. I never want to go. I said, if South Africa is my toilet, I will go and shit outside.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
You had a toilet, though.
No, but honestly, bro, listen. If South Africa was
bro, Ngolo, bro, stop that, man. This dude's talking stuff.
Nah, no, but what point does it make to that's where he's going?
We'll never have peace with these guys in the continent. Do you know what I'm saying?
These guys, this is what the show is about, right? They have the shade of the white man's proximity. So they think they're better than other Africans. If South Africa was purely black and black people was rushing to it, I would have more respect for them.
Ngolo, I'm begging you, stay away from this. The day the white man is ready to deal with you, bro, will come and join the white man.
No. We're not gonna help him.
No. Listen, they will deal with the white man. They will deal with the white man. Also, will deal with all of you together, bro. Were
you born during apartheid? The brother that's talking from South Africa?
He's not. Well, listen, we're West African, bro. Look, we're West African. We're born. We're children of warriors. All our ethnicity, all our ethnic group that we came from warrior clan, bro. That's why white people never got foothold in our region.
Because I don't know if this brother remember when South Africans was crying on the continent when the white man was putting foot to ass, and they were begging everybody that would listen to them to free themselves, to become integrated with the white people, to not be a partners, living in a partners with the white people. So why are you acting as if you guys was always standing tall? You was in a vulnerable position just about 30-something years ago. Why are you acting so tough now, bro?
Trust me, bro.
No, I think the fact is that West Africa was hardly colonized.
You liberated yourself. Are you sure about that?
In West
Black
Africa,
Americans did more to help you. They put pressure on their government to try to boycott South Africa.
Americans didn't do shit. You basically killing yourselves, each other every day.
Hold on.
You said Black Americans didn't do shit for you, bro? Is that what you said?
What you saying?
Okay.
Let him speak. Are you saying Black Americans didn't help South Africans?
Absolutely.
Of course they did.
Wow.
Okay, let me
bro, he's entitled to his opinion, bro. Just let him talk.
Holy Cow said that
Ngolo, I'm
South
begging you,
Africa
man,
helped.
begging you, bro. Leave this
Holy Cow
guy.
said
Let
South Africa
don't
helped.
get
keep
involved.
converting it, bro. Like y'all finna
Hold on.
disagree. You don't know your history.
And I
If it
want to
wasn't
I
for
want to know
FBA,
what
they
South
would have put
Africa
sanctions
did for
on South Africa.
Africans. Hold on. I want to know what South Africa has done for Africans. You said South Africa
Their
helped
liability.
Africa more than any other country. Tell us what South Africa has done for African countries, please. I would like to hear it.
The dues to the AU. That's it.
They're not even
Can you
listen.
tell
They're
us
not even
what
one of
South
the
Africa has
wealthiest black
done for
people.
African
So
countries?
anybody
Because
who got
he
come on,
said they helped African countries more than any other country. Tell us what South Africa has done for
He's
African
gonna
countries,
mention MTN.
other than just keep attacking them and killing
He's gonna
No,
Africans.
no
mention
holy cow. Go
Shoprite.
ahead. Enumerate some of the things South Africa has helped other African countries with.
Yeah, he's gone mute now. Somehow his mic is
He's
not
probably
working.
drinking a beer real quick. You know they
He's
can't
pooping
function
his
while drinking.
he's pooping his
No,
pants
no,
after
no.
I just warned him. No, seriously. We listen. You
I
see
put
people.
my mic
You
on.
see. No,
I
listen.
put my
You
mic on
see
mute.
South Africa. You see South Africa. Yeah. Let me tell you one thing. You see the way you're scared of white people. That's how we are not scared of them. See the way you treat our people that went over there. Some of them went there, opened businesses. Some of them actually helping you guys. You actually went there and loot their shop to go and buy drugs, bro.
With
You're gonna pay for that,
responsibility.
bro.
Hey, I got a
You're
question for
looting
you real
shops to go
quick.
buy drugs.
No,
No,
no
you
holy
do.
cow. Are West
You're living
Africans?
ghetto
Hold on, hold on,
Ashanti
hold on, hold
while
on,
the white
Africa.
man is eating your lunch.
Africa. Well, let me ask my question. Are West Africans and South Africans of the same race?
No, they are Bantu.
Hold
Listen, this
on.
hard
Let
fact
me
is,
ask him the question, please. Let me answer. Are West
mm,
African and Southern Africans the same race of people?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
We
Good.
are.
yeah, no, Elvis, they're Bantu people.
These are one of the Bantus we chased from Mambila
These are
Plateau
the
all the
people.
way to South Africa and
Yes,
started acting
thank
stupid.
you, thank
They
you.
chased
That's
them
what I'm
all the
trying
way
to
from
say to him.
Mambila Plateau.
That
that's why these
Naja, this is what
No,
conversations are
because
Naja,
some
dumb.
South Africans
It's a
don't
big
think
Naja,
stupid.
they're
No, Elvis,
related to
wait,
the
wait.
West Africans. They think they're different
I
than us.
told you this. I told you this before. I said this before. I said in West Africa, thank God, we managed to keep these people away from the West because they tried to come to the West. I know some of your people where they actually managed to stop, where they were stopped, where our ancestors stopped them. And then you went down to the south and you went after the Koya and the San people because you're weak. You
And
couldn't
then
deal
you
Come
with us. We
on,
dealt with
man.
you, bro.
What are we
We
doing?
dealt with
What?
you, bro. We
Come
dealt with
on,
you,
bro.
bro. And
You just
we'll come
can't
after
the
you down
whole.
there. We'll come and hunt
South
you down
Africans
there.
have been attacking
You know you
Africans
talking
since
about the
19.
Bakongo too, and
This is
then all the
ridiculous.
other groups, bro.
It
Come
needs
on,
to
bro.
stop.
They're weak. They're
It needs
weak.
to
Can I
stop.
can
They're
I
I
ask
weak.
mean,
Carl
we
a
don't have to
question?
go all the way.
Can I
We don't have to
can
go
you
all
give
the
me a
way on that,
question?
man. Let's be
Stop it,
Let me
honest.
ask him one more. Let me ask him one more question. Holy
Okay,
cow,
new
quick
speaker in
question,
the
right?
house. New speaker.
I got you. Give me 1 second. Holy cow, quick question for you, right? There's 65 million South Africans, right? Do you think?
no, that's a wrong number.
Okay.
We're not
So this,
75 million.
but about half of you guys is on government assistance, right? So by you going after these black other Africans, right? Are you saying that are they a burden on the system if half of the population is on government assistance?
Okay.
That's an excellent
Now
question.
I want to answer you. First and foremost, the population of South Africa is not 75 million.
I said
Get that.
65. I said 65.
You said 65. Okay.
Yeah.
Secondly, yes, you are correct. Half of South Africans are dependent on some form of government, on some form of government assistance. Thirdly, the issue here is not that Africans are coming to South Africa. The issue here is that we are talking about the illegal immigrants that we cannot account for. So our system in South Africa is already overburdened, especially in the Gauteng province, in places like Johannesburg. The system is already overburdened. And then people come to the country illegally to get those health services, meaning that South Africans cannot get those very same health services. Remember, guys,
Is that a true statement? Is a West African stopping you from going to the hospital and getting care? Do they tell you, well, we can't help you because an African is using your benefit?
That's exactly what happens, my
Oh
man.
my gosh! Stop the lie.
Okay, so let me make a statement. First, I want to just say that let me
Wait. Somebody said I'm lying.
right.
Have you
No,
come to South Africa and seen
sir,
Espresso? Plus, I
sir.
sent you a link.
Sir, you're gonna talk.
Masasengi Anim.
I've heard you talk before. You have a lot to say, good stuff to say, informational stuff to say, bad stuff to say. To me, in my opinion. But I wanted to
I
first off
apologize.
start by saying, no, you good. That Larry Elder said that welfare has been more harmful to Black Americans than chattel slavery. Do you hear that? This is the stuff that Larry Elder said, and I'm so glad that Dinah said that he's not a conservative. He's a moderate. He's not on the Larry Elder's degree or Clarence Thomas degree. So that's just one of the egregious things that came out of Larry Elder's mouth. I didn't even know this guy, but I heard him speaking, and he's ridiculous. But anyway, back to the subject matter. My thing about South Africa and what's going on is that the Southern African countries are culpable, um, as well as all the other African countries, especially Nigeria, the country that is most I won't say responsible, but has a huge part to play in Africa's um, ability to sustain itself, those countries that have some wherewithal. I mean, Ghana's doing a good job without having been affected, but I think Ghana has, Ghana and Nigeria had a thing going on. But what I'm saying is that the interdependence of African countries, and this is why what I like about Julius Malema is that he's a Pan-Africanist and he talks about all of Africa. But you can't just say that Africa's for all Africans and not hold accountable the countries that are are Zimbabwe, for example. That's one in which South Africa failed in terms of supporting and helping Zimbabwe. What would have happened? They would have had to sacrifice as well. But now look at what's happening. You've got, low going to high. They all rush over to South Africa because it's more stable, and they bring the country down. And then everybody's talking about don't mistreat Africans, when in fact it's a matter of not just leadership, but also it's a matter of what's happening globally. The sanctions put on Zimbabwe, that made a lot of the people leave and go to South Africa. And the other neighboring countries didn't chime in, didn't support them, didn't do anything. That should have been a time when South Africans start kicking white folks out of South Africa, when Zimbabwe started doing that. And then they would have put sanctions on South Africa. But guess what? You're really dependent on each other. And that's where all those other countries should have came in and said, we're on our own. We've got to come together. We're on our own. And that's not what's happening. And so what John Henry Clark talks about is there has to be a generation of folks who that we create a generation that is willing to sacrifice. This is the sacrificing generation for the good of African people down the line. And we haven't created that generation. And he also, in this latest little thing, I saw him speaking back in the 90s, talking about, he was scolding the people because the information that they left for the people to follow, to look at, read, and follow, they're not reading it. They're not following it. We missed our time, and when Nkrumah, when we had a chance to come together and make one Africa, we missed our time. And he said we were fighting over stupid things. The reason why Africa didn't unite under the Casablanca group, or whichever one it was over stupid things, like inconsequential things, really. And so that's a lesson for us to learn. Anyway, I'll land right there.
The Morovia group and the Casablanca group, those are the two groups, Shah.
Right,
Yeah,
but whichever one it was. But the point is that was our time, and now now we're looking at South Africa, blaming them for mistreatment of other Africans, yet and still everything is interconnected, and nobody's mentioning that.
Well, we shouldn't blame them for mistreating other Africans, Shah. Is that what
No,
you're
that's
saying?
not what I mean. They should not be mistreating other Africans, but we should be looking at them with a more balanced judgment in terms of saying they are being overburdened, and why? Mainly Zimbabwe, probably, and Nigeria. Maybe those are the two
Nigerians,
biggest.
do you know that Nigerians make up
Yeah, I want to get
maybe
some
Sure.
numbers. How many Nigerians
Sure.
are in South Africa?
Well, we know
I did
Zimbabwe.
earlier.
UK
Sir,
has
you wasn't
about
here. No,
5 times more
guys.
immigrants
Hold
than
on,
South
guys. Hold
Sir,
on.
Africa.
Tunaja,
UK has
one sec,
5 times more immigrants.
one
Hold on,
mic.
let me just talk.
I
Let
did,
me
I
talk.
did
Let
had
me
it. No, hang
I was
on.
talking first.
I did had it balanced. I did
I
had a
was
balanced approach
talking
towards the
first.
conversation
You finished
in the
the
beginning
submission,
of the topic.
and I've
Okay,
not had any submission. Let me just submit.
Tunaja,
I
you don't
didn't
have to
even
be
submit.
childish. Okay, go on, speak.
Let me finish speaking. See, what you are speaking about is a totally unrelated issue. South Africa has been attacking African migrants since the 90s. Can you believe that? Repeatedly, they've been doing this. This is highly unusual. And they've been getting away with it because Africans were thinking, okay, it's all right. But they are killing people repeatedly. And so sooner or later, any bad behavior, you have to call it out on either side. Let's say a Nigerian goes to South Africa and sells drugs. You have to condemn that and find a way to solve that problem. Either work with the South African authorities to ensure that those Nigerians don't make it into South Africa. The same thing with if South Africans do something wrong, if they start attacking African citizens, they need to also be condemned. We can't keep excusing people's bad behavior. Bad behavior needs to be condemned. If you are raising
So you're
children,
saying they
you
have a
don't say,
culture of xenophobia. They have a
yes,
culture of that's their culture, because if they're
they've
doing
had
it
it for a long time.
without it there being a justified reason, because back in the 90s the economy was doing a lot better than it is now.
Exactly.
So
They've
then that means that you're
been
saying you're
doing it.
indicting them for having a culture of vitriol and
Attacking
xenophobia.
black
No,
I don't believe
attacking
that.
black African. They have a culture of doing that.
I
This
don't believe
goes
that.
back to the 90s.
Tunaja.
So that should tell you something.
Okay, have you finished?
How can you not say it's a pattern to it if they keep doing it repeated? There's no other country you see that happening on the continent. Maybe even not in the
No,
world.
okay,
I don't
look,
believe it.
look,
This is only
brother. Hold on,
Tunaja, let's
I
be
got you.
honest. One second.
I got you.
No, one
Brother,
second.
I got you. One
Oh
second.
God,
Just one
everyone keep
second.
interrupting
Brother,
me.
no, I got you. I got you. But brother Shah, you do know, like, for example, Ivory Coast has about Africa, what, 4 million migrants or immigrants inside their country?
Yeah, from Burkina Faso, yeah, and Liberia and other places.
Right,
Ivory Coast is home to.
Ivory Coast
Yeah,
don't treat them
wait,
like that. And
Yeah,
they're a poorer country. They're
Tunaja,
a poorer country than South Africa, and they don't treat their migrants like that.
Elvis. Ivory Coast is home to the entire West Africa, except they've got Nigerian group. People in Guinea, Sierra Leone, Liberia, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Senegal, Mali. They're all in Ivory Coast. They're all there. There are like millions of them, and they never have one single problem. Okay, and if you go to Senegal, you find Malian people, you find Guineans, you find Nigerians,
That's
you
because the
find
South Africans don't think the West Africans are the same as them. They don't have that brotherly love for them.
In Senegal, you find all the other West African group in Senegal, in Dakar. You never had them chasing. Even Nigerians, okay? You go to Gambia, it's the same thing. You go to Sierra Leone, it's the same thing. We have all kind of people living in one another. Ghana is the exception. Okay, let's be honest. In West Africa, Ghana are the people that tend to be.
Ghana's a protectionist, but they won't kick you out of your country because you're from another country. They will prefer to give them.
They tend to travel. Listen, look, wait. Ghana tend to have their people in Gambia. I don't know if you know that they have migrants in Ghana that Gambia still refuse to recognize as they're everywhere. They're everywhere. But they don't like you going to their country, but they like to go there. Look, I agree to the South African. Tonight, let's be honest, there's some element of criminality with Nigerians that go to other countries. They push drugs, they pimp women, they bring scam, and do all kind of wrong things in other people's country, and they disrespect other nations, and they're making us West Africans, look really bad. Okay, I'm telling you that's just reality. Okay, that need to be addressed as brothers in the West. That is some conversation we need to have, and we need to have a topic about that.
We lost
because
you. I can't hear you.
We can hear him.
Yeah, so we need to have a topic. Yeah, So we need to have a topic about this because I love Nigerian brothers dearly, but that needs to be addressed. Okay, so
but think about this, Africa.
What? No, Elvis. One second. What I cannot have is that blanket, xenophobic against Nigerian people in South Africa. I saw a South African, a Nigerian man in the street. The man is sitting there hustling. You got his family, bro. It's so fucking wrong. These people went there, mobbed the guy, they beat him up. They took look, a Nigerian family in South Africa.
Africans are violent, bro.
Out of the school,
they are some of the most violent people on the continent.
We can't have that, bro. We can't have that.
The point I wanted to make to you, Africa, take the United States
Yeah.
for example, right? South Africa is becoming a big country on the continent, right? A country like the United States, a lot of people come here, whether it's Mexicans or African immigrants, Europeans. They commit crimes. You know what the United States do? They prosecute those people. They investigate them.
Send them back.
So yeah, foreigners committing
put them in
crime is
prison.
not unusual. So if the Africans are doing it, just know it's going to come with the territory. When people are migrating to your country, there are going to be some of them who are bad people. You prosecute them, you put them in jail. You know, it's not a reason to demonize the entire region. You know.
No,
It's very
that's one thing I
obvious.
don't like.
See, when you check the numbers in all these things, there's a lot of misnomer and a kind of stigmatization of Nigeria in so many ways because people don't understand numbers. People struggle with numbers a lot. Like if you look at Nigeria now, in terms of being selfless as a nation, Nigeria is actually the most selfless nation in the world in terms of the ability to do stuff for other people when they don't gain anything from it. Not when people are talking about other countries that are doing it, just go and check the record with Nigerians. In terms of generosity, Nigerians are very, very generous. This is how, if you look at the way they helped South Africa, they are not very close to South Africa. They could have ignored South Africa, but they did so much that it appears as if they are the only ones that were doing most of the lifting, even if the next door neighbors were doing stuff. So Nigerians have been, look at Liberia, look at Sierra Leone. These are factual statements, but people act as if Nigerians are all criminals running everywhere. We are in the UK. Do you see the UK chasing us as if we are criminals? We are in America. Do you see America chasing us that we're all criminals? Yet when you go into these higher positions in many institutions, even Harvard University, it's Nigerians that are representing black people there. What are we talking about here? But yet we stigmatize these people as if we're just people from hell terrorizing the whole African continent. It's not true. And we are doing ourselves a disservice, whatever reason why we are doing this. Maybe there is a reason why they want African countries to stigmatize in Nigeria, because it's the most populous African country. And if Nigeria gets its act together, other African countries will get their act together. But Africans are doing the job for the foreigners for them. We have to be factual here. I'm not going to support any Nigerian that is trafficking drugs. If you traffic drugs, they catch you, they should deal with you with the fullest extent of the law. If anything, that country should be working with the Nigerian authorities to arrest those people. But instead, what did the South African minister said? He's talking to the Nigerian and say, you know what, go and show us your drug dens and all that. Can you imagine a minister of South Africa telling the Nigerian state to go and show them drug dens in South Africa? This is the state of cooperation between nations in Africa. That is pathetic behavior. And if this is why we have this type of problem where they will just stigmatize the whole nation, when in reality it's not true. If you want to face the truth, you work with Nigerian government to capture those people. Because Nigeria, even in Nigeria, drug dealers, they find it very difficult to operate in Nigeria. Why do you think that is? If with all Nigeria's problem, I mean, have you mentioned drug dealing in Nigeria as the biggest problem? No, because every time Nigerian authorities are arresting them constantly. But these countries don't work with Nigeria, and somehow they claim that it's Nigerian government that's somehow the Nigerian state backing the Nigerians from doing this thing. It's not true. Period. And I'm sick of people maligning Nigeria when in reality, Nigeria literally is not in Africa, the most selfless nation in the world. What else do you want from them? Come on.
Wrong.
Can I ask you a question? Niger, can I ask you a question? Niger,
go ahead.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You're saying that it's not fair that Nigerians are being stigmatized. I agree with you on that one. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Or can we okay.
But
can we also yeah. But now can we also agree that some of the Nigerian brothers are not doing Nigeria justice? Because you can talk about not being kicked out of UK, you can talk about not kicked out of the USA, but many countries around the world have got a problem with Nigerians, and it's usually because they are dealing in drugs. Can we condemn Nigerians that are doing that in the name of Nigeria?
Yes,
That's true. That's true. Yes,
100%.
100%.
100%. We all are
okay.
them. Yes.
They're not making us. They're not making it
too. We don't want them in Nigeria too. That's why the Nigerian authorities.
You're right. Yeah, I agree with you. Even Mozambique, Mozambique and Zambia, they was chasing Nigerians before South Africa. I saw the documentary. You know,
they got banned. They got banned in Dubai and I think Thailand or something like that too.
Oh yeah, all of this. You know, let me tell you one. There's one thing I need to tell you guys also, right? I was speaking to a guy from Libya. I asked him. I said, "Why are you treating our African migrants? Most of these North African countries, they used to be really. If you speak to the early, travelers who left the continent through the Maghreb to Africa to Europe, they would tell you these people were very welcoming at once. Okay, they was really welcoming, but it's when the Nigerians passed through that region, what they leave, they shit behind the people that help them out. Is when they start switching on Africans. So we need to change. It's about time. Nigeria is the highest black population in the world. In West Africa, they are not representing us well globally at all. It looks, even in Sierra Leone, they used to come there. They do certain things, and the government have to stop to it, because we do have some people in Sierra Leone who carry Nigerian last name, and they get their family members to come and they use our passports to give our passport a bad reputation. But luckily,
Yeah, they do the
we're
same thing in
smart. We're
Kenya
not.
and Uganda too.
Yeah, yeah. And that needs to stop, because everywhere you go, I don't know why, but maybe in America they think
Hold on.
Nigerians are like this.
You
Wait,
are
one
beginning to
second, one
parrot the
second.
same nonsense again. You are beginning to parrot the same nonsense again. In
You see, you
reality,
see, you see.
because they
Mm,
have numbers, that is why it's not because other nations are not doing it. Because if Sierra Leonean was this in the come to Nigeria and do something like that, they are not going to make a blip on the radar compared to the Nigerian population. When Nigerians
Tonight, you
do it, you
see,
hear about them.
this is the
No,
problem.
because
This is the no,
hold
no,
on, hold
no,
on,
no,
hold
no.
on. I'm doing it. I can give you an example of what I'm talking about. Like in South Africa now, if they look at the South African prisoner population, the foreigners among the South African prisoner population is around 8%. Amongst them, Nigeria makes up a minuscule percentage of that population. And yet, when the Nigerians, when they talk about foreign prisoners in South Africa, they will make it sound as if it's only Nigerians that are there. Because compared to non-Southern African prisoners, Nigerians make up a bulk of the other African population, and which is they are relatively underrepresented when you look at the actual population of Nigeria in South African prison. But yet somehow we have a reputation like
I
we are the
look.
majority of illegal migrants and the drug pushers in South Africa. That is not true, you know. South Africans have
No,
their
but
own drug pushers. We
globally
have,
you are. Globally you are. You can't deny
what
that.
do you mean
Even
globally we
yesterday,
are?
someone was gonna
We don't manufacture
globally
drugs. You don't need to know that. Nigeria doesn't
to
manufacture
Niger,
drugs. What do you mean
to
globally we
Niger.
are?
This.
We are
No,
traffickers.
wait.
16%.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say, you traffic it.
16%.
You move around with it, and you get the women involved in it, and they make it look bad. And the way it's done is really inhumane. And other people look at it, they think, God, how can these people even do that to another human for the sake of money? We don't want money. I know you're very driven people when it comes to money. You can't take
You
that
mean
from
other
Nigeria.
nationals don't do it? Are you trying to
They
say South
do, but
Africa
not
will
in
not
the
do
scale.
drugs?
You say no, no, no.
Nobody's
You
not
see, to
no to
Niger,
They are not
nobody's
going
not
to do
look,
saying
the
that.
scale
to
because
Niger,
Nigeria is big. You don't understand. I keep telling you
Africa,
that.
Africa, hold on.
stop.
Africa, hold
Hold on,
on.
I'm going to get figures. I'm going
Hold
to get figures to show you what I'm
Tunaja,
talking about. You don't
hold on.
understand.
Hold on, Tunaja, let me tell you a story, right? And have in Burkina Faso, right? They have their crime down there, right? But there was a situation in which this guy from Nigeria went to Burkina Faso, right? He went and he babysat a child, right? For a minute. The mother went and walked out. You know what the Nigerian guy did to the child? He literally butchered the child for a money ritual or something like that, whatever. And when that happened, the Bikini Babes was like, "Yo, we never seen nothing like that before ever in our lives. Like where the hell did
Never,
this freaking come from?"
never,
You
You
mean
never. The
know,
Burkina
kind of
so
things
Faso?
that they do, the kind of
Hold
things that
on.
they do. To
See,
Niger,
hold on.
I'm gonna log
You
out.
are
If you're not having if you're not having a honest conversation, bro, there's no
no.
point.
We are
Just
having a honest conversation because what you are
mm.
doing is trying to malign a population. You see, the kind of thing they do.
No, I'm not saying. I said some
no,
Are
elements,
you
some
trying to tell
elements.
me?
we're not
We're
saying
not
Are
saying
you
all
trying to
all.
tell me
Nigerians.
Sierra Leoneans have
We're
not done
not
anything
saying
evil? You guys that were caught,
no. That's
were
not.
sitting on the
Listen, that's
street eating human
Tunaja,
hearts. Are you saying that
Tunaja,
you people have not done horrible
Tunaja,
Like
things
that didn't
Tunaja,
happen
during
in
the
Sierra
civil
Leone.
war?
That happened in Liberia. That was
Tunaja.
in
That
Liberia,
Yeah,
not
doesn't
Sierra
happen
apparently
Leone.
in
that is
Guinea.
alone.
But
That doesn't
Child
happen in
it's not all
Burkina
all of
Faso.
Liberia.
them.
But
It's
you know
not.
what?
See,
Bro, how
But you
about
want to hear
child
something
soldiers in
funny?
Sierra Leone?
But
How
Tunaja,
about
yes,
child
we
soldiers
did.
in
We had
Sierra
a
Leone?
war. We had a
Tunaja,
civil war. It doesn't
Tunaja,
happen now.
Tunaja. But you want to be so funny? There's a documentary from BBC, right? And it's about cannibalism. You know where they went to?
Yes.
They went to Nigeria
Yes.
Yeah.
about it. So
Yes.
I'm just saying, man.
No,
It's
the
a
point I'm
I'm
making,
and
the
let's be
point I'm making.
clear. We're not saying all, but
Look,
there's
I
something
got a link
wrong.
here. Man's sake, I got a
Hold
link
on.
here. I'm gonna
I'm
put
not
it at the back
saying, you see,
about
what
Mali,
you are
about Mali.
describing here, what you are describing here are criminal elements doing heinous things. That is true. But you have that in Mexico, you have that in war zones. If you look at Sierra Leone, and when they were fighting wars, they had child soldiers. Such child soldiers
I
killing
agree.
people, and they killed children too. And who went and
I
solved
agree,
that
but
problem?
that
The
was a
same
war.
Nigerians, hold on,
I
war or no
agree. I said
war.
that earlier.
Same
I said that
Nigerians, hold
earlier.
on, let me finish talking now. You at the moment, the same Nigerians that went and helped solve that problem. So why would we acting as if Nigerians are just evil? We are do some of the most evil things on the face of the earth. Other people do evil things too. Why is it that just because we have the number and we do evil things, it means that Nigerians are the most evil?
But
I
it's a
don't even
pattern.
think that
It's a
everybody has the
pattern.
same
Tonight,
It's a
behavior.
pattern.
I don't see
tonight
it's
I
not a
can
Pattern.
pattern.
respond to you.
Okay. Are you going to say because we
Tonight,
are the most represented in Harvard University that the other
There's a
Africans are
pattern of
stupid?
the behavior.
Hold on.
There's a
If I
pattern.
say because Nigerians are representing Africans in this Harvard University that the other Africans are stupid, would you accept that? Would you accept that the
Tunisia,
other
let's
Africans are
look.
too dumb to
If
be in
you're
Harvard
collecting data,
University?
if we're collecting data on crime, put the population aside, you will see exactly what we're talking about. But let's not dwell.
Um,
Let's move on from that now.
no. If
Let's
you
move
no,
on. Let's move
hold
on.
on.
Let's move on.
No, do that, please. Collect data. You'll be shocked what
We'll
you find.
collect the data.
Collect
Yeah, we'll
data
collect
on
the
crime.
data.
You'll be shocked what you find.
I'll bring that up when it
And
comes to
this is
drug
why I like. I
trafficking.
actually like this. No, you are saying drug.
Yeah,
You see what you are doing now. That's what white people do. They will say
tonight,
African American criminals
Hold on,
because they
holy cow,
deal
got a
on
question.
gun crime. They commit gun crime. That is the only crime going on in society. You
no,
want to
but
say because of drugs, that is what Nigeria. That makes Nigeria the most criminal country. You see what you
yeah,
But
are
but there's
doing? That is
no.
what you are
I'm not saying
Tunaja, can I
no.
ask you a question? Tunaja,
Outside
can I ask you a question?
country.
Can you
Outside.
explain to
picking
me?
your crime. You are picking the crime.
Tunaja, can you explain to me? And I think was it the UAE or Dubai? I'm not too sure. Why did they ban the Nigerians from coming over there to the Middle East, specifically Nigerians?
Because they are partly racist. That's number one. Because Nigerians are in the
Mm.
UK too. Nobody
But
banned Nigerians. So
but
secondly,
tonight,
Nigerians are having a fight. They are not, to be fair, part of it is because they felt that Nigerians are having fights on the street. They are bringing their university fraternity wars into their country. And there is another one that occurred because the Nigerians are undercutting the local traders. Because when they buy,
Tonight, look at
Nigerians
the
but
sell
comment section.
cheaper.
but to Niger. But why is it that they specifically got targeted? No other African country got targeted, but Nigerians.
Actually, they targeted other
Uh,
African countries too. These guys
not
don't only
really.
target Nigeria; they have targeted African countries too. What are you talking
Which
about?
ones?
They also target African countries. I don't understand why people just keep saying it's only Nigeria that are targeted. Okay, let's say it's only Nigerians that are targeted. Let's just assume that was the case. So what does that mean? It means that we are uniquely evil. Does
It,
that mean that we are
no, no,
actually
no.
not the
You're
most
you're
represented
not.
people in the
Listen,
world?
listen.
Nah,
Some
I'm
of the
not saying
nicest
that.
people I met. So listen, some of the nicest people I
I
met
have
are
an answer for
Nigerians.
Tunisia.
What
I have an answer for
some of
Tunisia.
the worst people I also come across and heard of are from Nigeria. But that doesn't mean it's only Nigeria commit crimes. I agree with you. I'm not
Right,
going to sit
I
there and
agree
say
with
that
you
all
on that too.
Nigerians are bad. All Nigerians are like that. No, definitely not. A lot of decent Nigerians, a lot of good Nigerians, and also a lot of Nigerians who are doing stuff globally. They're competing globally. And a lot of Nigerians who are in South Africa, working in their hospitals, saving South Africans' life. A lot of Nigerian nurses in South Africa, and a lot of Nigerians in South Africa they have legit businesses, employing South Africans, probably more than those Indians that they and Pakistani that they ignoring. But there is also an element of certain behaviors, certain things that they're doing. Not only one country, not two, not three, not four, not one country, not two countries, not three. Everywhere it's been the same since I was young to Niger. This is not
Not
new.
the same
Let's
thing.
not say
You
it's
are
since
repeating the same
since I was
term.
a young
You said
child.
everywhere they
Listen,
go, they do the same
listen.
thing.
No,
That
but
is not
they got this
true.
since I was young. Listen to me, to Niger. Since I was a young child, we was warned not to trust Nigerian people. We was maybe this is this is wrong by people in
Maybe
my
that is
region,
conditioning.
but it was
Maybe that's
yes,
conditioning.
maybe we were
And
conditioned
sure,
to be like that.
you weak
I
people
swear out
eventually
to
move
Niger,
out the country in that region.
I swear on my life, I'm not joking to Niger. Since we was
I
young,
know
we was
that is true.
conditioned not yeah,
Evidence are
not to
ignorant.
trust
They
Nigerians
don't, they don't follow
at
mass.
all. No, no,
Is it
no, it's
not
not about ignorance.
Guinea-Bissau?
Listen,
Is it not,
no, no,
hold
no,
on,
no,
hold on. Is it not
no.
Guinea-Bissau that is described as a narco state? How many times have you
Yeah?
hear people mention Guinea-Bissau as a narco state that
Guinea-Bissau was an
actually brings drugs into West Africa? But no,
yes, that's
hardly do
true.
you
We
hear
had a
anybody mention that. So that hold on, hold
no.
on. Hold on. Let me finish my point. This is a whole state that is known as a narco state. But how many times do you hear
Mm.
people talking about them? The reason why they don't talk about them because they are not
Loads of
biting
times,
hard.
loads of times, loads of times,
No, they don't,
loads of times.
actually they don't talk about them. You don't hear people chasing them from every country. You don't
I
hear South
why
Africa talking
listen.
about them once.
I mean,
And I've
I
not
know
had
the guy
you
that
mention. Hold on, I've not had you mention Guinea-Bissau. Even if you use drug trafficking as your parameter for nations committing crime, I've not had you mention Guinea-Bissau once. Even if Guinea-Bissau is known as a narco state. You see what I mean? When I
okay.
tell you that the numbers that Nigerians have
I don't know, and I
issues.
said that in the past.
Africa,
But anyway,
Africa.
look,
I think Holy Cow
one
had a
second, one
question.
second.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, one second. Since I was young, as a child, we were told not to go near Nigerians, not to trust them. This is like years when I was young. Okay, and it's ingrained in our head. That's not just in Sierra Leone. That goes to Guinea.
And whoever is
That
telling
goes
you
to
that they
other.
are idiots,
Yeah,
they are the biggest idiots of all time.
I
The
don't know why,
nation,
but
the
it's
nation
always
has
been like that.
sacrificed so much
Always
for
been like that.
everyone else.
No, but
You
that's
see,
before the war. That's before the war.
this is why
That's
I tell
before the
my fellow
war.
Nigerians. I tell my
Because
fellow
and
Nigerians,
Ghanaians, honestly,
stop
and also Ghana,
helping
and also
people.
wait, and also
Stop
people from
helping
Ghana.
people
One second,
because
because
Nigeria has
Ghana
sacrificed
people.
so much for other people. All they get is
No,
insults constantly. Enough is
don't speak
enough.
like we hate Nigeria. Nigeria, we don't
Because
hate
no,
Nigeria.
you
Don't
do.
speak like that. Don't
You
speak like that.
guys,
Hold on.
you guys like
No,
to admire
no, no,
Nigeria
no,
Oh
constantly.
God.
Tunaja,
I'm
Tunaja.
fed up of it. Why should
See.
I want to
Nigerians
be
even bother
clear,
with people at
Tunaja.
all?
Tunaja, respectfully, I want to be clear. I don't hate Nigerians. I don't at all.
Asshole.
But like Africa's saying, there's a small segment of the population that just does horrendous stuff, you know, and it's like everywhere they go, they just cause problems, you know,
And it
which
pains
is
me to
not.
watch.
And
Tonight,
then,
it pains me.
Not
but
everywhere.
also
We are
too,
in America. We
Tunaja,
are
but
not the
also
biggest
too,
problem in America.
Tunaja. Listen,
Why
listen.
do
I
you
didn't
say
finish yet.
everywhere we
But
go? That's what I
Tunaja,
don't
hold
like.
on,
That's the kind of statement I don't
Tunaja,
like. It's careless
Tunaja, hold on,
statements.
Tunaja, you didn't let me
Tonight,
finish.
I'm
And I said
chill,
also,
bro.
hold on. I said also too in that same page too. You got other ones that's doing successfully well, who are doctors, who are nurses, engineers, and stuff too, working technology. You know, they doing well, but I just feel like that more people's focus on the negative than the positive. You
And the
know,
positive, yes,
yeah,
yes, which is sad, and it pains me to watch. You know, honestly, I never get that off my image, my brain. When I saw this Nigerian guy in South Africa, the way he was treated and his family, you know, his business was closed. The guy was crying. He's been living there all his life. His wife is South African. Got all his documents, and then even the school where the child is going, this school was targeted. That I never got that off my head because Nigerians are West African brothers. We are heavily related to Nigerian people in the far west.
right, absolutely.
We always close to these people. Regardless, we have some issue within Fulani, Hausa, Muslim, Christian, blah blah blah. That's our internal family wrangling. But when it comes to outsiders targeting my people, trust me, bro, I will stand up for my people to the end because I know West African people, we have stood up against outsiders. We always will stand up against outsiders. That's what made us very unique geographical region in West Africa. We are the most sovereign black Africans. And there's a reason why that is. It's because of our ancestors.
Africa.
70% of
Yeah.
black
Holy Cow had
I
a
don't
question.
think so. You
Holy,
capping tonight.
Cow had a
Tonight I
question.
will not
Tunaja.
agree with that.
Yeah.
But Holy Cow,
Yeah,
you had a question for Tunaja, right? Go ahead.
yeah, I did. Tonight, remember, I said you and I need to agree that it's not fair that Nigeria is getting the stigma. We agreed on that. Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay, but now we also need to be honest. There's in Nigerians, you guys have a specific problem that in 90% of the countries where you migrate to, there's a certain population that is there that is causing all of this havoc, and it is creating the backlash that is against Nigerians. You as Nigerians, I'm South African. I'm dealing with my own South African issues. I don't know everything that is going on in Nigeria between the Igbos and the other tribe and the whatnot and the internal challenges that are there. I'm just going to say to you, since you, amongst Africans, I think you guys travel the world the most. You, as Nigerians, you need to fix whatever that problem is. Denying it and making it seem as if every time that when people are raising it, they are attacking Nigerians. We are not attacking Nigerians. My man, I was warned to stay away from Nigerians by a Nigerian street hawker. It's a guy that was selling potatoes on the streets. He warned me to stay away from other Nigerians when he saw me being too buddy-buddy with other Nigerians at university. That tells me that within Nigeria, there's a problem. These talented, brilliant people, doctors, by the way, it's only 1.4% of Nigerian doctors in South Africa out of 48,000. These talented people cannot be that Nigerians are only known for dealing in drugs. Nigeria needs to take care of that problem, if we're being
Actually,
honest.
actually, Nigerians are known for dealing in drugs in Africa. If you look at the rest of the world, Nigerians, okay, if you look at Europe and America, that is not necessarily the case. Maybe if you go to Indonesia and maybe Bangladesh, or those areas, you could hear about Nigerians. And you tend to find that where Nigerians operate are almost third world nations versus third world nations. That's where Nigerians tend to operate. So when you look at America, Nigerians don't come onto the radar when it comes to drugs. In Europe, they
But
barely are on the radar.
tonight, respectfully, brother, you are just shifting the goalpost right now. Are you
I'm
the
not.
Giants
I,
of
I think
Africa
I'm
or
not. Am I defending Nigeria? I don't care about
okay?
giant of Africa nonsense.
Are you
What I'm saying is
no
that
no no no
drug
no?
dealing is not supported by Nigerians, and we don't support
Okay.
all those people that are dealing drugs. And if we can deal with them, will deal with them. In Nigeria, it's harder for them. They can't do all those things that they are doing. See, Nigerians are very ambitious people. They seek ways to make money. So these drug dealers, when they make these drugs, they bring it to West Africa and they give it to Nigerians to distribute. Nigerians control the distribution network. That is what they do. They don't grow the drugs themselves. They use Nigerians basically as mules. That is what is going on. So this is
Whether
why I
they
don't like we
control
we
the
are blowing it out of proportion. We are blowing the.
whether
Do you
they
know?
control the drug network or
Let
not,
me tell you this.
let
Let
us
me tell you
agree
this.
It's
that
not
there's
even.
a problem that needs to be dealt with.
It's
Hold
not
on.
just.
This
It's
is
not
also a
just
South
drugs.
African
It's
problem.
like
Now
scamming.
let me deal with. This is
Yeah.
also a South
Okay,
African
so
problem.
whether
So let
okay,
me explain something why this is also a South African problem. Do you know that during the apartheid regime, the South African regime actually had a program of putting drugs into the black neighborhoods? And these institutions that they were using to do it in the black neighborhoods, after the South African regime collapsed, they became privatized. And one of the ways they became privatized and being able to still do the same thing was allow Nigerians or give them the opportunity to start doing the job for them. This is something that is documented. There is evidence to show that this is what happened. So why is it that sometimes we don't track where this drug is actually coming from? Nigeria doesn't go cocaine or
It
heroin
does
or
not matter. It
anything.
does not.
But Tunaj, I got a question.
Tonight.
But Tunaj, I got a question for you. So
I'm
why
not
is it that?
saying that I'm not.
But
I'm saying that this
Tu-
whole thing
Tu-
is linked. I'm not saying that we should accept drug dealers. No, we should
Tunaj, I
deal
got a
with them.
No,
question,
there's only
brother. I
drug.
got
It's not only
brother
just drug
Tunaj.
dealing. It's like scamming,
Tunaj,
pimping, a lot
Tunaj,
of
I
other
got a
drugs,
question.
other crimes.
Tunaj, I got a question for you, right? If we had to do a census, right, as far as like scammers and stuff, you don't hear people say people from Sierra Leone scam. You don't hear people say South African scammers, Kenyan scammers, Cameroonian scammers, or Beninese scammers. The stigma is always Nigerian scammers. Even if you're from another country, even in America or whatever, when they refer to Africans doing scam, you know what they say? They say, "Oh, that's a Nigerian scam." You know.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
they will
yeah,
say that because Nigerians outnumber all the other countries. If you mention Ghana, you mention Ghana how many times? You mention Ghana once, but you mention Nigeria
No,
six
but
times because of
Tunaja is
the
right
difference.
on one aspect. That Tunaja is right because when I was young, the scammers were the Ghanaians. They were the number one people for scamming. The drug dealers were Nigerians. Or the Ghanaians taught Nigerian how to scam. To make those fake documents or like pretend promise people they're gonna do this, they're gonna do that, and they take their money, or they pretend to go on a business. partner, and then by the time you realize it,
The truth is
they
that
always
all
fake.
this, including
Yeah,
Sierra Leone, they
yeah.
do it too. If Sierra Leoneans were not corrupt, hold on. If Sierra
Uh,
Leoneans were not corrupt and they were not committing crime, Sierra Leone would be a glistening capital today. All
Look,
these countries that we are talking about,
we
they
had a
all are
war. We
also
had a war.
corrupt. They are all also
Okay.
criminals in those
You
countries.
can you can
We
try and
pretend
you
as
can
if
try and mix us in that,
no, it's a
saying it's
fact.
fine, but everybody knows it's different.
You did say you're going to get data. If you get data, let's share it because there is a
Mm.
reason why those countries are not doing spectacularly well. It's not because they are upholding the law. They too break the law. It's just that Nigeria is the majority country in West Africa. If you put the entire West African
Look,
population together, Nigeria is majority. That is
it
how
doesn't
big
matter. The
Nigeria is
majority
compared to the other
having
countries.
a big population, if the population
No,
are not
it
sophisticated enough, it doesn't make a
matters
difference.
because
But all I'm trying to say is,
if you go into Nigeria
uh,
now, you say Igbo man committed a crime, you will hardly hear the Yoruba one or you hardly hear Hausa one. So it is going to be
uh, and
Igbo that you're
also
going to be hearing.
no, but we listen. This internal tribal wrangling also is going to be a witness as a nation. You said that yourself in the past. Because when people are outside, they see you going rambling online about tribalism, they're not gonna like it. Whether the other tribe is wrong, the other tribe is wrong, because you don't stick to for one another. The Igbo man will
I
not
was
stick for the Yoruba. The Yoruba man will stick
I
to the
was
outside.
beginning
But
to
you are different.
express the fact that I was
Yeah. No,
hold on.
hold on.
You
You're
are
one of the.
misconstruing what
No,
I
one
said.
second.
This is
I
not
was speaking.
tribalism.
I was speaking. You,
Okay.
you and Ola, you're quite unique in terms of being nationalistic as Nigerian. Okay, you're very nationalistic. I admire you for that. And Ola is the same thing. You speak shit about Nigeria or about his people, he'll come to the truth and he'll defend them, regardless of the ethnic group. I noticed that if someone speak rubbish about Fulani or Hausa or Igbo or Yoruba, you defend them. I always notice you for that. But majority of your people in that country, they
So why
they
do you always
spew
defend
tribalism.
Fulani and say Fulani is a major group in Africa, in Nigeria? Stop going
But
on. See,
no, it's
I made a different
well,
point, and now you
okay,
put
okay.
Fulani
See now.
the
I'm just
point
no,
I
you're not
was
listening.
making
I
was
said
that
no,
the point I was making
listen
was
before
that
you start.
if you go into
Listen before you
Nigeria
speak.
and you mention
I said
Igbo, you
any
will not hear
tribe. Listen
Hausa,
to
you
me.
will not hear
I
the
said
others.
to you. I said it don't matter whether if they're 1% or less than 1%. I said if someone basically spew nonsense about any form of group or ethnic group in your country, you tend to defend them. Okay, you speak out for your country because you're patriotic.
Why not?
Okay, I'm not talking about yeah, exactly. I'm not saying because of my
If
tribe or the
somebody says
percentage
something
before you go
wrong,
and
if
rambling. But
somebody
yeah,
says something wrong about
yeah.
Sierra Leone, I will
But
call it out too. Because
majority
you
of
have to call out
Nigerians. Let me
people that are doing
finish.
the
Let
wrong
me
thing
finish.
and
God, this
spreading
guy.
lies about other nations.
Majority of
You have been
majority of
talking for how many minutes?
Nigerians.
When are you going to stop?
Are you all
You
right?
say, let me
Majority of
finish. Yes,
Nigerians.
I'm very, very
Majority
all
of
right.
Nigerians. Yeah, majority of Nigerians, they spew nonsense on the internet. That's why they lost respect globally. He's not the first person. No, holy cow! He's not the first person that said this. Yeah, you are losing credibility globally based on your things that you're
Mhm.
spreading online. You're highly tribalistic. You got religious
Now
problems. You got
you
bigotry.
see now,
Yeah, tribalism is
now he
hunting
has
you
come
down.
out
No, but
with this thing.
no,
He
but
has come out with this thing.
is it?
Now,
One sec. Am I making it?
now no,
Holy cow!
let
Is
me
it
tell
true or
you.
not?
See, America is
Yeah,
about to rip
it's
Someone
Nigeria
prove me
it's
apart.
wrong.
it's true. I mean, that's what I
So
was saying. It's like a small.
all the
I don't.
things you've said. No, hold on.
Tunaja.
Let me respond. He said a lot, and I didn't have a chance to respond.
All
So
right.
the
Oh
only
my
point I
God,
made
this
was
guy.
that
You know what? Okay, I'm gonna
now
log
he's
off. I'm done. I'm done with you, man.
log off, log
If you're
off,
gonna
log
be
off, log
defend,
off, log off. Me
Come
Fulani
on.
supremacists, log off. So now let me finish what I
Oh
was
no!
saying.
Come on. Let's not
You see,
go there,
Fulani
man.
supremacists. Let's not pretend. See,
you
let's
see, you
see the
see, you
point
see.
I made. Let me finish the point that I was making. I made a point that if say Igbo people in Nigeria were committing crimes, you will never hear Nigeria. This is Hausa. You will never hear other people because the Igbo people are the ones that are numbered within Nigeria that are committing that crime. The West Africans will only be hearing about Igbos. But because it's Nigeria and Nigeria is most populated in West Africa, compared to Ghana, compared to Sierra Leone, whenever a crime is committed by Nigerians, you will get 5 Nigerians before you get 1 Sierra Leonean, even if it's proportionally the same. You will get 5 Nigerians before you
But
get
these
1
crimes
Ghanaian,
are
even if it's
these
proportionally the
crimes.
same.
This oh God, this guy.
Don't you understand?
You're
If
shifting
you
the you're shifting the
but
goalpost.
you know the shifting that you are doing, you are being disingenuous, not recognizing that data. Because if one Sierra Leonean commits a crime and the same percentage of Nigerians commit a crime, it's going to be 6 times more, 7 times more. That, in other words, that crime now will be magnified that Nigerians commit that crime. They will not
But
recognize Sierra
Tunaja,
Leone.
but Tunaja, but why is it that everyone from every country are saying the same thing? So it's not just
Because of
That you're
this
too
same
tribalistic.
information I just
You're
gave
But
you.
always
listen, Tunaja,
Because
it's
of
not
this
just
same
me.
information I just gave you.
But Tunaja, it's not like listen, like for example, right? If Ghanaians went and committed crime like in Asia and stuff, whatever, it will be documented. Hey, okay, these Ghanaians are a problem. You know, people from South Africa, Sierra Leoneans, and Cameroonians, Benin, and stuff, whatever. But it's just like even like when they come with their passport and stuff to whatever. I see a situation when I was in Qatar because this guy was from Nigeria. They held this guy up for hours in Qatar just because his passport said he was from Nigeria. You know,
tonight
so
just sit on the platform. Tonight just sit on the platform. Like for the you sit on the platform for 12. Listen, I will if I will my sake, I will tag this guy one time. I'll bring no wait.
I don't like
I'll tag him
contentious
one
people.
time and
I don't
show
like
you exactly
contentious
what kind of what he will sit on the platform and talk about tribes, about religion, about this. These people, listen to me. These
I'm
people
not
in
denying
general,
that there's
it's a
tribalism in
mind
Nigeria. Did I deny that? I don't
exactly.
know why you're going
So
there.
so what I'm trying to
Is
say,
there
what
no
if you don't
tribalism in
fix your
Sierra
internal?
Leone?
No,
Isn't
we
that
don't.
part of
No,
the reason why they
hell
fought
no,
the civil war? Isn't
we
that
don't.
part of
Not
the reason
no.
why they
For
fought the civil war?
every.
What are you
Oh my
going on
God,
about? You're in denial
Diners,
now too.
ask diners. Even diners will tell you that's
Oh
absolutely a
God, you
blatant
see now you
lie.
want to start. There's no
We
form of
never had a
tribalism we have
tribal
with these
war. Like
people.
okay,
we don't
The same
have
Hey
any
guys, let
tribal
me
tribal.
read the
to
super chat.
Tunaja, go
Mabaliko
ahead.
9354. Thank you for following Holla. Could you do a live in Orania? Holy cow. I mean, could you go live in Orania? Holy cow. Why don't you go run them from there? All right, go ahead, Holy cow.
Okay,
Yeah,
actually, I've been to
Wait.
I've been to
diners,
Orania actually.
Have we? Do you the war in
Man,
Sierra Leone, was it a tribal war? Did we have a tribal war in Sierra Leone? As far as you know,
Yeah,
okay, I
diners,
thought I was
somewhat.
asked to answer the question.
huh?
Yeah,
Yeah. Go and answer the question.
Yeah, okay. So could you live in Orania? Actually, I've been to Orania a number of times. So yes, I have. I've been there a number of times. What's the point?
I doubt it too.
I
Yeah,
guess
well,
he's
see,
asking you. I guess he's asking you if you could live amongst them. That's what he's
Africa.
asking.
Let me give you this number:
You know the people that
Wait,
like to
hold
talk
on,
about.
Tunaja,
Let
hold
me
on.
let me just land this thing about Orania. Let us not forget. Isn't Trump rolling out the red carpet for white Afrikaners because we are apparently killing them in South Africa in masses? And then somebody is now asking me if I would live in Orania. I've been to Orania a number of times. I've been there a number of times. And this thing that
I
we are
struggle to
afraid of
believe
white
that, brother.
somehow, it's okay, my man. You struggle to believe everything I say because you have a preconceived notion. You talked about a Namibian earlier on, only to come to find that it is the story there is not what you said it is. So it's okay. Believe
That
me or
wasn't
don't
me. That
believe
was
me.
Tunisia.
I've been
Don't mistake me from.
I've I've been to Orania. I don't have a problem with Orania. A lot of black people don't have a problem with Orania. Maybe when Orania was established in the 1990s, but I mean it's 2026 now, bro. We can't be talking about stories from 1996.
Orania is a good idea. Okay, so Sierra Leoneans commit. They are incarcerated. They are actually incarcerated at a higher rate than Nigerians. 52 out of 100,000 Sierra Leoneans go to in prison, while in Nigeria the number
Where?
is about
Where? In
34.
Sierra Leone. In Sierra Leone.
Yes,
In Sierra
compared to
Leone.
Sierra Leone. So, in other words, you guys
No,
go
but
to
in
jail
Sierra Leone.
for criminal. Hold
In
on,
Sierra
hold on,
Leone.
hold on, hold on. In Sierra Leone too.
In Sierra
In
Leone. Not
Sierra Leone,
outside the
hold
country.
on now. Come on. See, because you don't know what is going on internationally. I keep telling you, you don't have a clue what you are talking about. You don't know.
We're not
You
talking
claim to
about
be a
we're
man
not
of
talking
science.
about
You claim
internal
to be a man
issues.
of science and engineering, but you don't seem to know proportionality, what matters. Your country, they actually incarcerate more of your people at a rate higher than that of Nigerians. And the same thing with South Africa. They think
There's
South
a
Africa
reason
doesn't.
behind that. There's
Hold
a
on,
reason behind that.
Oh
There's a
goodness!
reason behind that.
There's a reason why South Africans they think that they don't travel overseas when in reality they travel at a higher rate overseas than Nigerians because they don't check data. They just assume stuff because of the paranoia and the stigma that you guys have somehow been conditioned to impose on Nigeria. That's why you have to go with data. And I asked you for,
It's
you
all
said we're
depend
going to
on
get
the.
data, you didn't get, and I just got one data to show you.
Listen. The Sierra Leone is a country where law and order function. It works. You know, it's a place where you are not allowed
Yeah,
to get away with
that's
certain
why it's
level
called
of
a
crime. But in
paradise.
Nigeria, can I finish? I never interrupted you. In Nigeria, we know is not the case. There's no such thing as law and order in Nigeria. You can get away with crime. You could be a terrorist. You could be out there let out in the street next day. So don't
Why are they not
compare it.
selling drugs
Come on, man.
everywhere in Nigeria then?
Yeah.
As if
Now, can
Sierra
you
Leone
just
has
be quiet
a
for a minute?
bigger drug problem than Nigeria.
No,
You
we
want me to
understand.
you want
Listen,
me to share the drug problem in Sierra Leone too? They
when
have
it
a
comes to
bigger drug
internal
problem than
internal,
Nigeria.
we're not. We're listen. Are you listening to this? We are not
You see,
outside the country. I'm talking about the
don't make
crime
me, I
committed
will share
outside the
data
state, not
so we see
inside.
the truth.
No, but
But
you're
now
not
it's
listening.
outside
You're
the
not
state.
listening. Again,
Now
you're
you
talking
shifted the
over me again.
focus. It's outside the state now.
Again,
Now you
again, you're
guys are
talking
not doing
over me.
that anymore.
Again, you're
So go
talking
ahead.
over
Go
me.
ahead.
Okay, Sierra Leone is a country that been through like a brutal civil war. That nation is heavily a traumatized nation. Okay, so we have drug epidemic. Definitely, yes. There's no doubt about that. We have our country based on the civil war we had. The law is very stringent in terms of law and order and a lot of things in the country because we don't want to go back to that same old problem that we had. And anyone said that Sierra Leone war was a tribal war, they never been to Sierra Leone. It's an absolute big fat lie. We never had a tribal war. Our war is based well documented. It was if you go to the museum, it's listed. There's so many different reasons why that is.
Real quick, Africa. They did when the rebels came into Freetown, they did target Creoles.
There's a
Look at that.
specific group of people who were like, okay, we be talking about the
You're in
Yoruba
denial.
Creole, the Forobe Creole. Wait. I'll get to that. The Forobe Creole, the reason why they died more, it's not because they specifically target them. It's because of the area where they live. It's more like the entrance to the city. So there was more high casualty of their people. It's not because they target them specifically. That's one. Because and yeah,
Wow.
so basically, yeah, it's because of the geography, it's not to do with tribe. There's no evidence Sierra Leone war was tribal, religion, or region, or anything other than blood diamond. It was diamond, it's mineral resource, and we know Fodes Sanko, he was behind it. But anyway,
Wow.
so
You're just
that's the
making stuff
aspect.
up. The diamond
I
is
will tell you.
located in a certain area. Hold on. The diamond is located in a certain area, and generally,
Mm.
people in that area are the ones fighting for those diamonds, and the other groups are looking to get access to it. That is how it works. And to pretend as if that is not the case, almost all civil wars are because of different groups in a country.
No,
You are the
The
ones
Creole are not.
pretending as if that's
The
not true.
Creole have nothing to do with diamond. This is the Creole. The Creole have nothing to do with the mining
So it's
industry or
only one
diamond or
tribe
anything to
Sierra
do with
Leone
that.
has got. Sierra Leone has only one
No,
tribe then.
no, you're not listening. The Connaught district, Connaught area, the east of Sierra Leone, is where the diamond were mined, and the rebels already entered and conquered that area. Like years before they got into the city. The city was their last target. Okay, and the area that they entered inside the city was majority. They have what they call Fulatown because the Creole are group of people. The Creole are not just made up of one. You have Fulani Creole. We have what they call Fula Creole in Fulatown. We have the Forobe Creole, which are the Yoruba Creole. They're opposite to each other on this like a main road called Kisti Road. If you the other side, the right side of the road is Forobe. The left side of the road is Fuller Town. If you go the other side, it's Kintong. That's where like the Caribbean. So it's like a mixture. Okay. But the Forobe area was heavily hit because of the houses that they have as well. And there's different reason other than tribe, why they were killed, why they lost a bit more. But also the ECOMOG military soldiers who came to Sierra Leone to rescue apparently done more massacre, than so the rebels. Most Sierra Leoneans said they actually think the ECOMOG, the Nigerian army, done more killing than the rebels. So I don't know. So break it down to that. But all I'm trying to say is, you know,
Okay, let me say this. Let
even
me
in the
say
UK,
this.
look,
You
even in
don't
the UK
understand
right
it.
now, even in the UK, even in the UK, I'll give you two examples, right? When the Conservative was in power, there was no space in prison. Do you know why? Because it was uh, there was heavy on law and order. So minor little crime, you commit a minor little crime, they send you to prison. And when the Labour come into power, they reduce those things, saying, right, you don't have, if you commit just by insulting someone, we don't have to send you to prison for that. So just to reduce the prison population. So it all depends on how the country, laws function and
I
how
mean,
they enforce the
you
law.
see what you are
Okay.
saying now. I will believe you, but the problem
Hmm.
I have with people like you and people that talk about other countries, like the way you speak about Nigerians, you don't qualify
Hmm.
your statement and you make prejudicial statements because of your own
I
prejudice, and
didn't.
you pretend as if
I
you're not
didn't.
doing it.
I didn't.
But you see,
Everybody.
hold on. Let me finish now. Don't talk, please. Let me finish. But then
Hmm.
when I go and start providing evidence to show that what you are saying is wrong, instead of you to back down and say, okay, I'm taking correction, you start making excuses, and I will be generous enough to say, okay, I understand this. But you will still go back again to that conditioning and still
Yes.
continue stigmatizing
We,
Nigerians.
I'm,
That is what you
I'm
will
honest.
do.
I've been honest with you that we was conditioned not to trust Nigerians since I was young. That's just a fact. Man's sake, was you like that when you was young as well, or not?
Yeah, you're grown up now.
I'll give you a funny story, right? Let me tell you a funny story.
Okay.
When I was young,
Okay.
I had a friend from Kenya, right? For some reason, his mom used to be so mean to me. Like she didn't want me in the house for nothing, right? Until one day she wasn't home, and what's his face? I was in the house, and then what happened was she came and she told the son in Swahili, why is he here, right? Until he said why he can't stay here. She's like, oh, because he's Nigerian, and I had to tell her, no, I'm not Nigerian. She's like, and then she came, she hugged me, and she's like, I'm so sorry. I thought you was Nigerian, because she didn't go into detail why, what was the experience with Nigerian. She just like, I thought you was Nigerian. I apologize. And then she let me go, and then she been friends with me ever since. So
Yeah,
I have
nice.
no idea what was her experience and stuff or whatever, but that's what
I'm
happened to
just
me
being
growing up.
honest, and I will always stick by it. And whether you like me or not, I'm just telling it as it is. And my personal experience, how I was brought up, and people I know, they will tell you why exactly said to you. We was conditioned not to trust
Sometimes you see
Nigerians.
how people suddenly after Israel goes, South Africa goes after Israel in the international court of justice, and suddenly South Africa is having problems. Maybe there is a reason why Nigerians are stigmatized the way we are stigmatized. Just like we are conditioned to be against each other. South Africans are conditioned to be against Africans. Africans are conditioned to be against this in Nigeria, and East Africans are conditioned to be against Ethiopia. They locked Ethiopia up.
Can I tell
Me,
you? Can I
as
tell you the reason why,
let me finish
Tonight?
what I'm saying.
Can I tell?
Let me see what I'm saying. I'm
Okay.
seeing a pattern here where
Mm.
powerful nations are a kind of isolated in Africa. The powerful black nations are isolated. The only one that hasn't been isolated so far is Kenya, at least if you consider Kenya a heavyweight at all. But South Africa,
Mm.
Nigeria, and Ethiopia are kind of
Mm.
isolated in Africa, and these are the most powerful nations. Maybe there is a reason why that is happening, and you said it yourself. You were
Mm.
conditioned against Nigerians. Is it based on objective data? Not necessarily true. But here
Is
we are.
is
We keep doing it
mm.
nonetheless.
Okay.
Uh,
So
to
okay, what
Niger,
I'm trying. Mm.
I just want to say to you, brother, listen, just because we are pointing this out, it does not mean that we are against Nigerians. I've already told you that I think Nigerians are very talented people. If I'm being honest with you, I think the most talented people in Africa. But we have got this specific problem, and us pointing it out does not mean that now you have to defend the honor of Nigeria as if Nigeria is being attacked. This is a real problem. I was warned by a Nigerian against Nigerian, a Nigerian guy who said he was making an honest living and said, Andrew, don't go there, don't mess with those guys. Those guys are into some stuff that you will not like. You understand? It was a Nigerian that told me that about a Nigerian. And he was
Exactly.
selling, he was a street vendor doing his own thing. Because I used to buy from him. He's a street vendor doing his own thing. He says, you can't be hanging out with these guys. I'm warning you,
What does
Andrew.
that
These
tell
guys
you?
are
What does
up
that
to.
tell you? What did you learn from that statement?
I learned from that statement that there are some Nigerians that I should not be hanging out with, and by him
Exactly.
telling me that,
Some Nigerians.
by
By a
him
Nigerian
telling me,
warning you, a good Nigerian is warning
and
you against a bad Nigerian.
to Niger, I promise you, you will not die if you let me finish my point. Just breathe, brother. By him telling me that,
How do you know?
he
How
was
do you know?
warning me.
I'm trying. How do you know? How can you don't have any evidence of that? How can you say that?
You know,
By you say you don't know. What are you going on about?
oh, but on a serious note, though, a Nigerian was warning me about Nigerians. He was not saying because guys are bad, therefore Nigeria, all of Nigeria is bad. We are not saying that. We are just pointing out what is out there for everybody to see, a problem that Nigeria needs to address. Remember, a
I see the
Nigerian
way you
pointed
say
out
it.
these Nigerians. He did not say, because of these guys, all Nigeria, including myself, we are bad. He said, these guys, you have a problem.
Yeah,
You need to fix it, my brother.
yeah,
We're not attacking Nigeria. We are not.
And
yeah,
I would do the
and
same thing
also
too. If I see
I'm
those Nigerians, I will warn you too.
United,
If I see this Nigerian, I
United,
too will do the same. And I like the way you talk about
and
it. That's why I don't have any issue the way you are discussing this Nigerian matter. It's the way Africa seems to be doing it. That's the one I have an issue
I
with.
always have to. You always have to blame me for something, ain't you? I mean, the personal issue you got with me, you can't hide it. You always,
You are a
you
Fulani
you always
supremacist
got
now.
problem with
I have
you.
to call you
Listen,
out
listen,
anytime you try to play this
listen.
game that you play.
Niger, there's one thing that me and you can both agree on. That you're anti, you've got Fulani phobia. We know all know that because we know you sit on a platform,
No, I don't.
24/7 talk about
I
Fulani.
don't like
Well, you do.
supremacists.
You
I
actually,
don't like
I can actually say you do. You no. You
I
sit on a
defend
platform
Fulanis
for
all the
two,
time.
three
I
days.
defend
No,
Fulani all the
hold on.
time.
You sit on a platform for 2, 3 days, talk about my tribe, and talk like you actually sit on a platform where you get like super chat, talk about
Actually,
how
I
the
don't talk about
Fulani this, the
Fulanis.
Fulani,
I've never
with no
done
evidence, with no
a
evidence.
show
No,
on
when you sit on a
Fulanis.
platform, I'm just saying you sit on a platform. That's why I'm looking. When I look at you, I'm so glad that guy called Masca is there. The Hausa guy. He is
Why
from
do
the
you think
north. Who is that?
I defend Fulanis and Northerners all the
Yeah,
time? I
but
defend
he's
Fulanis.
he's there
For
to he's
you
there to
are a
he's an alternate. He's
supremacist. There's
pointing.
a difference.
No. Let's not talk. Let's not twist the conversation because you're trying to do it. You'll be trying so hard, didn't you, to change the
I'm
topic?
calling
But
you
all
out
I'm
for
trying to
what you
say is
and it's
we
not
so
nice.
many times. No, listen. I'm not far. Listen, I'm never shy from it. I come here and I criticize my people for the wrongdoing, and I'll defend them when people trying to spread the narrative that doesn't suit us. That's the fact. But the
I've
reality
not
is when someone is doing the same thing about other ethnic group, they want to be silenced and they want to silence you. And when you now you see how it's like when someone is generalizing, like what that Nigerian Fulani, Fulani, Fulani. Now they talk about Nigeria, Nigeria, Nigeria. You're going see the level of
Africa.
hypocrisy.
I've hardly
That's
heard you
here.
talk about the havoc many Fulanis are causing in Africa, in Nigeria. I mean, or many African
Masik,
countries.
Masik can hear. Masik have
I've
heard
hardly
me.
heard you once talk
Okay,
about
wait,
it.
wait,
Matic.
wait, 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 wait.
But every time you
Yeah,
keep
Yeah,
talking about
Mastic had
Nigerians
me.
all the time.
Diners
yeah, I
had
hear
me so
you.
many times. Yeah. So everybody,
What?
so many people can hear me. I always say I don't give a shit about these people. If they get involved in that shit, they get wiped out. Even in the AES, that's none of my business. We have no business with them. But you finish, you're very selective in what you want to hear. But that's fine. Let's not change this conversation.
No,
What
no,
I'm
because
trying to say is,
I've
He's
never
a
heard
proud
you talk about
Nigerian
it.
man. He's a proud Nigerian man, and he loves
yeah,
his
he's proud.
country. His
I
His
will
love is
name
defend
is
country.
Nigerian
also
Fulanis
included.
and everybody because it's not fair on
He's a proud
Nigeria. Because
Nigerian man.
Yeah.
how can you in good conscience watch a nation that is one of the most selfless in the world be maligned continuously and you keep quiet? And I say to my fellow
No, it's
Nigerians,
not
why do
right.
you
It's not right. It's not. It's not right. I agree with that, and I think that more Nigerians should be coming out defending Nigeria like the way you're doing it, because until you do that, listen. If you do not love yourself as a nation, nobody is gonna love you. If you don't respect yourself, the problem that you have, yeah, the problem that you have in Nigeria, you're not keeping your problem in house. Now, for example, the only way you find out about Sierra Leone issue, we have so many problems in Sierra Leone. I'm gonna be real with you. We probably have loads of problem than loads of other country. But do you know why? I'm not gonna come online and slag my country down and slag my leader down all the time. I'm more into solution. I try to connect and try to, I go to Sierra Leone panels all the time, and I preach unity. If I hear someone trying to say, oh, the Yoruba or the Creole, the foreigners or the Fulanese or the Mende or the Temne, I'm gonna go in there straight away and cut them off. I don't even want that coming out because our problem should be intact. And we always been like that. And even when it comes to religion, that's what I'm glad. I don't buy it, but Nigerians need to start keeping their problem inside. South African got their own problem within their own group, but you never hear them come online and slag each other out. Even like now, it's a Yoruba man as a president. You're gonna hear all the other tribes, saying, "Oh, Yorubas are wicked," this and that. Or when Buhari was the president, or Fulanis are wicked. When Igbo man is the president, or Igbo people are wicked. This and, all these things need to stop. It's like we
Yeah,
don't want to hear it. If you can fix it,
I agree
yeah.
with you
If
on
you
that
can,
one. On that one,
yeah,
I
yeah.
can't
If
agree.
you can, yeah, yeah. Thank you, Tunaja. I'm so glad that you do because me and you can get on from now on. If you cannot
Look at
fix
that.
that problem
It's not
there,
gonna last.
yeah, no.
It just takes
But
one
it's
of those your
true.
Fulani statements for me to get back on your back. So,
No,
so I
no,
think
no, but it's true.
see,
Yeah.
let's put it this way. South Africa for a
Mm.
generation has in their name, and this episode is not over, and it's going to reach the African Union, and it might actually result in some serious action against South Africa. For the life of me, I don't know how South Africa fell into this trap after you just went to Israel. This is the international court to take Israel to court. You didn't prepare, and suddenly your country is found in this position that now Israel is even. Israel they responded the other day saying, "You see, the country that took us to court, look at them. What are they doing to the people now? Other people are running away from their country because they are persecuting them." And this,
Exactly, exactly.
I don't know how they walked into this one. A minister of
No,
state comes out to tell
I'm
Nigerians,
gonna
you,
push back.
this problem is going to see. You guys don't know, and no matter what you say, you will never really know the impact of what you people are doing now. For 2 or so generations, South Africa's name has been tarnished. It's gone because this is not the
No,
first time.
no.
You've been doing it for
But can you,
decades, and Africans
Tunaja,
are
can you
fed up.
imagine? Yeah. Can you imagine if South Africa, the white South Africans, decide to turn on Black South Africans tomorrow, and they get help from the outsiders? How
You,
would the Black
you
South
can't
Africans
imagine it because
manage
they're
to?
running away. They've tried
Huh?
already and they ran away. Remember, the white South Africans that
Mm.
Donald Trump is busy importing in America right now. This is not the first time they bring up this issue of white genocide. They've done it before. They've gone to, I think, to the UN or the ICJ, one of those international bodies. They've been there before and they were laughed out. So white South Africans will never have the power that they had in
So
apartheid South Africa. And secondly, the other thing, my man, the the scales of the economy in South Africa are changing drastically from what they were pre 1994 to where they are right now in 2026. South Africa has challenges. South Africa has problems like any other country. We are not going to shy away from that. We are not going to hide from that. We've got problems just like any other country in the world that has problems. But compared to where we were pre 1994 to where we are today, my man, you guys keep saying that blacks are afraid of whites. My neighbors are white. It looks like they're the ones who are afraid of me because if somebody tries that racist nonsense in my presence, wherever it is, I stop it right then and there. If somebody tries tribalist nonsense, where because you are Zulu, therefore you should not be in this province, we attack it as South Africans where it is. Now, the issue that you guys need to understand, when we began with this March and March, the media, the government, and all of these NPOs were against what the South Africans were saying. You can look right now for yourself on YouTube, listen to each and every time Jacinta has been interviewed. We've reiterated one thing. We do not have a problem with Africans being in South Africa. What we have a problem with is illegal immigrants. That is what we are having a problem with, and they are
Ernest,
causing a burden in
Hello
the,
want
and
sorry,
they
my
are
brother.
causing
Hello want
a
to come
burden
in.
in the
Can you let
system.
Hello in, please, Ernest? Yeah.
All right, go ahead,
All right,
hello. Well, go ahead and finish Holy Cow and pass the hello.
all right. Thank
Oh
you,
my
brother.
God.
So,
Can I speak or
do
let
you
you
understand?
on? No, no, I'll wait. I'll
Oh
wait.
yeah, you can speak, sister. No,
No, I'll
you
wait.
can.
I have all
Okay.
the time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sister. So what I was saying is our problem is illegal immigrants. Okay, that's the problem here. Now there will be elements like in any other march anywhere in the world, in the States, when there are people that are marching, there will always be those that will want to take advantage of the opportunity to do their own criminal things. South African police is there to deal with them. The problem here is illegal immigrants. You can pull out any video where a South African is speaking candidly about this. We don't say migrants for a reason because our problem is illegal. We need to first sort out the illegal ones and tighten our border. Because for you, you might think the way that South Africans are reacting right now, it's inhumane, it's this, and that. And because I stay in the suburbs, I don't stay in the townships where these problems are. I cannot look down on those people. I need to understand what the issue is. I need to understand, okay, maybe you're taking it a bit too far here, but I hear what your grievance is. Until you guys try to understand what the grievance of South Africans are, we're not going to move on with this. These matches are going to carry on happening, and people are going to be posting videos upon videos upon videos, and they will be debunked every time. Like the story I'm about to share on the chat right now, that's already been debunked about a Ghanaian guy. But the issue is illegal immigration. We need to control illegal immigration, guys. South African citizens are tired. It is not the government, it is not the media, it is not the police. It is the people that are affected by illegal immigrants in their communities. I am far removed from that. I'm in the suburbs. I live a nice life. I've done well for myself. I give back to the community where and in those charities where I support. I hired three Zimbabweans in the company I work for. So Zimbabweans are not the problem. It's the illegal ones that are the problem. Thank you.
I think it's hello. I think it's Yellowstone.
Hello, you there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead,
I'm here.
hello.
Hello,
Yeah.
Dynast. I thought you banned me. I've been waiting behind.
Nobody
Uh,
nobody banned you. Hello,
are you
nobody banned
sure?
you.
I was
I
saying, oh,
pause.
I'm
Let me
coming
read.
back.
Let me read this super chat. Emma's squad gave me. Thank you for $3 holla. He said, can you live there and not work or visit? Go ahead, hello. The floor is yours.
All right. I've been listening in the background off and on. Um, my brother, Africa. Sometimes I've said most things you say, 90% I agree. Yeah, but
Okay.
1% of the things you say about Nigeria robs me.
Mm.
But I don't come online to kind of defend Nigeria, or because I do
Okay.
believe that Nigeria has to get better. Coming to defend Nigeria in front of you is not going to actually
Mm.
make Nigeria better, because for people to understand my beautiful country, you need to be there and actually
Mm.
mingle with the locals. I do
Okay.
understand the way the world is fashioned, and I know about the Kissinger report, and I know that um, there can be external forces that
Yeah.
are divisive, that raises divisions amongst people, divide and conquer. And
Mm-hmm.
I also know we have sellouts among ourselves in Nigeria. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I am not coming online to prove to anyone the worth of my country, because my country is the most beautiful country in the world, but it has problems like every other
Right.
countries. And I will never come online to talk down on any other country. I've never done
Mm.
that. If you
Mm.
see Nigerians online, they are talking about the shit that are going on in Nigeria. Nigerians are, maybe I would say every African is unique. The problems South Africans are facing and the way they go about it is unique to them. Kudos to them. I'm not against them chasing away illegals, but I'm going to ask millions or hundreds of years ago, was Nigeria where it is now? I would say everyone is an illegal, but I do understand that I do not support crime. I can't stand crime. I cannot. Because when there is no law and order, there is no socks. There is no, the country is not going to move forward. It's wrong
Yeah.
for anyone to go to any country and commit any crime. Even in the UK here, when I'm on the street, I see people spitting and throwing beans around. I'm like, why are you doing that? Even an English person did that in front of me. I'm like, you're English, and he said yes. I said, you complain about foreigners coming to destroy your country, but you are helping to destroy your own house. I am a foreigner, and what you have done is despicable. Can you pick that rubbish up, please? And he's used the F word on me, and I'm like, wow.
Mm.
So we have good people in every countries. When people come online to talk about other countries in even a fraction of despicable manner without even understanding the fabric of that country or what they're going through, I think is highly disrespectful. I
Mm-hmm.
cannot use a brush paint to brush the whole Fulanese, but we know what's happening in Nigeria, yeah. And in
Mm-hmm.
and we know about IPOP and all those things. I am proud Igbo, yeah, and I do not
Mm-hmm.
support everything they do, but I cannot take it anyone talking down on about my origin publicly, like as if they know me. You're speaking about Igbos, and I'm one of them, and I am not a criminal, and I have represented my origin everywhere I've been. I've
Did I
worked with
mention
my head.
Igbo? Did I speak about Igbo
You,
today?
my brother, not today, but you're learning. Maybe you're learning from me
Hmm?
somehow. You're learning from
I
me.
didn't.
Because you know, say
Yeah,
I go
well, yeah, go
strangle you now. And if I strangle you if you talk about my tribe anyhow. You know now. I go find you for London,
yeah,
strangle you.
yeah.
So the thing is, I
You
would
suffer me
want
up. You
Africa
suffer me up
to,
a little bit still.
yeah, now,
It's
but
good.
we should work together. I have
Yeah,
never
it's
been to
true.
South Africa, and it's
Mm.
never going to be my destination. Not because it's a bad country, because um I have never thought about it. So I don't understand why people will be disgracing you, making fun of you, beating you, and asking you to leave. I know that those people that have left for a reason, that maybe where they are, they're not making ends meet for some reason. Yeah, but if people say, leave my country, and it's not like it's Europe, I'm gonna leave. I would leave. I will not be there. I've never been to any other African country, believe you me. And I don't even know if I will. I have always lived in my country, Nigeria, and then up until I came to the UK for personal reasons. You understand? And I work here. I've never collected any benefit, and I don't cheat the system, because I do believe that whatever you do comes back to you one way or other. We have good Nigerians. So I do believe, from what I'm seeing online, initially I thought it was a joke, but the amount of attacks on Nigerians, even people that don't know Nigeria, is like them say, Mama told me, Papa told me. So if you're being brought up in hatred, why can't you make research? And you've said before, you've met some good Nigerians. Zero your mind whenever you meet anyone. It doesn't matter where they come from. If I see someone, I don't care where you come from. I don't care what color you are. If you disrespect me, I will give it back to you million folds. But you respect me, I will lick your boot. That's me. So I don't like it how you people, join in destroying Nigeria, because Nigerians are so passionate about their pain that they come out publicly to say it. That's why they are unique. They don't cover evil. They are not like other African countries that hide their problems, like as if they are innocent, like they are sent to be, you know. They have atrocities in their countries, but they cover it. Please, please don't say, don't say. No, no, Nigerians are not like that. We are shouting inside, we are shouting outside. Nigeria, if you see a Nigerian and then you see the color, you will see the color of Nigerians are not chameleons. That's why a lot of people behind closed doors prefer to deal with us, because if a Niger say, I will do you this, Niger will do it. That's Nigerians. They are not hypocrites, they are not snakes. You will see it. If Niger don't like you, will know. So please, especially you, Africa, you say we should be defending our countries, yeah? Anytime you mention Igbo, Wait for me. I'll be jumping up and coming to meet you here. But I know you've
I'm
slowed
waiting for
down.
you.
No, no, don't wait for me because
You-
me and you
uh,
fight. You won't like it because I don't have shame. You
Hello,
know,
thank you
nah,
so much.
Nigeria is not get shame. Yeah.
Hello,
yeah.
hello, so
No,
hello,
listen,
thank you so much.
yeah, I learned a lot by speaking to you, understanding some of the differences between some of the hate group that I hear online that speak a lot of stuff about my people. Because over the years, it's kind of been better now, though. I ain't gonna lie. Well, over the years, I told you why I came online. It's about
Yeah.
the hatred towards my ethnic group, because there are people that are dedicated. Because listen, I have people in the US and in the UK who are working for the Secret Service, a lot
Mm.
intelligent, that are dedicated. You're right. There are people who have been paid, to go online to tarnish the
To
reputation of my
destroy
ethnic group
Nigeria, they want to destroy my
and
country.
my
It ain't gonna happen.
and the Fulani tribe, to be specific. I'm telling you,
Yes,
I have spoke to
I do
people.
believe
I
that. I
have,
do believe that.
yes, yes. But the thing is, because of the kind of people who we are and how we are as people, and the kind of connection that we have, and how we're grounded in West Africa, it's not possible. That's why, if you notice, you don't get any response from the Fulani people. Part of people like me and Bang that will come online now and again and talk. Majority of Fulani people, they will not say anything. They're more reactive more than speaking, and it's because it's one of the principle of being a Fula. It's about be able to deal with perseverance. Be reserved, don't talk, just act. And this is what
But
makes you a Fula.
Africa, this thing is happening
Mm.
online. It's mostly online noise. When you come to
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Nigeria,
yeah, yeah,
the
yeah. But
Fulanis are marrying the
information.
Igbos and they're married. They're just with each
Mm,
other. Do you know what I mean?
yeah,
So that's
yeah,
why I
I
ask you,
understand
come
that.
to Nigeria
Mm.
and see for yourself.
No,
Don't go by
listen,
what anyone
I
told
have
you.
break. Even though like I haven't spoken. I used to, yeah, quite a while ago. I used to speak quite blatantly about
About
people that
Igbos,
actually
yes,
come.
you did.
Yes,
You
I
did
used
say
to.
one time that everyone should begin to start to attack my tribe. I'm like, what? Don't do
Well,
that now.
no, but listen, I got listen. I told you I got personal relationship with even people back in Sierra Leone, and that's how it stays, even here in the UK.
Was it
But
a
all
good
I'm trying to say is,
experience? Was it a good or
yeah,
bad
they're very good people.
experience?
They're very good people. They're the ones I met. They're
Okay,
good
that's
people,
it.
and I made them feel comfortable in my city. And not only Igbo people, the city I live, I have made loads of people feel comfortable. I actually helped Senegalese people set up their community center, and I introduced them to my local MP. I have a very good connection in this country, not alone the city I live. I have helped so many people. My cousin, believe me or not, I swear to my life, I'm speaking to you guys today. My cousin is the one that helped all the Nigerians who live in South London and in London. Most of their worship, the places that you go to worship, most of the church that you enter in London, most of the mosque that you enter in London, most of the community centers that you enter in London, my cousin is behind it. My cousin worked, he was a consultant with Harriet Harman in London. Okay, I don't know if you know who Harriet Harman is. Yeah, the
Yeah,
MP, the
yeah, that
female MP.
politician.
Yes, he's a consultant to Ruto in Kenya. He was in Kenya last week. Okay, he's the guy that helped most Nigerians who set up churches, worshiping place of worship. You don't fool out like me.
I don't even
He's the
support
one
all
that
those
helped them.
churches that are everywhere. They
No, but
should
I'm just
locate
saying,
the number of
this
churches, you know.
sister, I'm just saying,
I
majority of
know,
the
but
people that
I'm
he
not.
helped, yeah, majority of those people that he helped are Nigerians and from Ghana and
Mm.
Sierra Leoneans, because they want to go. These people came here back in the days, right? Because he's been
Why are
here a
they
long
just
time.
helping them to build churches? Why don't they help them to set up businesses? Why
he,
churches?
he don't lose that. He don't lose that. Okay, he
Church,
worked
too
in a
much of
level.
churches is
Yeah,
not gonna
yeah,
help
but
Africa.
African people were obsessed with religion, culture, and
I
certain
think
type
it's
of things.
another way of colonization and brainwashing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I done so. Well, listen, I have done so much. The city I live, before you can come around there if you're African, especially if you're Nigerian. This was a strong Jamaican stronghold city. If you open your mouth and you don't speak patois, you're in trouble. You can't even get anywhere. I have saved so many people from lucid slumber in this city. I
I
have
do
people set up
believe
for
you're a
minutes.
good person, Africa. You have
Yeah, but
you
but
when
yeah,
you talk, one moment, when you talk and I listen to you, you have balanced way of seeing things. No one is perfect. Sometimes you know,
yeah,
because
yeah.
everyone one can be, what's that word, when there's always 1% of someone not being perfect, you know what I mean. So
Yeah, we're not perfect.
the way you said things, if it was Ban now, I would have not believed, because I I listen to Ban, and I know he's very intelligent, and he has good
Mm,
points when he wants to make
mm,
points that move Africa
mm.
forward. But when he
Yeah,
goes into his the mindset of tribe, it gets a bit I think with time, when we
yeah.
if we need to visit each other's country, we need to learn more about each other. We have to come together. South Africa
Mm,
is not perfect. I don't like the way they went about it. They have the right to tell people, you know, they have the right to speak up, but they could have gone through their
yeah.
government, and the government not allow people to go on the street to just become lawless by taking laws into their hands. But I
Hmm.
do not support criminality. You know, if they find Nigerians carrying powder anywhere in the world, if it is by hanging, I support it 200%. I
No,
do.
I don't support hanging. I don't
But
support hanging. I
And
think people should be in prison.
why would you want to keep someone that is selling powder for?
No, but they should be rehabilitated. I
But
always
it,
believe in
like
rehabilitation.
like Boko, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't.
Yeah,
Maybe they will
hello,
repent. Maybe they will repent. But
yeah, yeah.
hello,
it's blood money. It's blood
Yeah,
money.
wait till
hello.
finish. Let her finish. Let her finish quick. Yeah,
I'm
you
done.
know, I
Oh.
Okay.
understand that. I know you don't support
Yeah, I just
criminality. I agree with that. Yeah, go on. Are you finished? Hello.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hello.
What you gonna?
Um, we need to before I address you. By the way, thank you so much. You are actually a breath of fresh air. I love the way that you are balanced in how you are handling all of this. Thank you so much for that, because we as the guys, we've been going at it for a while now. But I appreciate the feminine energy. Thank you so much, sister. But I need to make this clear. I'm going to make it clear again. The issue here is not Africans, it is with the illegals. And we have been going to the for years now until it reached the point that it has reached. And the way we went about it now, guys, we march, okay? When we march, we protest, we go straight to government buildings to hand them memorandums. Now, like I said earlier on, with any other match that happens, wherever you are in the world, there are always going to be people that will see that as a chance for them to do what they need to do for their own criminal behavior. And as I've said, SEPS, the South African Police Service, has dealt with those people in our marches. The march on the 30th of June, there were people that tried to take advantage of the march. Those people were arrested. That march was happening all over the country. That march was happening all over the country. Can you guys honestly say where you were watching the marches from? Did you see Africans being attacked left, right, and center? No, they were not. Were there incidents that went out of hand? I can't say they were. I can't say they were not, because I was not everywhere. I'm also aware that certain incidents were blamed on the march when they had nothing to do at all with the march, such as the case with the two Ghanaian guys, such as the case with the Namibian truck driver that was being targeted by a criminal syndicate that is attacking trucks. Whether you are South African, whether you are blue, green, white, if you are driving a truck, that criminal syndicate is going to attack you. But by far, this has been the best way for South Africans to handle this issue. And every Thursday when we are marching to the government buildings to submit our memorandums, because we need to deal with the illegal immigration crisis that is a burden on our system. We've been doing this for over a decade now with nobody listening to South Africans. And I'm going to be the first one to say this. If there's any violence in the marches, if there's been any violence anywhere, I condemn that. I know the leaders of March and March condemn that. I don't want violence. I'm condemning violence. I condemn it. So if we heard those incidents, let me not say if, because I was not there, I don't know. Those incidents that happened were minor incidents, but I condemn those incidents. But how would you guys suggest that South Africans go about handling this? Because we are marching to the government buildings. How else can we handle this?
Can
Give
I
us
say
advice,
something
please.
then? Okay. What I want to say, I'm not South African. I'm a proud Nigerian any day, anytime. Yeah. Um, I don't know if you're a media personality. You present yourself very well, and I have respect for you and your opinions. But this is my voice. You may not like it, and you may pick some things because we all learn from one another. No man is an island in this day and age. That the way the things are progressing now, I think we are better together in Africa. I know our African countries have to fix themselves, but divided we fall. You can still do stuff in love and achieve what you want. You can do things legally. When I mean legal, you take the legal route. You won't go wrong. If if the whole continent is pointing, do you know what I mean? Or if everyone is complaining about something, don't see it as someone, you know, is up against you. Perhaps sit down, have a quiet moment, look inside yourself, and I'm like you want to be the best for your country. You want your country to work best. And that is what I wish for you. But you can handle things differently. And you're going to get different positive results from other African countries. And they will now be the ones that will even lend their voices for you, for your country and say, these bloody people, bloody Nigerians or whoever that are selling powder, we don't support you, you know, stuff like that. But if everyone, 10, 20 countries come together and condemn, then you need to have a pause and say, maybe next time, how about we do it this way? You can march, but march straight to your government house. Don't go on the street and take the laws into your hands. I saw videos, those videos are not old, where there were violence. And some, Fakulum Takatum was saying it was AI. He denied physically assaulting someone. And there had been incidents of people being quiet. I would have been happier that South Africa, become even more lawful by arresting anyone who had broken the laws. And those people that were physically assaulting people on the video, where are they today? They are walking free. There was a woman from Zimbabwe selling food on the street, and someone from South Africa, a male, bought food and didn't want to pay. The woman got upset. People gathered. And the woman proceeded in pouring water on the guy. You know what the guy did? I suppose no country is perfect. My country is bloody not perfect. Yes. But I believe it will get better. Yeah. So this guy pulled out toy toy and toy him just there, and then walked away casually. Nothing happened. He walked away. Broad daylight. My country is not perfect. We have problems, huge problems, because we are over 200 and something million people. Our problems will be definitely bigger than your country because the population, multiply 1% of a crime times the ratio of Nigerian population. That's why Nigerians are everywhere. It looks as if they are committing most of the crimes. No, that is why they are saying mathematics is important. The ratio and proportionality, yeah, and probability as well. So if 1% of Nigerians, say 1% of Nigerians commit crime worldwide, do you know how many that would be? Compared to 1% of South Africans, compared to 1% of Sierra Leoneans, compared to the 1% of Ghanaians. That's what Africans fail to realize, that no country is perfect. But for the fact that Nigerians are allowed outside because of bad governance, doesn't mean you guys should push us down. When we are down, you march on us. You spit at us. You call us rubbish, even though you know that some of us are not rubbish. You deny us. But in your own sick times, we came to your rescue. How can you forget that? And you want me to be happy with you? Taking laws into your hands? I respect your call. It's genuine. But please do it the right way. Make us learn from you so that we can all liberate ourselves, isn't it? If you do it and get it right, don't you think that other Africans will copy South Africa and hold their governments accountable? But should we now do what you have done? Imagine we done what you have done to South Africa. Don't you know there are a lot of South Africans in Nigeria? Do you know how many people that are Africans in Nigeria? Nigeria is hosting a lot of Africans. But I've never one day asked someone, where are you from? You sound different. Oh, where are you from? I don't have that time. I'm busy. And we'll never do that, regardless of how much less love you guys show us. I am a proud Nigerian. Maybe the way we are confident and that intimidate people don't mean I'm better than anyone, no. But the way things we go through in Nigeria make us, think a certain way and do things a certain way don't mean we are always right or perfect. We are humans just like you. But if you guys don't want to treat us, with respect, no problem. But my advice for you is do it lawfully. I do not care how many Nigerians you throw out of your country. It doesn't bother me. But it bothers me when you molest my blood. Yoruba, Fulani, Hausa in Nigeria, in your country, because no one is going to help them because of you think my government can't do nothing, then you molest them, you beat them, you spit at them, you shit at them, you kill them like rats. That's when I will be upset. But if you deport them, they are criminals, put them in jail, by them. If they've carried powder, I will clap for you because we don't need such in our society. No one is perfect, but I do believe that poverty is not equals to crime. It's better for you to beg than going into criminality. Because when someone commits crime, it becomes a hobby and then becomes a job. And then it's in the bloodstream. How are you going to cure such a person? That's my idea for you, brother. I wish you all the best. Please, next time, maybe listen to some other Africans that are not even Nigerians. Maybe, how to go
Yeah,
about it.
I am not
Focus on
Nigerian.
your government. Thank you.
I wanna add something too.
Thank you, sister. Well
Um,
said. Well said.
can I
Well
add
said.
something too, Africa?
Yeah, of course, man. Sake. Yeah, come.
Okay, yeah. I was just saying that too. Is like to my brother from South Africa. Like there's been certain videos that's kind of disturbing that I've seen. Like Africa was saying that there's one Nigerian guy had like a salon, and mind you, had the legal documents, had been there for some time, did investment, hired South Africans and stuff. Like I said, it's not all, but and like you said before, no holy cow, that you got some who would take advantage of March on March, but they went to this guy and he was explaining to him, hey, I have a business here. If you want me to leave, I have no problem. I'll leave. I want to make sure if I give my business, I want to give it to the right person and make sure that they hire South Africans, right? Which was a legitimate claim. The response was from that guy was, I don't care, you're not from here. Just go back to your country. We just don't want you with her. We're not paying you for nothing. And then he's like, hey, listen, I'm just saying, I want to make sure. He's like, I don't give a damn. Just leave. Like for the ones that's like you said, I agree with you. They're coming to your country illegally. They need to be dealt with, whatever. I don't know, like if you guys can call home affairs. They come to if you feel like hey, they're illegal in the country. Instead of the people taking it into their own hands, let those people come and go to those businesses and verify the documents instead of having people verify the documents. Because sometimes when I'm
Hey,
seeing,
guys, we got to close out. But we'll come back on tomorrow. Everyone, thank you much for joining. Like, share, subscribe to Next On Family.
Thank
Dad from
you.
here. Search for Peace. Bye bye.
All right.
Bye-bye.